morning, everyone. Welcome and happy Valentine's Day. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm Aaron Imholt. Johnny's here.
I didn't get you a card.
That's all right.
All right.
It's all for the corporations anyway. Remember when you were single and unhappy? Never mind. Remember, I meant rhetorically, the royal you. Remember when you were single and alone and you had to, pretend that Valentine's Day was gay?
Yep.
Because you didn't have anybody to get shit for, so you're like, it's just for the corporations anyway.
Totally is.
You'd say it to other people even though it was intended for you. You're like, look, I'm telling me this, but I'm going to say it to everybody because I can't just make it look like I'm the one who needs to hear this.
Yeah, Chad.
But it was, it's Valentine's Day. We got so many romantic things happening too. Train derailments leaking vinyl chloride all over Ohio, and
there's a hazardous one that hit Texas recently, too.
Yeah, got fish dying all over the place, and I think chickens turning up dead like 10 miles away, and I'm sure in 20 years this will all be fine. They're not telling us really much of anything, and I don't really think that's because it's a cover-up. I think they don't know what they're doing. I think with the Ohio train derailment thing, I think they were kind of caught with their pants down, and they just panicked, and they just said, set it all on fire before it explodes. And now a bunch of fish are dying, and they're like,
what did we do?
We got to play some catch up here. We got to figure out. They called somebody, like, hey, we did a thing. Hey, I got a question for you. Is vinyl chloride bad?
If you turn it into an aerosol?
And the person on the other line went, oh, my God, what did you do? Like, nothing. Don't worry about it. Bye. Guys, I think we might have fucked up. Why? How do you know? The way he responded when I asked him if vinyl chloride was bad, and he did seem a little jumpy about it.
Pretty sure I heard him shit his pants through the phone.
We'll talk about all that. We also have, there was a shooting last night at Michigan State University. They got the guy, and, we're so desensitized towards, shootings and stuff that I can say this one, body count, not that bad. Chicago has worse weekends. And not even Memorial Day or Labor Day or a long weekend. I'm talking about a November weekend. They have worse ones. So, if you put it, look, if you say there was a shooting on a college campus that killed 3 people, that's really bad. But if you put it in the perspective of how shitty America is in general with people getting murdered, it doesn't sound as bad.
Yeah, I mean, if you just put all the statistics of some of these cities, it's we had a horrible event where a guy drove over 12 people. But
graded on an America curve.
Right.
And then it doesn't sound so bad. Exactly. Also, no, we're not going to talk about the god-awful, horrible, terrible Batman movie or Flash movie.
Oh, yeah, I did that yesterday.
They're going to shoehorn Michael Keaton back into that.
The only reason that people will see it is because Michael Keaton's in it.
Well, they already saw it then. They don't have to go see it. They showed it on the previews.
What, that's everything that he's in?
Done. Finished. That's the Michael Keaton stuff. I just hate that DC is so... I wish DC could just admit, look, we're not Marvel. We don't have a lot of superheroes that people would watch a whole movie of. We're just going to... We'll do some Superman shit and some Batman shit, and then we'll bring the band back together every once in a while. Instead, DC goes, hey, let's make a Flash movie. And then all the people go, does anyone give a shit about the Flash? And they're like, no, especially since he went crazy and tried to start a cult. They're like, what do you want to do? I don't know. Throw Batman in it. Oh, really? You want to go get Affleck? He said he'll only do 2 scenes. He's fucking terrified. He hates the DC universe. He's not doing Batman.
He's very pissed.
All right. Can we get Bale? No, he's busy doing real movies. All right. Who do we got? We got Keaton. My Alex P. He's got the Tremors and everything. No, Michael. Michael Keaton's Michael Keaton from 35 years ago, Batman? Yeah, we got him. So he's going to be in his 60s.
Yeah.
Oh, and he's going to give the Flash advice on how to be a super... No, he's going to fight.
In fights that look completely not CGI, by the way.
Right.
That look totally I could picture Michael Keaton working out and doing that
The
shit.
62-year-old is going to jump on a trampoline and throw bad guys to the ground. It looks terrible.
He'd be better off doing a Beetlejuice sequel at this point.
He is.
What?
Yeah, they're doing a Beetlejuice sequel, too. Don't worry. It's Hollywood. They'll get to all of them.
Fuck, I was joking. Come on,
I know.
No.
You were kidding. No, they're doing Beetlejuice, too.
No, leave that alone. That is one of the fucking favorite movies from my childhood.
Right, it's perfect, isn't it? It's a perfect movie. It's like Ghostbusters. It's a perfect movie.
You had the one film. What did you need?
Yeah. Directed by Tim Burton. Follow-up to 1988. Johnny Depp's in it. Michael Keaton, Winona Ryder, Gina Davis. Can you get Alec Baldwin? I mean, he'd probably come cheap now.
I don't know. He's a liability. You might not be able to have the insurance to cover it.
Let's see. Details of origin. I don't think we have anything on
the story.
It just says this is a follow-up to the comedy Beetlejuice about a ghost who's recruited to help haunt a house. No, I don't know if we have a release date or not yet. And the Beetlejuice in the cover looks like shit.
Yeah.
Beetlejuice 2 release date. When is it coming out? Nothing. 2023 live-action horror comedy film directed by Tim Burton.
Can we hopefully
release date March 30th?
No.
Whoa.
No.
What?
All right, so it's coming out in a month and nobody's heard about it? That's a good sign.
There's no way they're actually... Oh, last edited 2 years ago. Okay. So they were letting us know about this during COVID. I don't know if you can really count that. Well, anyway, they made a new Flash movie, and they put Michael Keaton Batman in it, and I'm sure it's going to be just wonderful. The first Superman movie didn't do so well, so what'd they say? Throw Batman in there for the next one. Like, that's DC's panic button. It's just...
Add Batman.
Add Batman. Like, Marvel was like, I have an idea. Why don't we make some movies and slowly build up this story and tell it, and then... We'll blow it off with a big Avengers thing. Then we'll do a bunch of little solo projects. Then a big Avengers thing. DC just goes, hey, how much money did the last one clear? They'll be like, $20 million. We were hoping for 112. Throw in Batman in the next one. What they don't realize is not only does that make it look like you don't have movies you can do, it also cheapens Batman. You see him all the goddamn time. Well, at any rate, like I said, we're not talking about that.
I guess I'm the only one who likes the CW Flash. I was just like, that was a good Flash. Like the character.
The Flash belongs in a TV show. He doesn't warrant his own movie.
Oh, I totally disagree. He warrants his own movie. It's just they have the way wrong person with it.
Fuck the Flash. He doesn't need a movie.
Oh, you can eat a dick.
Fuck Cyborg. He doesn't need a movie.
I agree on that
Fuck Martian Manhunter. He doesn't need a movie.
Absolutely.
Superman, Batman, maybe Wonder Woman.
Not even Aquaman? Momoa did good.
He did great. Momoa did what he could. Who gives a shit?
He can talk to fish.
Oh, fun. No.
We can finally shoehorn environmental awareness into stuff.
Right.
We can talk about all the trash moving around in the ocean and how we're not taking care of the planet.
Citizen M will love it.
I know.
Citizen M would love woke Aquaman.
His pants when I pitched it.
Man, I bet you Citizen M would chip in.
What do you mean woke Aquaman? Did you watch Aquaman? The movie was woke. No, it was
really?
woke. Yeah. The whole thing was the people of the sea were ready to revolt because of all the garbage and trash that's moving around.
What about it? How about just an aliens coming?
Well, they never got to that. His name was Darkseid. Oh, I'm sorry, Darkseid.
Did they call him Darkseid?
No, they called him Darkseid.
That would have been horrible.
That would have been funny.
How terrible is DC Films, though, that I totally believe they did that?
That they called him Darkseid?
Darkseid, yeah. He's Darkseid. What? This movie has lesbian Supergirl. Right, exactly. Yeah, the Flash movie, guys, they got a superhero from Krypton. Oh, shit, really? Henry Cavill's coming back? No, some lesbian chick is going to play Supergirl. Awesome.
Because Supergirl did really, really well, even as a TV show. Oh, that's right. It didn't. That's how bad Supergirl was as a TV show. They had to because it came out. And I forget which network it was on, but they're like, "Oh, we're not merging with the CW Arrowverse. We're a different thing. Yeah. We're a big thing." And then the numbers tanked. And within I don't know, 2 or 3 months, that told, "Hey, by the way, guys, we're doing a pairing with a crossover with the Flashverse. The Flash coming in." So they brought her into that just to kind of push it along. So when they said, "Hey, we're putting her in the movie," I went, "And
didn't they make like a Batgirl movie, spend $90 million on it, and then scrap it too?" Like, I think DC spent $90 million making a Batgirl movie because we were all asking for it. And they just, new owners came into Warner or DC, and they were like, yeah, we're just not releasing that. Like, what do you mean? We've shot it. Like, we've spent $90 million. Yeah, fuck it, we're not releasing that.
Dude, the sex scene alone would...
Yeah. Robert Darth Mode said, Michael Keaton is 71. It would be funny if they did like a wedding singer guy kind of thing where Batman hits someone and the guy doesn't go down and goes, "I'm sorry, I used to be much stronger."
Did you actually watch the trailer?
Yeah.
Okay.
Cheeto says they're making a Back to the Future 4 also. No, they're not.
No, go fuck
yourself. No, they're not. You're kidding.
Back to the Future went down. No.
Oh, no.
No.
Oh, no. It's certainly not something that Back to the Future writer Bob Gale wants to see, with the scribe recently explaining why Back to the Future 4 will likely never happen. We told a complete story with the trilogy. If we went back and made another one, we'd have Michael J. ...
And
no, Back to the Future 4 isn't happening.
Thank God.
Many are sharing the trailer. Oh, like a couple weeks ago, a trailer came out. Unfortunately, the trailer is fan-made and not... No, fortunately. So they made a fan-made teaser trailer. Let's see how well they did.
Oh, dude, they've even got the ambulance screen and stuff.
Yeah.
They're going full hog on it.
I hope they get a cease and
Officials
desist.
at the Pacific Nuclear Research Facility have denied the rumor that a case of missing plutonium was in fact stolen from their vault 2 weeks ago. A Libyan terrorist group had claimed responsibility for the alleged theft.
Why does everything have to have dark music now? I hate it. Christopher Nolan fucked fantasy movies forever. He made great movies, and then he went, bye, guys. And they're like, let's just copy what he did. He's like, no, I didn't even mean to make it that. Like,
it just kind of happened.
It just kind of ended up that way.
It was organic.
That'd be funny if Christopher Nolan came out and they asked him about superhero movies. He went, do what Marvel did. He's like totally endorsing Marvel's style of superhero filmmaking. He's like, I was making crime movies. I wasn't making that shit. Go make it fun.
You've traded a sure soundtrack for a killing stroke.
Yeah. Like the Marvel movies, the trailer. Here's the start of a DC trailer. Wow, that makes me want to see it. Ready for a Marvel trailer opening. Ready? Back in black! And there's like explosions and a guy flying around.
Fireworks.
Then a guy stops and makes a witty comment. And like, no, stop sign! Speed limit! That's how you make a superhero and fantasy movie trailer.
When are you launching your AC/DC cover band, by the way?
Actually, we had our first run.
Okay.
But because I'm an Opie and Anthony fan, when they say season ticket, I do the other one.
Oh.
And then the bars won't hire me anymore. But yeah, I mean, it's just like all these fantasy movies and superhero movies now, it's all got to be dour and depressing. And like, dude, I'm trying to eat some popcorn, dude.
Everything's dour and depressing. The freaking screens for...
You're missing the big picture here.
Oh, Jesus.
If time travel were possible, it would be the greatest ethical and philosophical conundrum of the modern age.
Terrible sound editing.
Yeah.
You had that kind of power. What would you do?
See, like, even the fan-made trailer is doing that shit I can't stand. This trailer should start with, I gotta go back in time.
Yeah, it was... am I the only one who thought, like, when it got to the third film, I was like, all right, stop now. It's getting stupid.
I know that, to me, Back to the Future is one of those movies where you know it's bad, but you like it. I like Back to the Future 3. I like Buford Mad Dog Tannen. I like that Principal Strickland has a mustache and a scattergun. Mighty big words when you're pointing a scattergun at a man's back or face or whatever the fuck he said. I didn't mind 3. I'm a Back to the Future simp.
I didn't hate it, but like I was like, when we got to 3 and we went to the Wild West and they're literally, pushing the car with a train. I'm like, can we just let it go now?
It was too late at that point. But then they crushed the DeLorean with the train, and then Marty didn't get in his accident. It paid off everything in the end.
Yeah, no, it wrapped it up beautifully.
Yeah,
I just thought that maybe as a whole, and he finally learned to let someone call him a chicken and not freak out about
Exactly.
it.
Needles.
Yep.
He let Needles go instead. Honestly, this is how they would do a real Back to the Future trailer now, because they're so obsessed with making everything dark. It would be Dave Draymond from Disturbed. He would be going, it don't take money. It don't take fame. Don't need no credit cards to ride this train. train. Dun, dun, dun. That would be the trailer for Back to the Future. It would just be a shitty cover of a Huey Lewis song set to rock music. That's it.
I want you to be wrong.
What would you change?
Oh my God, it's a mother box.
Gray sky.
Are we forgetting the fact that the car got completely destroyed?
Oh, it's fine. It's a new movie.
Left?
Yeah, I even hate that. There again, like they go back to Biff's casino and everything, and it's like you said, there's no reason to do any of this.
In fact, the second and the third movie were kind of like them kind of making up for damage they did with the first. And it just kind of kept shoehorning into something else.
Yeah.
And it was like when honestly, it was like God said, stop it already when he ran it over with the train. He's like,
I know.
No more. No more.
I'm making an executive decision. Actually, that wasn't even supposed to be in the movie. Just they were shooting one day, and a fucking train came by and smoked the DeLorean. And then they were like, well, looks like this is the last movie we're doing. We're not making another one. They don't have any more DeLoreans. We're out.
They were writing it, and he's just like, I don't want to make another one of these. Like, all right, so we're thinking for the fourth one. There is no fourth one. Train fucking killed the car. It's done.
Mad Max Mardigan says, just wait. James Gunn is doing the son of Kal-El, Superman, who's gay and needs to swallow cum for his powers to work. All right, I'll buy a ticket. Let me see what you do. That one's going to be a dark trailer, but it'll be Culture Club music.
Oh, great.
Karma, 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 chameleon.
Like gets up and wipes his lip.
Loving would be easier. If your loving was like my dreams. Wipes a big cum swatch off his mouth. Red, gold, and green. That one's going to be Stained guy, Aaron Lewis.
Okay.
He's going to do the trailer for that one. Eric Nagel says, Bob Gale said on my show, he has to die before they allow another Back to the Future. In stunning news, Bob Gale's heart has stopped as he has had a coincidence at his home in Los Angeles. Stevie J says, elderly Batman has been a character in comics and the TV cartoon. Nobody's saying he's not. We're just saying it's a terrible idea.
And by the way, they kind of did the whole like older broken Batman thing with Bale. So I just feel like the only way you could pull off Michael Keaton being Batman is if you were going to do Batman Beyond, and even then I'd be like, all right, no.
Or you wanted to do Dark Knight Returns.
Well, but we did Dark Knight Returns.
No, we did Dark Knight Rises. That is not the Dark Knight Returns storyline. Now you're making me a fucking nerd. Jesus. I like my trailers, though. I could design a great trailer.
This is why I love being a Deadpool fan. You don't have expectations. It's just like, it's going to be fucking whatever.
Yeah, right. They're just gonna be cunty about it.
Yeah.
That's it. Soup Can says, here comes the low bass drop. Exactly. Every goddamn movie now has to have the low bass drop trailer. It's like, make it fun.
Welcome to the new blockbuster of next year. We're just calling it
Bwah. Citizen M says, it reminds me of the Anthony Cumia show where I want fun O&A and get deranged violent rhetoric. Citizen M, I have to tell you something. This is for your own health, buddy. You've got to let it go. If you don't like something, Citizen M, you just don't watch it. It's that simple. You just don't check it out. You love this show, you watch this show. You don't like another one, you cannot be that big of a girl where if somebody likes something you don't like, you now have to bitch about that thing. You're the guy who goes to a Super Bowl party and bitches that the game is on and wants everyone to be quiet for the commercials. Don't be that person. Everyone hates that person, and I kind of like it. Kind of like you. Pavel with 199 says, rumor has it you're a zilch. True or false? I have heard that rumor, but I deny it wholeheartedly. Shouting at Cloud says, make an animated feature movie, The Life of Biden's Laptop. Oh,
It starts out just ding ding. I thought it was just gonna be a regular Dell, and then just all of a sudden it's smoking a cigarette.
Ding,
I had
ding.
no idea what I was in for.
Everyone excited for woke Indiana Jones battling sexism and racism? Dude, ready? I didn't even finish the first Indiana Jones movie. It was so boring to me. So I really don't give a shit about this one.
What, you mean like the original one?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Crusaders of the Lost Ark. Were you able to do that
Raiders of the Lost
Raiders
Ark.
Ark.
Wasn't that the first one?
one? I don't believe so.
Yeah. Raiders of the Lost Ark. And there was the Temple of Doom.
I always thought it was like Temple of Doom before that. I don't know.
Wait a minute. Raiders of... What was the first one? The one where they're looking for the Nazi shit. They're with the Nazis. That's Raiders of the Lost Ark, isn't it?
I was really hoping you weren't saying that's the one you saw, because I figured that one would have been your favorite. Although
Nazis
you would
is
hate how the bad guys
Yeah, I don't like who wins in the end. It's bullshit. It never would have
What
happened.
the hell
that
is
way.
this crap? God was on their side. Uh-huh.
Brian Quint says, Mersh said the Ohio thing is to destroy the Amish farms that were resisting the tyrannical government. I fucking love that theory. I love when people reach back and grab some. Like, I like hearing takes that I've never heard before.
Mm-hmm.
Like, people are like, oh, yeah, it could be for the farms. Oh, it could be for food supply. It could be. And then someone goes, fuck it, it's to get rid of the Amish. I'm like, you have my attention. I'll take a listen. 199 from Gordy says, Granny after yesterday's call in your Facebook Messenger. Oh, okie dokie. I'll check that out at some point. Brian says, Mr. Pod. Oh, is that the Pod Awful? Welcome to the show, sir. He says, Mersh is having a rough time right now. I don't think he is. I think, didn't they just,
Last Crusade is the one I was thinking of.
Didn't he just, get a whole bunch of attention from, like, Turkey or something? Him and Royce pissed off everyone in Turkey.
Oh, you were right.
They played like Tetris music to the earthquake destruction, and then I guess a bunch of people in Turkey got mad. I get jealous when people make a whole country upset. I want to make a whole country upset. Let's start small. Fuck Trinidad and Tobago. Goofy bobsledding sacks of shit. Veldrain with $5 says, new Batman movie. Batman has to escape the senior living center before they submit the seniors with COVID. Yeah, I just can't.
He went on a vacation to Canada, and now they're trying to kill him.
I'd rather see a Founder sequel than I would see Michael Keaton be Batman. Yeah, you're thinking of Last Crusade.
Yeah, that's why I was right. Yeah, you were right. I mean,
Citizen M says, I want Batman versus Antifa. That's, well, there you go. You throw a bone to the based people, I guess, if you want to make. I mean, Batman would be a fascist, right?
He kind of is, like, but then
he's got his own code and he does what he wants to do and fuck.
Is that fascism?
I don't know. Like, they always, like, in The Dark Knight Returns, their whole thing is Batman's a fascist.
And I don't.
Like, if you were to make, like, a woke Batman movie, Batman would be the villain, and you make him, like, a fascist, like, oppressor who, like, has his own rules and is outside the law, the whole deal.
The movie starts out with him just beating a helpless black person in a wheelchair who was just minding their own business.
Fucking take my money. If Hollywood's going to be ballsy and start a movie with Batman beating the shit out of a crippled black guy, and everyone be like, what the fuck is your problem? And they're like, he's running a drug ring. And they're like, no, he's clearly just a handicapped black man. You don't even know what this man's done. And they, like, lock Batman up, and the fucking Batman movie just turns into a courtroom drama. Like, it's not even a superhero movie. It's just Bruce Wayne standing trial because he beat the living shit out of a crippled black dude in the opening credits.
My cousin Bruce.
There. Pod Awful says the Nazis are in 1 and 3. That's why you were confused.
That's why I get, yeah.
They're in both of them.
See, 3, the one with Sean Connery, I think you'd enjoy that one.
TK Suso says, what's up with MLC bashing you? I thought y'all were tight. Well, we beat the shit out of them. They probably talk shit about us. Isn't that kind of how it works?
Yeah.
You can't bash the shit out of someone for being an angry old cunt with a Burger King headset and then say, hey, don't say anything bad about me now.
Especially after you see that GIF I'm working on.
Yeah, we're fucking killing it right now, man. We got a subreddit of people that hate us. We're on our way up, buddy. You don't get up. You don't get into the stratosphere. You don't get to where you're going unless you got a subreddit that hates you. And then I kind of laugh off the subreddit thing and I have some fun with them. Mm-hmm. So now I guess they're mad. I don't know why I get Reddit notifications on my email from certain subreddits. Like, I've never been to this Steel Toe Boring Show subreddit. By the way, if you guys want to go there and just fuck with those guys, that would be kind of fun. But they send me a notification. They're like, Aaron's seething about us. I'm like, is that how you're coping with me laughing at your very existence? That's pretty interesting.
You don't know what the word seething means.
I don't think you know what seething means. I feel pretty seethe-free this morning. Thank you very much for the $5. Tigger next door, he says, look up the Spooderman trailer. It's not real, but it's still funny.
The fuck is the Spooderman?
I worry about things people find funny sometimes.
Yeah.
I get really nervous
I've
about
learned
the shit.
that where people send me like, you'll love this. And I'm like,
yeah.
Ooh.
Spooderman just sounds like something I'm going to be upset with myself for playing, like any momentum the show may have had. I feel like I may fuck it up if I play the Spooderman, but all right. Dario Delfino says subreddit's populated by many subhumans. Reddit is a toilet, says the real John Doe. Yeah, I think, unfortunately with Reddit, I think the people there think it's important. It just doesn't travel outside of that realm.
Yeah.
It's very self-contained. It's like, you know what it is? Reddit is an ant colony, and the ants don't know they're in a colony. They think they're in a sprawling metropolis, and we're just on the outside looking at them through a case going, aren't these interesting characters? Let's go to Pod Awful. He says, our Mersh would be a lot more boring without us. Well, that's a good example. So our Mersh is out there, and it hates Mersh from Revenge of the Sis. Hasn't stopped them from growing.
Yeah. You guys are really slowing them down.
Yeah. I don't think you guys are really causing the damage to Mersh that you think you are, but here's where it's useful. It gives all these people who, for some reason, spend their time hating Mersh and posting about their hatred of Mersh.
You couldn't just find something you like?
But it gives them an outlet. Now they get to go do that, and meanwhile, Mersh and Royce continue to be more successful, and then they're sitting there every day, they're like, it's like the guy waiting for the girl in the friend zone to fuck him. They're like, any day now, she's going to realize what a good guy I am. Same thing with Mersh. They're like, any day now, it's all going to fall apart. You guys just watch. He's fucking done. This is it for him.
It's a house of cards and it's all coming down.
They are fun. And then you make fun of Reddit people, and they're so autistic, they don't get the mockery, and they go, oh, they're really seething now. It's like they're getting the shit beat out of them, and they go, oh, man, I'm really wearing out his fists. I love you guys on Reddit. You are wonderful. You guys are really good.
Dude, what happened to your face? Oh, you should see his hands. Fucking really gave it to him.
Oh, you see my face? Yeah, they do the unironic Rocky joke. They're like, you should see the other guy's knuckles. Oh, you guys. You'll grow up someday, young boys. The lost boys will grow up, I promise. Darren says there is no more aptly named podcast on the internet than Pod Awful. It's the worst show of all time. I don't know. I don't have anything against Jesse from Pod Awful. He's doing his show. Even when he rips on people I don't like. Like, I thought his coverage of, or that I like his coverage of Alex Stein was very interesting. I watched that. There was also, I feel bad for Jesse because I know his Red Bar diapers coverage got yanked off the internet. Ours got to stay up. So I don't know. D. Gulag says, I love Pod Awful. I love how he terrifies everyone. He has a very limited audience. He's just doing a fun thing for the group of people that like that kind of thing. I don't know why people are afraid of Pod Awful. It's the same reason I don't understand why people are afraid of Red Bar. You know, like he came after us. We punched him in the mouth. Now he's all like, when he brings us up, he's like bitter and jaded about it. And it's funny for me. And then I only hear from 5 or 6 Red Bar fans. And I'm like, oh, this is a lot of fun. I enjoy this. This is a great time. That's my problem. When I make fun of people, I'm having fun. It seems like other people...
We're goofing.
Right. It seems like other people, when they want to make fun of people, like they're going hard. They're like, we're playing for keeps. Dude, once you hit stop streaming and stop recording...
It's done.
That should be the end of it. Don't take it any further than that.
You realize the internet is a vast place. There are other places to be if you're not happy. Just go find something you want.
Don't worry about it, man. Don't worry. By the way, for overtime today, we do have Opie.
Oh, goody. What's he done now?
In kind of a fun Flash Batman crossover, Opie and Zumock in the same kind of realm.
Oh, dang. I was hoping you could say they were on the same thing together. I was like, don't tell me that the two storms of douchery have merged. I was gonna be
kind of.
Oh,
kind of.
Oh no.
Yeah. Oh, it's gonna be a fun overtime.
Oh,
don't you worry. Citizen M says, Aaron, serious question, but will you hate me if I clip the segment of Red Bar discussing you? No, not at all.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, who fucking cares?
We make fun of everyone on the internet. That means we're open for the same thing.
Does he say steel toe, steel toe, steel toe, steel toe? Then yeah, fucking clip it, baby.
He's got my name in his mouth. I want to see this.
Did we get to Widow Baby Mike to the point where he's like, I'm actually going to say their name this time instead of passive aggressively mentioning them 7 or 8 times on my show?
Hold on,
I love it. That's where this whole thing was heading towards. What?
Getting some hand cream. Gonna need it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Good old stroke fest.
Sure. Mr. Unknown for Real says, apparently there's a clip about you going on an unhinged rant about Red Bar. Yeah, that's our buddy. That's oh God, what's that? Cambodian River Pig. I love Cambodian River Pig. I told him to clip that one. that's just funny. People are like, have you seen this clip of you? I'm like, yeah, I told that guy he could do it.
I love people who sit there and be like, hey, you know this show that you do and you leave on the internet? Someone took a part of it. Like, yeah.
That's kind of
what it's there for.
I mean, if I'm not being clipped, I feel like we're just kind of screaming into the ether. So clip away. That's the problem. Like, you have all these people who play for keeps, and I'm just sitting here doing a show going, oh, I thought we were just having fun with each other, talking about how shitty the other guy is.
You realize we are like, it's not like you live next door. I'm not going to see you.
Yeah.
We're just going to go about our business.
A great example, Nightwave last night. Mersh goes, I've never met a woman named after a month who was brilliant. They don't fucking exist. Zen Rhino clips it, sends it to me, and goes, oh, did you see what Mersh said? And then immediately Mersh goes, oh, shit, April from Steel. Oh, right. Here, I'll play the clip that Zen sent me. It was very funny. But it's like, so I sent Mersh a $10 super chat on Nightwave last night, and I wrote, oh, no brilliant women named after months, eh? Well, call the banners, Mersh. Call the banners. Because it's all stupid and fun. That's all. Here we go. Here's the clip. Got to take a nice little hit first.
Now beat it, dummy. I've never met a woman with a name like a fucking... Any woman with a fucking name that's a month, I've never met one that's brilliant. I've never met a brilliant woman named after a month.
Now, clip later.
They think that we need to, oh, thanks, just said Steel Toe is going to be pissed. Oh, fuck, I didn't even think his wife's name was April. I'm sorry. Whatever. Look, I'm riffing. I'm throwing jokes out there. Whatever you want from me. There's going to be 10 million people clipping that going, he was specifically talking about your wife. Shit-staring assholes.
That is exactly how the internet works.
Shit-staring assholes. Yeah, and we're handling it the right way. That's funny.
Yeah, sounds like. I mean, April would probably agree.
Yeah.
Neither is she. I met a stripper named December, dumber than a bag of hammers. I have to say. KF says that is exactly the Reddit mentality. I don't think Reddit knows that they're the joke.
Reddit's becoming the lolcow that you used to go there to farm for. Like,
Ooh. Don't tell them, though. They won't be as entertaining if it becomes self-aware. All right, guys. As we start today, 240. Oh, God, we got a nice one today. 240.
Yeah,
the evening show audience was remarkably generous last night. We start today at 240, and again, overtime is Opie and Zumock. So
we need this.
We're under 300 already for 7 o'clock. Shit, let's see if we can get under 200 by 7 o'clock. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal. It's also in the description of the video as well. Ohm says, don't pay Piggy Mersh, you fuck. He blocks all of us. You don't block me. Been nothing but nice to me. I don't treat people based on how they've treated 12 other people. I treat them based on how they've treated me. That's why Baby Doc Duvalier and I got along so well. I mean, yeah, he killed a lot of people. But he always served me nice food, nice beverages. He's a nice guy.
Everybody's always telling me you shouldn't be friends with Pol Pot. And I'm like, what did he do?
Yeah, exactly. What did he do to me?
Yeah.
You know, like, well, he killed a bunch of people. My people? No.
Are you having a row? Are we having a row?
Are we having a row? All right, let's go into some stuff here. Enough, you know what I say? Enough harassing people, enough mocking people. Let's be positive, shall we? You want to hear a list of racial slurs for white people?
Okay.
So there's some backtracking going on at Auburn University.
Okay.
So apparently a bunch of the members of the Black Student Union at Auburn had a group chat where they released like a list of 245 racial slurs for white people. So then other people at the school got a hold of it. And obviously, if you have a giant group chat where you send something like that,
it's going to get out where it shouldn't.
It's going to get out because people are just fucking assholes and they don't understand that, hey, maybe we should, if we're going to enjoy this, maybe we should shut the fuck up about it. Well, it got out, and then the accusation became, well, look, the Black Student Union released a list of, honkified names for white people. And like the black,
it's called the Cracker Rubric.
So the Cracketta Stone. So the Black Student Union had to get off their ass immediately and go, yeah, no, we didn't do that. Just because every member in this group chat happens to be part of the Black Student Union doesn't mean that it was officially released. It would be like if the general manager of the Vikings released something really offensive, and the Vikings, and he released it to other Vikings employees. But the Vikings organization went, no. That's just one of our guys. That's not like an official Vikings thing.
It's just all the people that comprise the group.
Right.
It's not the group itself.
Just because everyone in the Black Student Union turns out to be a horrific racist who just sits around thinking of racial slurs for white people all day, that doesn't mean it came from the actual group. Just everybody in the group chat happened to be part of it.
Doesn't this just prove that we all do it? We all have fun with words, goofing on people.
And that was my take on this whole thing, was that everybody wants to get upset. They want to get in line to be upset at the other people, the other side, if you will. How about we all just be honest and we all say that we do this, and then everyone gets to do it and it's fine.
We're all playing the same game. Just sit down and roll some dice.
Exactly.
What are you, a fag?
So, if you're a white person, you go, yeah, sometimes we sit around and we'll think of, we'll think of how many racial. One of my favorite Howard Stern bits of all time is Sal the Stockbroker and Artie Lang were playing the racial slur game, where he how did it go? One of them would start, they'd say a racial slur for black people, then the other one would, and you had a certain amount of time to say another one. It was a very funny bit. They could admit they play that, and then black people can go, oh yeah, we sit in group text all the time, and we come up with a list of things for white people. And then the white people can go, oh, really? How many did you come up with? And then at 240, like, oh shit, I've only got 12 for you.
We've been seriously outdone.
Yeah. It's like,
but I mean, come on, you come up with one.
It's like being America in the 70s, and you're like, look at all the nukes we have, and then you look over at Russia, and they're like, yeah, we have 3 times as that. Like, fuck, we thought we were doing way better. We need to step up our racial slur game. Well, a whistleblower, Tattletale, has blown the lid off an alleged list of racial slurs for white people created by the Auburn Black Student Union, and it's a doozy. The suspected whistleblower is a former member of the union. Oh, so they Mark Harley'd it. They got fired by Brendan Schaub, and now they got to rat out
on him. Oh, yeah. I got all this dirt.
I love that people think that's a good guy. Mark Harley's a piece of shit. It just happens to be that he's talking shit about another piece of shit. Guys, this is a heel program. We talked about this on last night's show. There's no good guy in the Brendan Schaub, Mark Harley thing. Mark Harley carried water for Brendan Schaub, and if he really felt this way about him, that means for years he lied to the audience about him. And he carried water as long as the checks were clearing. Then when he got fired, he got bitchy and cunty. So please, spare me the he's a good guy routine. The suspected whistleblower is a former member of the union and sent a Google Doc containing the list of names to Auburn student Jaden Hurd last week. Now, make sure that your members are happy if you're going to be doing things like sending them a list of racial slurs that might come back to get you. I'm sorry. I'm trying to clean my glasses and do a show at the same time. I
could have cupped them while you were down there.
I touched them a second ago, and I smudged them all to shit. I'm a goddamn failure.
What have you done, man? What have you done?
I'm a failure in this business. You know how we were making fun of Reddit earlier?
Mm-hmm.
And we were teasing them? Now I'm a little worried, because if they clip me dropping my glasses and smudging them up, that is the one thing I can't be made fun of for. That'll drive me into a tailspin.
He can't
properly handle his glasses.
It's all over. Aaron can't clean his lenses.
Fuck. So they send this guy the list. He's a former member, so he rats everybody out. Hurd then apparently leaked the info to the university's conservative group, Turning Point USA, which then published the alleged document aptly titled Creeker Names for All to See.
Oh, that aptly titled?
That's shitty. See, like, again, I don't want to live in a world where every race has to hide
the Wonder Bread list.
Right. I don't want every race to hide their racial slur list.
I want to read them and find out which ones I kind of am.
Right. I want to read I want to read it and I want to go, okay, I've heard that one. I've heard that. Mostly, I want to read the racial slur list to see if I've been missing any. You know? Like, I see one and I go, oh, that's awesome. I can't believe, like, when I first heard the term au fait, I was like, I don't even know what the fuck that means.
Right.
But I'm really glad I know it now. Like, I
don't know what it means.
What does au fait? It's a derogatory term for white people. But where does it? OFAY. 1925 of unknown origin. If, as is sometimes claimed, it derives from an African word, none corresponding to it has been found. So black people just legit made up au fait.
And they just came up for what it was worth.
It really sounds like, I don't know. It sounds like when 4-year-olds try to create words.
Yeah, I can vouch for that.
Yeah. So they come up with their list. Now let's do what everyone wants to do.
Yep.
Let's go through this list of words, shall we?
All right.
Can I download this? Oh, I have yes. Oh my God, this is fantastic.
We're buying frames.
List of white people names. All right. Here we go.
These out.
All right, guys, ready? I will say this. Instantly, I already see some I like.
Right.
Instantly, I also really see some stretches. So, I don't know. Let's start at the top. Mermaid Maniacs.
Mermaids Maniacs. I don't know.
No. Plantation Barbies. I don't like that either.
I feel like that would be the, like, because if I think of a plantation Barbie, it should be a person of color. Like, it comes with, like,
right. Yeah.
She comes with her own loom.
Yeah, and a whip. Vanilla Vulture. Rice Rascals. That seems Asian.
Yeah, that one doesn't seem right.
This is the first really good one. Milk Cricket.
I like it.
I like Milk Cricket. Milk Cricket is a good white. See, now, black people should be able to look at a list of slurs white people have for them and do this same thing. White people should be. Here's what I hate. I hate conservatives who try to play that game where they're like, we're against cancel culture and you should be able to say anything. But then they see a list like this where they can get upset.
Cancel the student union.
Yeah, like the minute they can get upset about words, they'll do it too. It's all bullshit and it's bad for you. But Milk Cricket is a good one. Highlight that one. Keep it. People of colonial complexion. Yeah, that's too political. We got to have fun.
Long.
Cheese skins. I don't hate cheese skins.
I feel like Wisconsin, it fits so well.
Oh, yeah. Here's a good one. Bleach Demons. I like Bleach Demons a lot. If you're just joining us, this is the Auburn University Black Student Union's group chat of racial slurs they made for white people. And they released it to a former member, and he just ratted them out.
Dude, I think I have family members that I could qualify as Bleach Demons. Like, from
Bleach
head
Demons
to toe.
is a good
Bleach
one.
Demons.
Flower Monster, Discharge Doggy, Saltine Cracker. That's just a variation on Cracker, yeah. Sour Cream Salamanders. I kind of like that one. Cave Dweller.
That's not true. It's a basement.
Yeah, that's a little personal, to be honest. Well, there's
Cracker. We were just repeating ourselves now.
Mutations. That just seems personal. Again, not fun. That just seems like you're trying to hurt. Yeast Maggots.
I mean,
it's a little long, but
it's a little gross for me, but all right.
Oh, I love the next couple. Snow Pigs.
Snow Pigs, I like.
I like Snow Pigs. Milky Munchers. That sounds like a breastfeeding thing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeast Yeti. No Purpose Flour. iPhone on light mode. Iron Golem. Plaster People. I like that one. Dandruff Flake. Some of these are too long. Salt Shaker. Chalk Child. Toilet Paper Roll. Sour Milk. Snow Possum. I like Snow Possum. Palm Colored Ones.
Okay.
Sour Milk. Blue Cheese Demon. Lice Lieutenant. Coke Rabbits.
Coke Rabbits?
Coke
well,
Rabbits.
we're reproducing. Okay.
Dust Mites. Snow Roaches. I like Snow Roaches. Christopher Columbus Stands. Too long. Plaster demons. You know what? Add this to my list of slurs for the other side. Long-winded, shitty racial slur thinker-uppers.
Yeah, dude. Keep them short and sweet. Like, that's the beautiful thing about Milk Cricket. I can picture someone just say, hey, Milk Cricket. And I'm like, oh.
Man, I'm telling you, I got ripped off at a used car dealership. Some motherfucking Milk Cricket came in here telling me it had 40,000 miles on it. It had 75. The odometer had been spun back. I'll never trust that fucking chalk dust again. Chalk dust wasn't a bad one. I feel like you have 3 syllables max to make your slur.
And I don't know, some of them like Oreo filling.
Yeah. Too on the nose. Like, it's too obvious.
And plus, the beautiful thing about Oreo filling is it's sandwiched between 2 black wafers. Like, you can.
Oh, of course.
You got to have the whole thing for it.
Cotton ball.
Yep.
That one's not bad. Albino ape. You can't take R's for you and then flip them. You can't make them all just albino. Unseasoned urchins. Flour bags, pasty parrots. Boy, you got to dig through a lot of shit to find the good ones in this list.
I feel like the gems were so far at the top. Right now we're in a...
Less is more.
Yeah.
Less is more. Semen skinned, and they wrote favorite. Mayo sapiens, my favorite one.
Mayo sapiens I find funny. This sounds like scientific.
Dandruff Dalmatians, Powder Patch Kids, Mayo Militia, Styrofoam, Vanilla Gorilla. That's a classic. Spiceless Girls, String Cheese, Ranch Raccoon, Mayo Mutations, The Uncolored, GMO People. It's kind of fun. Aliens. The Bright People, Pale Sailors. I like Pale Sailors.
I don't think the Bright People should be... Do you guys know what a insult or a slur is?
I know.
The Bright People? Well, thank you.
The conquerors of the world. Thanks, but, Muslims kind of took a chunk from us.
Those who have all the money, hey, they don't technically qualify.
They're not white.
They're not white.
How fucking dare you?
They're white adjacent.
Yes.
They're white-ish.
They're white when it suits them. Not white when it doesn't. Snow geckos. Cocaine chameleons. Rice Krispies. Plain paper. I'm skipping around here, guys.
Yeah, I feel like some of these are just kind of variations or repetitions.
Ku Klux Karen. By the way, it's not Ku Klux. Isn't it Ku Klux?
I have no idea.
KU. Come on, black people. Get our group names right.
I haven't been a member in so long, I can't remember.
Snow blenders, mayo packets, yeast infection. That just seems personal. Nut keepers. Well, I can't help that you guys share yours all over the place. And then, well, never mind. Elbow crust, dried cum. Like, a lot of these that they mark their favorites are just kind of like, just seems personal. Sad. Yeah. You guys aren't having fun with it. What was it Snow Cricket?
Milk Cricket?
Milk Cricket was a great one. Milk Cricket was good. Neanderthal monkey. Hey, wait a minute. That's ours for... You can't quit flipping ours around. Lacking of melanin, non-pigment. That's just factual. Wispy clouds. Lice crawlers. Walking ranch. Shaved monkeys. Again, you can't flip ours. Drywall, plaster people, walking napkin. This is so disappointing.
Yeah. I feel like as this list gets longer, you guys just cornstarch.
Cornstarch isn't bad, but freezer burn.
I just feel like anything that's just the color white now. Blizzard.
Yeah, goat milk.
Racist rascals. Let's be clear. That's not even remotely accurate. I feel like the people who wrote this list were racist rascals. Vanilla beast. That's just a compliment, kind of. Vanilla villains. Yeah, these all suck. God. Gen Z really can ruin everything. I really feel like you guys actually should be more ashamed of how bad this list is.
Right.
I feel like we could cut those pages down to just one solid page of maybe I don't know, 50. And even then we've probably got more than we need.
They're probably sitting there going, oh yeah, we really stuck it to Whitey. And Whitey's reading the list like, guys, I got to be honest with you.
Not impressed.
You could have done better. We're disappointed.
Hey. Could they have, though? Maybe that's as much as they're capable.
I don't know. That's Johnny saying that.
I don't know, man. It's just it. The only thing I'm disappointed in is they were tardy with it. It wasn't even handed in on time.
See, well, yeah, that's the worst part. Let me take some of our audience is coming up with their own racial slurs for white
great.
people. Let's see what they come up with it. Triple N, homeowners.
Okay.
Yeah. Dario Delfino, the people who use medicine instead of dancing. Gun registerers. Tim comes up with one. Fathers.
Hey, that's not true. There are plenty of fathers in other communities. They just don't stay home.
Someone says nothing tops the N-word. Yeah, that's the problem. We kind of took the best one.
Yeah, like I said, we kind of hit it number one with a bullet.
Oh. Yeah, you forgot this one, says Loaded Wrench. You white motherfucker. They did forget that one. Yeah, a lot of food references.
They stuck with mayo a lot.
Blarney says milk is a ripoff of Moon. He's kind of right. So, yeah, a lot of people saying good credit people. So another person says, gotta go with Snow Pig for my favorite. Yeah, Drewzilla says, would you like some pointers on how to really be racist? Right, I feel like I could go in and help them. Like, let me be your racist consultant.
That's what brings like militant black groups and like the KKK together is they start releasing their racist name list. Like, you missed the bullet point. You could call him an inbred piece of toast. I'd be right there with you.
James McKeon, taxpayers. Oh, okay.
Hey, they may
almost all the presidents.
50%.
Yeah, Ron says he loves Mayo Sapiens. All right, fair enough. Less than 10 dependents. That doesn't really seem like a racial slur. All right. Well,
plus, I mean, have you seen that, like, the Duggar family? I wouldn't be sure. We have
with the 2x4 and the American flag. Ho!
No. I'm talking like
USA. Yeah, no, Hacksaw Jim Duggar.
No, that's Jim Duggan. Yeah.
I'm sorry. All this time I thought they were the same people.
You thought he had like a shit ton of kids?
Yeah, you could see it. Hacksaw just fucking around, not thinking, just dropping loads in girls.
I'd hate to see the girl that thinks Hacksaw is a good time.
Oh, come on. There's all kinds of ring rats. All right, guys, 240 away from this
Isn't that
morning.
How China started?
240 away from this morning's goal. There's the Streamlabs and the PayPal. Let's see if we drop this thing below 2. Well, really by 8 o'clock, if we drop under 200, we'll be good. But let's see if we can fucking do it before 7. Also, hit the like button. Usually we try to get to 200 by 7 o'clock, but we haven't really mentioned it. Go ahead, hit the thumbs up button. It helps the show. It's great for those algorithms and whatnot. Again, there was so much potential here.
And it just...
for that list of racial slurs for white people, and it just kind of went nowhere.
And that's the worst part is, like, I don't think anyone really wants to admit it as much publicly as we will. Everybody wants this list. You know, the white people are like, I want to know what they call us. It's about time. What's our N-word?
I want to know what they call us. And then they go, oh, lice apes. I'm like, I don't have lice. What is that? It's not even... That would be funny if you're like, all right, we're going to have racial realism. We're actually going to let people be the way they are, and we're not going to talk about race in kind of a soft kind of way. You guys are going to get to do your own thing. We're going to do some exercises today. They're meant to heal. And, all right, white people, you're going to write your list for black people, and black people, you're going to write your list of slurs for whites. And then we start writing ours, and like, all right, white people, you won the toss. Who's going to read their list first? And they're going to read their list first. We start looking at ours. The black people start reading theirs, like Mayo Monkey. And we look at our list. We're this is entirely too fucking mean. Like, I can't read this shit out loud. Did they just say Mayo Monkey?
Their best ones are just transitions of ours. Like,
dude, this is terrible. I certainly can't start with the first one. Can I just put an RA in front of this one and it's raccoon instead? Like, can we? Like, this is really terrible. Like, mine's fucking awful. Mine's really full of hatred. There's some really big digs in here. And those guys are really lice packet.
I'll see your lice packet and I'll raise you a charcoal briquette.
Yeah, I'm not going to say baby. I mean, it just seems mean now based on what you guys have come up with. Jesus. It's just not as good. The white people win for their list and like, well, another thing we found out we're better at. No, come on. Let's move on a little bit. Here we go. Here's how they're going to get Whitey back. Cartoons. Remember you and I watched The Proud Family?
Oh, Jesus.
Last week?
Yeah.
And The Proud Family had... Now, The Proud Family, if you don't know, it's a Disney Channel show. It is a Disney Channel show based on a family of black people. It was on like 15 years ago, 20 years ago. And they brought it back for Disney Plus because now with all these streaming services,
They need content.
they desperately need content. So now you have the Proud Family, and they're like it's not like a fun cartoon thing for them anymore. Now it's like a total Black Lives Matter rally.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. And so in this one, last week we did a clip where they were at like a protest of tearing down a statue. And then
slaves built this country.
Oh, that was the slam poetry. That's this one. We played this last week from the Proud Family.
This country was built on slavery, which means slaves built this country. Tilled this land from sea to sea to sea. First there was rice, tobacco, sugar cane. Then Whitney did his thing and cotton became king. And we were its soldiers, 4 million strong. Fighting for America's freedoms, even though we remained America's slaves.
Again, kids cartoon on the Disney Channel, on Disney Plus.
I feel like there's a lot of facts they're missing on there. All right. Well.
This country, the descendants of slaves continue to build this.
All right, yes, let's fight back. Let's do some research on who owned the slaves. Oh. Well, you better start dressing like Kanye there because you guys are going to be in the same line. All right, you know what? It's the slave ships that brought us over here. Let's see who built it. Oh. Okay.
You know what? It's the people who took them from their tribes and their homes. And let's see who rounded up in the first place and sold them off to begin with.
That would be see, now that's okay.
So it turns out white people were just shoppers.
White people were the middleman.
Dude, we've been the same thing our entire history. We were just consumers. I'm sorry. So you guys started selling your friends and we're like, fuck it, I'm buying.
Wait,
you gotta collect the whole set.
Wait, whatever I say? Ow. All right, so that's the Proud Family doing slam poetry for the kids about how slaves built this country and Whitey this and Whitey that. Well, now we have the two dads. And this is going to show you how far this country's come and how progressive we are. These are the two dads in a cartoon show talking to each other about, I think, Valentine's Day.
Okay.
Which, you could have a lot of fun with that. There could be a lot of like material to make kids snicker and laugh at some Valentine's Day stuff.
Weird things like adults kissing.
Would you like to see? Yeah, see, the Proud Family has taken it so far in the unbearable direction that you're like, can we just go back to two cartoon dudes making out? I mean, I'd settle for that at this point.
Can these guys just be the new ambiguously gay duo?
Let's find out.
Well, you understand love, don't you?
No, I do not understand anything about white fragility.
White fragility? What's that supposed to mean?
You know what it means. You're doing it right now.
Doing what?
Being defensive about race. Robin DeAngelo.
He just asked if he knew about love. Just trying to have and this is why men don't open up more, ladies, because when we do, we get called gay and racist.
Can we notice some horribly misappropriated stereotypes that white people are always in shape and that black people are always fat? That's backwards.
That's terrible. Yeah, so then they plug this White Fragility book by Robin DiAngelo, because that's what a 7-year-old should be reading.
Why it's so hard for white people to talk about racism.
Yet again, same
Shut up.
cover and everything.
My dad wouldn't even look at the diary. He said,
Dude skips leg day. Oh, no, not Barry Lebo. Oh, yeah, he definitely does not want to read about that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, my, wait a minute. Is the Proud Family secretly based? Because Barry's last name is Leibowitz, and they're talking to him about, slavery and racism and shit. Uh-oh. I think we might have
again the
secret-based show here.
But again, if that's really his last name, shouldn't he be shorter with, I don't know.
Even look at the diary. He said his people would never own slaves. How could he just...
Not only did you own the slaves, you own the boats they came here in. I mean, you really got it coming and going.
Dismiss me like that. White fragility. Oh, Brother Kwame.
Well, there you go. The Proud Family with another banger. This time, White Fragility out of a Valentine's Day discussion. Again, just like the Proud Family, it's almost like there's a challenge when they write new episodes where they're like, hey, now, you guys can't make this one about race. And they're like, oh, yeah? Watch me.
Game fucking on.
Yeah, exactly. Six String Man says, this is what they want beamed into children's head. Right, like showing that book and like hoping kids will like go on their iPads or whatever and look up that book and buy it and read. You don't want 9-year-olds picking up that book. But I don't
Does
know.
anyone realize if you push all this racial shit onto kids, you actually perpetuate racism more than you actually stop it?
Right, you kind of like, they notice it.
They notice
see
it more.
Right. It's all over the place.
And, I feel like as a person who can't change their skin color whenever they want, I love being painted as, as white people are evil and stuff. It's something I could love just hearing all the time.
Yeah, it's great. You're definitely not going to get any kind of blowback from telling a bunch of kids from the time they're a little child that they're pieces of shit.
And
you're not going to see anybody rebel against that one.
Sure, you're never going to see anybody who's, grown up below like the poverty line or anything be like, hey, wait, so I'm white and I'm privileged? I've been one shade away from eating feces. I just took a dump on the street. Explain the privilege part.
But isn't that kind of human nature is like you sit there and you talk for years and years like this is what's happening to us and we feel disenfranchised and we feel downtrodden and it causes us to speak up and everything else. Like, oh, okay, well, we're going to listen to you and give you some influence. What do you want to do? I want to hold other people down and make them feel like shit. Like, well, aren't you just perpetuating a cycle just in the other direction? It doesn't matter as long as it's not happening to me anymore. It's not about stopping the thing that made you upset or made you this way.
It's about changing your position in it.
Right. It's about you getting on top so you can force someone else to feel that way. So they can feel what you felt. Again, it's like it's the Israel-Palestine thing. None of this is going to stop until one side goes, all right, we'll go first and we'll cut the shit. Because they don't trust the other person and they think, well, the other person's going to fuck me up if I cut the shit. And the only reason they think that is because most of the time in history, when one side has cut the shit,
the other side fucking up.
The other one wipes them out. Exactly. Stevie J says white British ended the global slave trade and white Americans ended slavery in the U.S. And this is the thanks they get. Well, in fairness, Stevie J, we didn't exactly end racism and then go, all right, we're all cool now. I mean, it was more of a process.
And the funny part is I always love with this, too. Like, you guys realize slavery and racism and stuff still happens a lot. Go to the Middle East.
Oh, yeah. They love slaves over there.
Oh, yeah.
One of the first things they did in Libya when all that shit went to hell was they just started selling people just right away. All right, let's go from the Proud Family to Vice because did you see the Asian guy in the Vice forum?
Yep.
So there was an Asian forum. Like we did one of these with Vice. Which one did we cover?
I have no idea.
We covered the one where it was, I think, feminists. Yeah, I think it was feminism. And they would argue, and they've always got like one conservative person, and they're like, well, I don't think anything of this is true. And then everyone yells at that person, and they go, all right, I'll shut the fuck up. Well, Vice had a panel with Asian Americans, and one guy who looks like Asian Ben Shapiro in a suit decided he was going to dig the fuck in. And he was, I mean, it was like a Jedi with a lightsaber. His blasters are going off at him. He's just like, nope, 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 nope. We've got like 4 clips.
He breaks that dude in the black shirt next to it.
Yeah. We've got 4 clips of this guy. And I think there were 6 total, but I just found the best 4.
I ended up going back and watching the whole damn thing.
Oh, my God. This guy he digs in a position. Everyone yells at him and goes, how could you?
And then he just goes, no, that's not right.
That's just how I feel.
And the other fun thing, he likes pointing out facts.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at this, he even goes as far as breaking down racial stereotypes and what they mean towards people and how that could be. And when he does, you're like, oh, they're finally turning him because he's getting on the racial stereotype stuff. But then he flips it at the last minute, and this is a criticism on us.
And I hate purple hair. Let's watch this guy again. Vice keeps doing these little talkies about like race and culture and this and that, and it's as you can see, it's really making a difference.
One thing about purple hair, she hates white. Like white people are so much to blame for everything. Why isn't she darker?
good thing? Is it a bad thing? Is it a burden? Is it an opportunity?
It's not just a great thing, it's a necessary thing.
Huh.
No society can hold together where people have nothing in common, they don't speak the same language, they don't practice the same things. And you may look at something like just food habits or what you eat and think that's fairly frivolous, but the truth of the matter is that on a broader level, when we're talking about more big picture things, differences in race, culture, religion, all these things, people have fought wars, violent wars, killed each other over these things for thousands of years. If America is to hold together, assimilation, not just good or bad, necessary. I don't think it's going to be possible for America to survive as a stable, functioning society if people don't, to some degree, say, well, here's what we're going to commonly agree upon.
But who gets to
I feel like that, like after he's done talking, the host should go, all right, I want to thank everybody for coming out. That's about it. I mean, I don't know.
just love the vaguely shocked face on it. He's like, wow, you dug in really deep.
Did you see the one guy clench his jaw? Like he physically went.
He was waiting for his chance to jump in, and as soon as he gets, notice how they don't have a point to argue with him on, so they transition. So as soon as he gets done with it, he's like, yes, but who gets to make those? Who gets to make those decisions?
So it's so the question is assimilation a good thing? He's like, it's the only thing.
It's necessary.
Say, well, here's what we're going to commonly agree upon.
But who gets to choose it?
The majority culture, I suppose.
And
I love how this Asian dude's like, works for me. And these other people are like, well, who's the majority culture? And the Asian guy's like, well, I mean, if you want to go there.
the majority culture.
The people with power.
And who's people with power?
People with power.
White
It'd be fucking great if he just went Jews.
people with power.
People with power.
White people.
Well, I don't know if that's.
I'm gonna say it.
Yeah.
White people. It's okay.
I don't know if.
I love how we have the juxtaposition of the intelligence of the two sides. We have, assimilation. If you have a country, then they have to have a common culture, a common language. They have to have common values. And then they're more likely to fight next to each other and defend these things. And we can have a country of our own, and it doesn't matter who you are, but you get to be a part of it. And then the rebuttal to that is, white people, am I right? This is white people.
She can't help but smile. She loves white people because they're her excuse for everything.
Right. Where do you think you got the idea for that ridiculous hair from when you're depressed?
And again,
white people.
Why are you trying so hard to look like one? If you get any whiter, you will glow in the dark.
You'll get a septum piercing and change your pronouns if you get any whiter.
I bet 10-1.
Yeah.
We might not see it. Maybe she wanted to class it up for the Vice interview, but
perhaps.
That's necessarily so true. I mean,
Wait, can you
look
unpack?
at, I don't
elaborate.
I don't think a particularly white quote unquote interest controls things like
In America.
pop culture.
Do you believe
Well, I
white
think-
supremacy exists?
I think there are people who believe in it. I think there's people who all believe that their race is superior.
So you don't believe in white supremacy?
Do you believe America is a white supremacist state?
No, not at all.
And not found
No
by-
white supremacist state would even allow us to be doing this.
I love it. Hey, you realize we're allowed to sit here and say it's a white supremacist state. If it was one, we wouldn't be allowed to do that.
Here's how do you know it's not a white supremacist state? Because you're allowed to say it is on the media networks. That's how I know it's not a white supremacist
Because you're allowed to
state.
scream it on social media and at the cops, and they don't beat the shit out of you. So,
Dude, I really feel like Asian immigrants have a better grasp of what America is than Americans do.
Did you see the? I guess since
we'll get to all of it.
Oh, no, but I'm talking about this other story. There's a lady from North Korea who went to a woke Ivy League school.
Oh, I'm guessing she's not happy with what she's seeing.
She said it's a lot like what she saw in North Korea when she ran. She's like, hey, just so y'all know, this woke shit looks a lot like home.
I don't understand. So white supremacists, there's just KKK people walking. Actually, I go around New York City. I notice that, I guess Brooklyn a little bit different. Most of the people here are not white, and they're doing their thing. So I don't understand.
What does doing their thing mean to you?
It means doing their thing.
It means going to work and being happy, something you never do.
You nitpicky dick. You know exactly what that means.
Going to work.
Are they making the same amount of money?
No. Are they performing the same job?
All right, so then we go to our next. So this guy is just, like I said, he's like pushing them all away. He's just like, he has his takes, and then they try to do that thing where they're like, how dare you? And then he goes, no, I'm daring. Okay, now what? And they're like, shit, usually the how dare you thing works. Guys, this one's impervious to how dare you. I don't know what to do now. Let's go to this next clip.
Statistically, it is true that Asians, on average, make more money, in terms of medium, make more money, better test scores, get into better colleges, all that stuff. I think the question is, why is that? And I don't know, model minority, whatever that label wants to mean.
That's actually a myth.
Wouldn't that be funny if this guy went, well, and we should take a look at why that is. It's because we are the superior race, and if you look at genetics, skull shape, IQ, things of that, he just goes down the list, and you just find out that this guy's like Asian Hitler. But like we all like it. We're like, yeah, it's fucking based.
It turns out if you really want a superior human race, you got to stick with us. You know what I mean? Like,
model minority, whatever that label wants to mean.
That's actually a myth because we cannot be.
Well, no, listen. Well, let me finish my point. We need to observe what makes people successful and unsuccessful. And I think when you look at trends that are generally true in the Asian community, not of everyone, but are generally true, usually you have families that are sticking together. You have, people.
This guy is losing his mind. He's like,
what about the gays?
He's like, well, in Asian families, you have families that stick together. I'm not pointing any fingers. Black people.
But he's also just.
You know what's funny about this guy's face? This guy hasn't brought up like other minorities in this whole family sticking together thing, but this guy's head is immediately jumping to black people. And then he's projecting that into this guy's saying, and he's like, that guy's saying this about blacks. It's like, no, he's just kind of saying Asians.
He's just saying in general that maybe it's a trend. Yeah. Successful people.
I want to congratulate this guy for starting his new news website, the Dairy Wire. It's going to be really, really good.
People are taught to work hard in school, not get into trouble. I think that translates to why Asians on...
We name our firstborn kids in America Dave because we figure it's a good shortcut.
Mass are successful. And I don't think you have to be Asian or white for that matter to not have kids out of wedlock, not, commit crime, not cause trouble, whatever it is.
What is happening?
Oh, I don't know. He's probably watched like 80 Asian people on the news get their heads bashed in by black people. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to throw a few subtle digs on Vice.
He's probably seen a lot of the footage we all have about, the people that are just trying to survive by knocking over jewelry stores.
I love this guy.
It's just a matter of common sense. That's what makes people successful. And if that's so-called assimilation, having a nuclear family, buying a house, going to school, whatever it is, then yeah, okay, call me a pro-assimilation then.
I think there's a difference between...
I love that this guy doesn't give a shit.
Yeah, call me pro-assimilation then. I like having a house and a family and things just go, this guy, I can't believe...
And by the way, they can argue with him all they want. Let's just track their lives and watch this guy speed ahead of all of them.
Well, like I said on this, only one person here actually showed up like, oh, I'm going to be on TV. I want to look respectable. I want to look intelligent.
Didn't wear holy jeans, ripped up jeans.
In assimilation and erasure?
Yes.
Okay, so is assimilation erasure. Okay, if I assimilate, then I'm not me anymore.
Oh, she's saying there's a difference between assimilation and erasure.
Relax. I've been eating Chinese food my whole life. I still wake up as pasty as the day is long. You're going to be fine.
And I'm always hungry 30 minutes later.
Exactly. All right, so here he goes again. We got another clip. This one is Japanese internment camps. Oh God, I love this one because Purple Hair decides I've heard enough and I'm gonna bow up to this dude, and it's like your child decides they're finally gonna ride their bike without their training wheels, and you think they're ready, and then they push off and they bring that second foot up to the pedal and just immediately fall face first into the pavement and need stitches. Here we go.
The more in common that a society has with one another, the more likely they are to work together and build things in society.
He's still trying to explain this to these fucking people.
And the best part is, like I said, they always freak out and go to their emotion. Okay, but what about this? It's like, but we were talking about this over here.
Likely they are to work together and build things in society and not constantly be fighting each other and at odds with each other.
Bro, just say black people. I mean, he's getting really close.
Did you think the Japanese internment was a good thing? Because that was a real assimilation situation.
No, it wasn't. We put Japanese people in concentration camps. That's
the opposite of assimilation.
Right, we separated them.
That's xenophobia.
I love how she thinks that the Japanese internment camps during World War II were so that we could help the Japanese assimilate. It was quite the opposite. We thought they were too assimilated, and
we thought they were spies, so we literally put them in one place to keep an eye on them. It was horrible. It was the wrong thing to do.
You know what sucks about the Japanese internment camps? As wrong as they were, right? They're a terrible thing. Relax. I'll bring it back to Shire here. As bad as they were, we probably snagged up a couple of spies. Wrong. Shouldn't have done it. It was a terrible thing. It was awful. But you know that a few of the spies that were like, they were protesting, they're like, this is terrible, this is awful. And they, in the back of their mind, they're like, yeah, they did fucking get me, though.
Yeah.
Definitely can't get information to Tokyo. Vast majority of the people in those camps should not have been there. But you know we snagged a couple.
You know what I mean?
No,
Do you recognize
don't.
that the term assimilation has negative history and facts associated with that word? So we do have to be careful in how we choose, because assimilation for people of color have not been good to us historically. That's factual.
I don't know. Ask Nigerians. They seem to be doing pretty well.
I'm not going to list any, but that's factual.
No, not only am I not going to list any, I'm going to list the Japanese internment camps, which actually have nothing to do with assimilation. This guy thinks that this chick is really hitting.
So let me ask you.
We're discussing the model minority myth
but
and the fact
Japanese
that
internment is a classic example of assimilating Asian Americans.
No,
So
it's
do you
not.
think
It's a
that-
classic example of internment. I mean, they intern people.
Why?
Yes.
To
Why did
correlate
they
that to
Why did they intern them?
Because we thought they were spying for the Japanese. Our bad.
Again, don't tell people what assimilation is if you don't know. These are people like, I'm going to tell you what every word in the dictionary means. Aren't you illiterate?
And then you go, and you're like, I'm going to tell you what every word in the dictionary means. I go, all right, go ahead. Aardvark. Oh, that's like vinyl siding. Like, no, you already fucked it up. Word number one.
They saw them as other. Because they saw them as dangerous.
Not really. Well, yes, they saw them as dangerous because, and I don't agree with it, but left-wing President FDR at the time saw it as a national security
So
risk.
you're a
forever.
Republican, right? You're right-wing, right?
I want to.
Of course. He goes, of course. I love this guy. They like try to shame him. And then when he goes, of course, they all look to the referee, the host of the thing, like, do something about this.
It's like, you kidding me? I'm here for clicks. We're winning.
Yeah.
And I don't agree with it, but left-wing President FDR at the time saw it as a national security
So
risk.
you're a
forever.
Republican, right? You're right-wing, right?
I want to make sure.
Anymore?
Of course. And then this guy just stares at the host like, dude, what the fuck? He's Republican.
How is this allowed?
That's only clip 2 of 4, by the way. This guy continues on. He wants to talk about mental illness. And, oh, no, mental illness is an ableist term. Oh, do they say that in here? Oh, that would be so lovely. That would be wonderful. Just checking out the chat real quick. They're calling him Ping Pong Fuentes. This guy really is fucking giving it to these people. Hard. And they're like, oh, yeah, well, we're going to call you out. And like, everything they call him out for. By the way, mods, can we get on these held messages, please? These held chats? Can you start hitting show on those? Or I'm going to have to start taking away some mods and adding new ones. I want everybody's chats to be in there. So start hitting that show button, please. Because when I'm not watching the chat, I'm hoping that you guys are, taking care of that for me. That's why you have mod wrenches. $240 away from today's goal. Let's jump in there and see if we can knock that down just a little bit. There's the PayPal and Streamlab links in the chat. All right, so we got our Asian buddy here, and now he's going to face more flack, and again, ever not yielding.
It's the only country where a homeless person can be a millionaire the next day. So based on capitalism, we all have an opportunity, and we should not use race as a factor in either getting ahead or depriving ourselves of opportunities.
I have a question directly.
Well, so is she like the other base chick? She's just not as confident as Ben Shapiro over here?
Related to the fact that you live in New York, right?
Yeah.
And you're an Asian woman. There have been significant high crimes towards Asian women that were all over the news. Did that affect?
I would love if this guy went, would you care to tell us who's committing those crimes? And then everyone
Would you like to talk about who's committing those crimes?
And then everyone goes, Jesus Christ, dude!
Well, no, I'd love it if he backed down. Yes, but who's committing those crimes? What color are they? Black people.
It's fucking lunatic.
Affect you? And what were your thoughts on that?
The government is telling us that it's Asian hate, but that's not the real issue. The real issue is actually that these people were mentally ill and they were let out.
Or both can be the issue, right?
Yeah,
it can simultaneously exist as issues.
You can't say that it's Asian hate and use that as propaganda.
Propaganda?
I feel like also to just say that these people are mentally ill is a kind of an ableist argument too, because there's plenty of people.
Oh, so you can't say that they're mentally ill because then that's ableist. So they've got words for...
Hi, lady. I got a straight jacket for you. Sorry, you're mentally ill.
Yeah. It's funny, like they always have words to like shut. They're like, we need to have a conversation. And then every time a conversation might spring up, they have words to shut down the conversation. It's like, it's counterproductive, man.
Who are mentally ill, who are not going out and killing like Asian people on the street.
Yes, I know. Her argument was not that all mentally ill people kill Asians.
Yeah, just like our argument isn't all people of color don't attack Asians. It just seems like a lot of the Asian attacks are perpetrated.
It's
not an all or nothing thing.
I just really love that it's just the guy who did this, like the Asian dude who started this, he's probably thinking in his head right now, he's like, God, I should have just said black people and it could have saved us a lot of time on the Hemin and Han. Like he's probably just sitting there going, oh, Jesus, really?
Can we talk about the elephant in the room?
Yeah. Please or no? Okay.
Yeah.
You know what? I'll shut the fuck up. There was another clip. I wanted to go find this guy's oh, here he is. Okay. There was one more clip I wanted to play from this dude. Here's ethnic erasure, Japanese internment camps, mental illness is an ableist term. Here we go. Here's the last one from our buddy.
Instead of aligning ourselves with the black community who've been fighting for racial justice and liberation, right, and acknowledging our own privilege and putting our bodies on the line to fight for these movements, instead we banked on white adjacency, and here we are still being pushed.
First of all, what exactly is white adjacency? Is it working hard, having families?
I don't understand what the issue is.
Exactly. He just went in, no. We don't believe in working hard. We don't believe in having families. I just want money. Give me my money.
Oh, this guy is too much.
But then number two, let me finish my point. I think it is gaslighting when, again, the majority of violent attacks against Asians are not being perpetrated by white people.
Holy shit, he's gonna say the joke I made. Oh, fuck.
I love this guy. Like, every time they throw something at him, he's like, well, factually. Oh, man, you do need a kind of autism to be this calm under fire.
Majority of violent attacks against Asians are not being perpetrated by white people to blame white supremacy.
White supremacy as a construct is this idea like that the norm of American is whiteness.
Yes.
That whiteness is the default.
Standard.
It's kind of hard when we've been the majority the entire time the country's existed. It's kind of hard to avoid.
Whiteness is the standard that we all ought to aspire to, and we deviate from that.
It's not just talking about KKK.
Yeah.
It's not talking about lynchings. It's about a mentality that we have absorbed.
I'm gonna interrupt.
Basically what they're doing is they're losing the argument to this guy, and they're like, no.
It's about how we feel.
It's not the arguments that you're making. It's just a general vibe that's in the air. It can't be proven or disproven. It's just nebulous.
It's not about facts. It's about my feelings.
Oh, man. Eric Nagel noticing, he goes, why are most of these people gay? I don't know if they are gay or if they just sound gay compared to this guy.
All right, I got to say, dude, black shirt sitting next to him has to be.
You think so?
Yeah.
The guy who made the
faces
duck lips?
and the
yeah.
Just the way he would you couldn't say anything without him having some sort of visual reaction where he had to be like, notice me and do something. Yeah, no,
Todd says, get that man a ninja sword. I mean, he was just cutting people up in that one. And every time he made like it took them like 4 paragraphs to say something, and he'd respond with 3 sentences and their heads would explode.
And then every time like, oh, I got you now. Oh, so then you think this? Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually, thank you, because I wasn't expressing myself properly. And that actually helped. That's kind of more how I felt than what I was saying. So I appreciate you clearing that up for me. No, I was supposed to shame you into changing your point. Oh, well, no, you didn't accomplish that. I'm sorry. Guys, hit the like button on the video. Where are we at before we switch to the next thing? The next thing's going to drive you nuts. I'm going to see if you guys can make it through 3 minutes of the next thing we've got. Then we've got a lot of fun for you today. $240 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, please do. Super Chat, Streamlabs, PayPal, memberships. We knock that out. We do an extra half hour of overtime. Let's do this. It's 7:24. Let's get under 200 by 8 o'clock. That sounds good. And then, of course, hit the thumbs up. Everybody right now, let's hit the thumbs up button. Let's get to 200. We want to be at 200 in the first hour. We didn't really push it today. Lemmy says we're already from 123 to 128. Let's keep it going. Everybody right now, take a quick second. Hit the thumbs up. Let's jump that up to 200 now. It's good for the algorithm. It's good for the show. You got to, look, man, if you're going to do this, you got to work the algorithm. You got to play the game. So everybody hit the thumbs up. And, also, we're about 30 subs away from 9,000. So if you want to hit subscribe, that's helpful as well. Already up to 140 in the like column.
Thank you.
I need you guys to keep hitting refresh. And we're going to take a couple of minutes here to count these likes and get them up to 200. Dr. Love says, I want you to beg for my like, Aaron. All right. Dr. Love, please hit the like. Please just take that little thumbs up button. And for my children's sake, would you please like our show and help spread it around in the algorithm? I'm begging you, Dr. Love.
Look forward to seeing that clip on the r/subreddit as Aaron's losing his shit and it's all falling apart.
Thank you very much. Already up to 163. Holy shit. There we go. We're getting this thing up to 200. Everybody take a little break from your viewing pleasure right now. Even if you're at work, fuck your boss. Hit the like button.
What if your boss is ugly?
Oh, well, take one for the team.
He's
Already
got a
up
forehead.
to 177. Look at that. Oh, keep hitting that thumbs up. We'll get to 200 in no time. White Maurice says he's begging for likes the way blacks beg for wealth.
Oh,
holy shit!
Wow.
Oh no, I'm sorry. My chow, my chow needs your thumbs up. There we go. White Maurice, nailed it. 181. There we go. Druzilla says, has the dog thawed out yet? Yes, the dog was fine last night.
What did you do to your dog?
I left him. I let him out, and I left him outside during the evening show.
Holy shit!
Yeah, it's fine. The dog's okay.
I don't know if you know this. Chihuahuas aren't native to this climate.
No, you're right.
Yeah, it's just
apparently he was scratching at the door feverishly, from what I've heard.
Oh.
Not happy about being left outside. All right, they're saying 181 is where the likes are at. We're gonna get to 188. Shit, we're gonna be at 200 in no time. Then let's get to 300 by 8 o'clock. And let's get under 200 for the goal by 8 o'clock, and we're going to really be nailing this thing today. We started at 250, so let's go ahead and knock out what is a shorter than usual goal this morning. And we'll add a half hour of overtime, and in that overtime, Opie and Zumock. It's going to be a fun show today, guys. 190, says Brian. All right, Beautiful. We're pretty close. We're getting there. 10 more thumbs up. Keep me updated here in the chat. 197. Here we go. The Mood says, Aaron, wish me a happy birthday for a like. Happy birthday, Mood. We've hit 200. There we go.
Beautiful.
All right. Now just keep going. Make it 300. Make it 400 by the end of the show, and we're looking bueno. All right, Johnny. I want you to get through 3 minutes of this.
Oh, Jesus.
I want to point out to you guys something, and this is going to help you a lot in the future, whether I'm here for it or not.
That's a guy.
I'm preparing you for something. The bigger the septum piercing, the crazier the person. Remember, like in Major League One, when Rick Vaughn had the little skull and crossbones on his glasses, and he was, throwing high 90s, low 100s. And then he came back in the second one, and when he became Wild Thing again, he had an even bigger skull and crossbones, and he threw the ball even harder than he did before. Same concept. Rick Wild Thing Vaughn gets more and more badass as a pitcher, the bigger the skull and crossbones get. Well, mentally ill people get more and more crazy the bigger their septum piercing gets.
It's like it pulls down their psyche.
Oh, yeah. This one, batshit. Ready? Go.
Okay, sweetie, so apparently you're not wanting to understand or listen. So, hi, I'm Mama Rose. I am a transgendered woman. I go by she, her, they, them pronouns.
Don't you have to pick one?
Dude, I'm sorry. I thought that was like a busted lip or like a herp thing. That's another piercing.
Yeah.
That is the stupidest piercing I've ever seen.
And I can tell you right now, my period I experience every month is very real.
No, it isn't.
Very valid.
No.
And very painful.
See, hitting yourself in the cock once a month with a hammer is not a period. But, all right, I understand. See, here's where I understand the average American when they see this. Here's the attitude I understand. Ready? Fine. Like, I totally get that. I totally get someone seeing this and their brain does like 800 things before they finally just sense themselves overheating and they go, yeah, but you know what? Fuck it. Fine. All right.
I don't know. My mom and several other women I know have had like hysterectomies and stuff, dude.
Which they should rename herterectomies.
Herterectomies, yeah. Because get the fucking patriarchy out of there. But my point is, they don't have those issues anymore. That whole thing is part of a system that you don't have it, okay? It wasn't there. I'm sorry. Your lunchbox was empty. You didn't get a fucking snack. All right, move on.
Have you been watching Bill Burr?
No, but I can't get... It's in my...
Your lunchbox is empty, okay?
What am I, some guy telling you to stop fucking crying about your dick? I don't know.
But you know what? You go ahead and keep invalidating trans women. You go ahead and keep...
Not invalidating trans... See, this is the hard part, because if we were on Vice right now, I would go, well, I'm not invalidating trans women. You see, a lot of that cramping comes from the shedding of the uterine lining. You, of course, don't have a uterus, and thus the uterine lining does not shed every month, which is why those cramps you're feeling are probably from dehydration or overactivity or
psychosomatic.
Or psychosomatic, but it's certainly not traditional period symptoms. And then you make that well thought out, like, kind of retort on Vice, and then she goes, so now you're just invalidating trans people? And again, that's where I go. I totally understand people just going, you know what? Fine. Go ahead.
Actually, no, for me, I'm at the point now, you're just invalidating trans people? Actually, no, you are, but I'm on board.
Keep telling them that their experience is not real.
I mean, no offense. I just explained scientifically how it's not real. I'm not saying you don't experience pain or your mind hasn't tricked yourself into thinking you're feeling those things. I'm saying unless they transplanted a uterus into your body and a working female reproductive system, you don't have a period currently.
And I'm just going to say your life is pain. If you have a mirror, I feel like this is something you should be telling yourself.
You go ahead and keep telling them that, because if that makes you feel like a real woman, if that makes you feel so big and important, sweetie, then you go do it.
Oh, wait a minute. She's shitting on women?
Oh.
This is what I love about the trans woman in sports and the, trans women having periods argument, is it's one where, like, as white guys, for once, we get to sit on the sidelines and watch everybody fight. And we get to go, yes, I don't get called a name in this one. Awesome.
I don't know. I want to pick a foot. I don't like guys that beat up on women. So I have a problem with the trans community.
It is the patriarchy.
What is this? What is this? Some dick with a cock coming in here telling all these broads what to do?
I feel like Mel in Scarface, like white women who have created this problem by being so goddamn passive and accepting of everything. Like, oh, it's fine. It's okay. Like now they're Frank and we're in the office and the trans people are Tony pointing the gun at him, and white women are looking at white men going, you want to do something here? And then the white men just go, it's your tree, Frank. You're sitting in it. That's how I want to be now with the trans women versus women thing. Is I'm going to be like, hey, bitch, we tried to warn you. You kept calling us angry and misogynist and bigoted and all this other shit. Now they want to play.
Said we had to be more accepting.
Now they want to swim and play basketball with you. Best of luck. They want to buy all your tampons, too. And shove them up their asshole.
Again, I understand the procedure that you go through this transition. What does a tampon do?
Catches all the... Well, I guess if you have, a nosebleed, can help with that. I have a question for men before they transition into women. Can't we try this for a couple of years?
Just say you're gay.
Right? I mean, give it a shot.
Like I'm going to take a leap here and say that transitioning into a woman didn't fix whatever the problem was. I'm going to guess that life
septum piercing says otherwise, sir.
I'm saying the facial expression just says this is someone who does not smile much in their daily life.
Right, that's the other thing. Like, oh, I transitioned so I can be happy. Oh, well, swing and a miss.
When does that start?
Yeah.
Whatever helps you sleep at night, boo-boo. But I'm here to tell you the real...
Well, she's got the cunty passive aggressiveness of a woman down. That's pretty good. You got to give her that one. Good job on being a snatch about it.
Facts. Trans women experience menstrual cycles. Not all of us.
No, you don't. No, you literally don't experience a menstrual cycle.
You don't shed any lining or any eggs or any of that stuff.
This is what drives me nuts about the trans community. It's like every time we give you something, it's never like, thank you. I know this sounds insane. I know this sounds wild and crazy, but, thank you for humoring me on this. It's never that. It's never like, I identify as a woman. All right, cool. She, her. Awesome. Good for you. I have periods. And we go, whoa. Wait a minute. We let you have the woman thing. You got to calm the fuck down on the period shit. You don't have a menstrual cycle. Oh, so now you're invalidating my experience? Bitch, I let you just make up that you're a woman, and I totally told people they couldn't hit you for it. How about a little fucking gratitude before we go off tra-la-lawing into the fucking Tampax aisle?
Oh, man. That's something that I never understood about, like, Leah Thomas and everything. Like, just, people don't understand. Like, they don't respect this. They don't respect. Do you not respect everybody else around you to understand how you're upsetting all of them?
Oh, yeah, and there's reports coming out now that she just would drop trow and just have the cock out, just right there in the locker room. It's like you couldn't go into a corner, and just, like, have a little respect.
Like, again, this is the part that bothers me. You need to respect my identity. Can you understand that then you need to respect other people?
Right. Respect begets respect. When you just yell at people and call them bigots, they're like, boy, you know what? It's not even for their gender identity. It's more just their personality. I really fucking hate this person.
For me, with the trans stuff, it's gotten to the point now where people are like, oh, what are you, a transphobe? Like, apparently, I guess, so you made it easy for me. I guess I'm a transphobe. I'm against everything now.
I don't think you have a menstrual cycle. Does that make me a transphobe?
At this point,
no, not all of us. No. Some of us are lucky and don't have to go through it. And then some of us, like myself, go through it every month.
Some of us, like myself, go through it every month. I'm a victim. Someone hold me. Because, I'm not enough of a centerpiece being a man who went to a woman.
Some of us are lucky and don't have them every month. That's not how that works. You don't, women's menstrual cycles are not like it didn't show up this month unless you're pregnant.
When God makes a woman, he flips a coin. Heads, she has a menstrual cycle. Tails, she's barren.
Every month. The cramps, the bloating, the fatigue, the nausea.
That's just Chinese buffet. You just went to King's Walk one too many times.
Oh, by the way, did you ever think that maybe that might be caused from all of the chemicals you're throwing into your body, really throwing everything out of whack? I don't know if you understand this, but the human body isn't like a bag of feelings. It's actually kind of a machine. So when you start changing the parts and switching out the motor oil, things happen.
When you start putting, Chrysler parts in a GM vehicle, some shit's going to run wonky.
That's what I knew it. This is a fucking Ford.
All of it. The only thing I don't get is a menstrual cycle. I don't bleed.
Didn't she just say she has... Wait, go back.
You just said you had periods.
Women experience menstrual cycles. Not all, but I'm here to tell you the real facts. Trans women experience menstrual cycles. Not all cycle. The only thing I don't get is a menstrual cycle.
So you don't get the thing that you all experience.
Wait a minute, Johnny. Check me if I'm wrong here. I don't want to come off as insane. I'm starting to feel like she might be pulling this all out of her asshole. I'm starting to think that she might be making this up as she goes.
Really? You think the person that switched their gender and thought that lip ring was a good idea might...
And then threw a horseshoe in their nose? Yeah, I'm saying that this person might be full of shit.
I just thought they were playing at a picnic and just caught one in the face. And it's just, they're waiting for it to come out naturally.
It's stuck there.
Don't bleed. That's the only difference. And if that is what makes a period for you, I am so sorry for you because now you're...
All right, apology accepted. By the way, let's grind down those meth teeth a little more.
If that's what makes
Jesus,
a period for you, well, again, I hate to be the burden of science here, but
it's kind of a biggie.
It's kind of the important part. Like
that's the shedding. That's where everything comes out is when And I thought that the feminists who use their menstrual blood to paint were going to be the problem. Holy shit, I'd kill for those people now.
God, I can't believe I'm begging for free bleeding to return.
Also invalidating cis women. Cis women who don't have menstrual periods. because
we call those women barren and we shame them into a barn.
And we just discussed this. A lot of those women have had hysterectomies. Again, once you take the equipment out, apparently the menstrual cycle part isn't a thing.
And I don't know if you know this or not, but after that happens, we all stop considering them real women.
Now they're just literal cum dumpsters. Drop every load in there. Ain't nothing going to happen.
We take them up to a mountaintop with a bottle of water and a goat. We just kind of say, well, you served the village well, and then we leave them be.
That's real. But it's
damn
okay.
real.
You can keep invalidating people to make yourself feel more important. But
okay, thank you. See you later.
You can keep invalidating to make yourself feel more important. Making yourself feel more important, that sounds like a subject you know a lot about. Tell me more.
And if I let go too soon, that's where the scissoring happens.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you very much for that information.
I like a nice shorn puss.
Yep. Yes.
But I'm not going to sit here and allow you to invalidate my community or myself.
Horses.
Because my experience is very real. My period I experience every month is very fucking real.
No, it isn't.
It's a lot of masculine aggression you got coming out there.
All right, I'm going to need you to put your man side down for a minute.
Holy
it's getting too big.
shit.
Oh, come on.
I'm saying that, I mean, somebody remembered the old neighborhood is all I'm saying. That looks like fucking Bill Lambier put on a wig. I'm terrified.
And I have tried so hard
to be the
explain
police
to
captain.
you that you are invalidating the trans experience.
Yeah.
Good.
And you can say, well, I'm not. No.
No. I'm saying I am.
I'm saying it's a good thing. I'm so sick of this. You're invalidating my experience. Get fucked.
Here, I'll show you the part in the book where it says what a menstrual cycle is. You show me in the book where you have what you have and call that a menstrual cycle, and I feel like I'm standing on pretty solid ground here.
You're invalidating my experience. You're a Looney Tune who doesn't believe in reality. Who cares?
You're invalidating my experience. No, I'm not. My 4th grade science teacher is.
We're done. We've had this conversation.
Yes.
You didn't want to listen, and now I'm going to be putting you on blast.
Ooh, I feel like Scott Hall in WCW. Ooh.
I just want to walk in and we're done. Oh, does that mean you're leaving now? Finally.
Yeah.
Thank God. Get out. Go. We're done.
By the way, this is the same face and speech I hear when someone goes, Red Bar's watching. Ooh, look out. This kind of person. You're invalidating my experience. And then I love how her thread is, and so we're done. I'm like, don't you tease me. Do you promise? Do
you know I can't quit you, boo.
Here is your wake-up call.
Oh.
Stop invalidating the trans experience.
Okay.
Because my period is very real, and so is every other trans person's period that goes...
Oh, come on. A couple of them got to be faking it.
I have a counterpoint. Stop going after our kids. My daughter is very real, and stop pursuing her with your weird story time hour and your weird sex books.
And you and her have something in common. Neither of you have a menstrual cycle.
Difference is that's going to change for her.
Okay? And so is every cis woman who doesn't have a actual menstrual. Quit invalidating people because they're different than you.
This is Jake Hudson.
That
if he
makes
became
you the
trans.
wrong one, not us.
Well, he has teeth.
That's true. I love how she's trying to lump cis women in there, and probably every cisgender woman watching that is like, no.
Get the fuck off my side.
Oh, we're fine. No, we're okay. Slightly offensive SOB says, that's IBS, bitch. Right, you just have a bad case of the shits.
Yeah, dude. You have cramps. Maybe you should change your diet. Have you considered maybe not doing Taco Bell every night?
Yeah, I mean, you could mix it up a little bit, right? Mods, let's get on showing those comments marked for review. Again, I'm going to start just taking mod badges away, and I'm going to start giving them to other people who want to be a mod and don't just want the wrench next to them. I don't like having to stop the show and go in and show people's comments. You guys are way the fuck off on this. So again, if you're going to be a mod, just write me a message. If you don't want to be one, if you don't want to look out for that stuff, let me know. I can just take it because now we did that whole segment. It was a lot of fun. Now I'm just going up, making sure listeners' stuff gets
all
in
the
there.
stuff in there
because I want them to feel, part of the show. Oh no, I can't see this super chat and who sent it. God damn it. $4.99. You're lucky Mersh isn't a gift daddy. Okay. Thank you. I don't know who that was. 235 away from today's goal. Let's get moving on that a bit. We are 15 in, but we are still 235 away from knocking it out today. Fun show. I hope you're having a good time. I hope you're liking what we're doing. Let's knock that out, and we'll do an extra half hour at the end. We got about 15 minutes until we said we could be under 200. Doesn't look like we're getting there. We'll see. There's all the links in the chat, also pinned to the top of the page. 235 away. All right. Let's continue on here. It is Valentine's Day. Yep. I hope you all have wonderful plans. I hope you're, planning on doing some cool shit.
Hungry man for one.
Oh, boy. Now I'm bummed.
I'm kidding.
We do have our next story is about people I have so little sympathy for. Like, I mean, the least.
What do you mean, you people?
I mean, oh God, this being a black woman on the screen doesn't help. No, I mean scammed people. People who get scammed. Like, you get the phone call where they're like, "Hey, your brother's in jail," because they just do that. Or like, "Hey, your car warranty," or we found a Nigerian princess or whatever. I have zero. I actually root for the scammer. And I say, look, if that person was dumb enough that they sent you a checking account number, a social security number, a debit card number, whatever information you got,
you've asked for what you got at a certain point.
You as the scammer, you've earned your money, and B, as the scammed person, we shouldn't be trusting you with large sums of money. You should have less in your bank account because you're a fucking child.
This is called a teaching moment.
Yes,
now learn.
It's exactly what we should be calling it, a teachable moment. So here's one for Valentine's Day. This one sucks because it's not only preying on people's stupidity, but also their loneliness. So now you've got people.
Wait a minute, she's lonely?
Well, she's.
I mean, you tell me nobody's willing to. There's got to be something wrong with that house, if you know what I mean. You know what I mean?
Let's check it out.
Like maybe the lawn hasn't been kept, or
maybe people are invalidating her menstrual cycles.
The back door's been broken open too many times.
It was about $800. He had requested to be my friend, so I finally did just talk to him. And we went back and forth for a little bit.
Conversations starting online through social media platforms like Instagram from a woman who says she fell victim of an online romance scheme.
So I chat with this person. I never see them face to face. They start asking me for money for shit, and I give it to them. That's like when that Tinder swindler documentary came out, and that was all the rage, and everyone was talking about the Tinder swindler. I just kind of got confused watching it. Like, wait a minute. The guy bilking these chicks out of hundreds of thousands of dollars is the bad guy? And these stupid broads aren't the bad guy in this documentary? Yeah. I have enemies coming after me and they need money. Well, then go get some money, bitch. I ain't your sugar mama. I'm dating you for the private plane rides and all that shit.
I really, really want to hook up with you. I've never met you before, but I think we'll have fun. So just send me $200 so I can drive over there.
I mean, I watched that Tinder swindler documentary, and I'm like, look, this is not the best guy in the world, but these women are also portraying themselves as like, yeah, I'm a successful single woman, and I have a career. Well, then if you're a bad bitch and you're so goddamn smart, how is this dumb Jewish guy just bilking you for hundreds of thousands of dollars in new Amex cards and everything? Oh, I swear I'll pay you back. Like, women, I don't know.
How does this happen with women?
I don't know what it is genetically, but this needing to come to the rescue of a bum,
well, it just
seems to be a big pattern for women. I need to rescue this bum, and then once I rescue the bum, he'll be mine forever and do whatever I say. I'm building myself the robo boyfriend. Here's the problem. That desperate sad sack you're with is more than likely 9 times out of 10 going to continue to be a desperate sad sack.
Because that's what's winning.
Yes. So when women fall for shit like that, but then they also go, and I just want my intelligence respected. No, you get to have one or the other. You get to fall for the Tinder swindler scheme, or you get to be respected as a strong, independent woman. Which one do you want? They should have done a documentary, and at the end, it should have been all the women who went, oh yeah, that guy DM'd me. I knew he was full of shit right away, and I told him to go fuck himself. I'm like, okay, that's a bad bitch. That's a good one. Not the ones who were like, and then he said that the diamond business is so dangerous that a bunch of Armenian assassins were going to slit his throat on his private jet, so I needed to send him $25,000 immediately.
Does someone really fall?
Yes,
Really?
he told them that his bank accounts were frozen because his enemies were after him, so he needed money. And these women would get Amex cards and max them out at like 25 grand and give it to him. Because he said he's going to give him the money back when his accounts aren't frozen anymore.
Hey, I got a freaking Nigerian prince I want you to talk to.
Yeah. Oh, he's really good. Hello. I hear that you are a victim of the Tinder swindler. Well, it just so happens that there is a princess who wants to give you some money. She comes with a toadstool and a crazy lizard dinosaur man. If you rescue them with a plumber's wrench, you will get $9 million. I only need your social security number and bank account and routing numbers. And then will we be able to yes. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. All right, I have taken $9 million out of your account. Why do you make that noise? It's Super Mario, you stupid bitch.
She does not want her identity revealed, but the woman tells me the conversations went on for nearly 5 months. She thought she
doesn't want to give away her identity, but she's alone a lot, white, and she masturbates a lot. You said white already.
met a military man stationed in Africa.
I even opened up a bank account.
When you were chatting with this man, though, did you think that he cared about you?
I did. Mm-hmm.
From Instagram to Google Hangout, where they then started to talk more and more. She says he started asking her for gift cards, and then it became a habit.
Wait, he was what for gift cards?
Are you saying that a professional newswoman shouldn't say that? Would you like to go back? Did you miss a part of that?
Yeah, I missed the part of that.
Okay, here you go.
Where they then started to talk more and more. She says he started asking her for gift cards.
He started asking her. Here's Johnny.
$20 Target. $25 Roblox. $50 Applebee's. Well, that one seems ridiculous.
If you love me, send me an Apple card.
It's always gift cards, too. The minute someone asks you for gift cards, understand that something's up, you fucking idiots. These people deserve to have their money taken from them. I don't feel bad for people who get scammed, especially old people. Get out of the fucking game, all right? Stop answering your phone. And when someone calls you from an unknown number and you don't know who they are, something might be up.
And then it became a habit. At what point did you think something wasn't right?
The whole time I knew something wasn't right.
Wait a minute. So why the fuck do we feel, he's scamming me. Here's my money.
That is a perfect, white woman thing, though, to say is I knew right away something wasn't right. I just kept giving him money anyway. Well, it sounds about right.
I knew right away you were a dumb bitch. I just had to wait for you to explain it.
What is Jay Glazer going to tell us about this?
Leading her to hire a cybersecurity expert to get down to the bottom of things.
Collectively, I was able to help her understand that the person that she was speaking with was, in fact, not really a real person that she wanted to speak with. It was.
So how'd you teach her that? Well,
they're not your friends.
They're not your friends. Get your fucking life together. Well, how'd you teach her that? Well, I just took a pipe wrench and I clocked her pretty good with it, and she got it after that. I mean, she learns fast.
Part of a scheme.
Cybersecurity experts like Len Gonzalez say individuals oftentimes work in groups and use the same basic scripts to target seniors. But in this case,
they use scripts to target seniors.
I
need to go back and hear that again.
Where
they use scripts to target seniors.
Is this like a freaking community college and you're doing a project? I feel like your heart's not in it.
Here's what I do. I usually go to the Walmart parking lot every Wednesday and I target seniors. They walk by, I go, Tark.
That reminds me, when I get done here, I have to go to Target.
I want to hear her say skirp and target seniors.
I got to pick up my prescriptions.
Individuals oftentimes work in groups and use the same basic scripts to target seniors.
They use skirps to target seniors. I don't know why that's so funny to me.
I don't know why that's so hard to pronounce.
They use
scripts to target seniors.
Target.
It's not like individuals oftentimes work in groups and use the same basic scripts to target seniors.
I have friends in Florida who have English as a second language, and I understand them better.
Use the same basic scripts to target seniors. But in this case, the victim was in her 30s.
Oftentimes people...
Oh, so she was really lonely and desperate.
But apparently nobody asked her age.
Cybersecurity expert looked in her closet, saw a bunch of gift cards. He went, what the fuck is this? And she went, I was just going to, you stop it right now. Take those back.
Don't understand basic security measures, how to identify this type of activity.
The FBI says since the pandemic hit, these online romance scams have
No. Don't you fucking dare let her off the hook that easy. Well, you see the pandemic. Oh, I'm sorry. Does sitting inside with the sniffles all of a sudden make you not realize that someone's full of shit?
Am I the only person who is like, yeah, it's a pandemic, but I still want to get my dick wet? I didn't want to go through a chat box.
Your bodies have to physically touch each other before any exchange of goods should change hands. There.
I'm not giving any money out unless I'm watching food go in your face. That means my dick will follow after.
I want my dick to smell like that hummus platter by the time I go to bed. Thank you very much.
More prevalent. They say in 2021, victims in the U.S. lost nearly $1 billion.
Good.
Think that it is something until you learn most of the time it's not.
We're fucking finished.
Dude.
Most of the time it's something until you learn it's not. Well, thank you, Yogi Berra. Hey, could you cut this pizza in 4 slices? I'm not hungry enough to eat 6. Oh, God. This is why I believe all scammers should be allowed to keep the money, and all the people who lose it should never be insured or get their money back ever again. I got to hear that again.
That it is something until you learn most of the time it's not. So.
You see, most of the time it's something.
I can't believe that this woman got had.
I really can't believe that this woman was taken advantage of and tricked this way. I mean, this guy must have given her a hell of a story.
I mean, how did someone beat this Machiavellian intelligence?
It was really when we finally met in person, and I had to give him $2,500 to get my nose back. Like, what? Well, yeah, he took 2 fingers and he ripped my nose off. He showed it to me. He said, I've got your nose. And then when I gave him $2,500, he popped my nose right back on.
You can't even tell it was ever separated.
It's amazing.
The guy does great work, you know?
You just think that it is something until you learn most of the time it's not. So.
I also learned that a penny saved is a penny earned, and a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
That was her nodding, and she's thinking in her head, oh, you're a dumb bitch.
Oh, man, I'm going to target you next. I'm going to flip the skirt on you. Never send money to anyone you've only talked with online. Durr. Never send money to anyone you've only talked with by phone. Durr. Research a person's photo and profile online. Now, this is kind of like putting warning labels on clearly poisonous objects. I want to remove them so we can take care of this problem. Don't tell these people how to avoid scams. If you don't know how to avoid scams, I need you penniless. Because we're misallocating funds that could be better used in the economy by somebody else.
Yeah, but I don't know. Where does the money go if the scammers get it? Does it stay in the economy?
What if they invest? What if they invest in some company that like changes the world? Honestly, they got a better chance of doing it than
cancer if I hadn't robbed your grandma.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what you can be on the lookout for so you won't fall victim of this growing crime. According to the FBI, never send money to anyone you have only talked with online or about.
Don't be a lonely single woman in her 30s.
And if you are, call me. I can take your money.
By phone. You should also research a person's photo and profile using online searches. And if you suspect an online relationship is a scam, stop all contact immediately and file a complaint through your local FBI agency.
And also start masturbating feverishly because it's fucking over for you.
All right, why is a part of your leg censored? I feel like you should have worn a longer skirt.
Well, no, she was just following the skirt. What the? How the fuck did she say script?
Skipped?
Skirped? Or something like that?
Yeah.
Oh, man. No, Brown Candy, she wasn't talking about scrimps. I understand that it can be difficult to understand.
Sometimes when you cook, you need to get some scrimps.
Todd Pemper says she just donated to his YouTube channel. Oh, yeah, there you go. She gave him a super chat. Tim P says he was the best nose surgeon in the world. Oh. Adam the 16 Ann says, flip the skirt. For real. Oh, for shizzle. Oh,
and then she comes out and she's like, woo, woo.
She was all like, hooty hoo. Thank you, Matthew Jenkins, for the $35 super chat. Puts us at 210 for today's goal. Thank you very much. We're knocking that thing down here. Also got to throw another thank you out. This time to, hold on, got the refresh going here, and then we'll get back into the chat for a moment. Johnny with $6, and in the comment says $5. Well, you know, I mean,
that's just math.
Tomato. Thank you, buddy. 2:05 away from overtime today. There you go. There's all the PayPal and Streamlabs information. The links are right there in the chat. Thank you, guys. Shout out and Tired says Johnny's legs got to be tired from carrying this show. Oh, but you know what? My back feels wonderful. I do have to tell you.
I get paid for it.
Mark Atkinson says, has the FBI ever actually caught any of these people? I mean, define caught. All right, fine. Answer, no. Coach Kevin says, don't send money to people you only know online. Aaron, your business model is in trouble. No, we're friends. It's an entertainment thing. It's like HBO Max.
This is a back and forth. I mean,
yes, this is a back and forth. And besides, we're not lying to you. We're only going to use the money to keep this piddly-ass little show on the air. There.
And we're only asking for it for the stuff we've done. We're not promising anything.
Right. Look, current investment is not indicative of future results. I have to be honest with you. Thank you guys very much. We did hit that, the 200, 205, but we're pretty much at the 200 mark at 8 o'clock here.
So there we go.
Get it under 100 by 9 o'clock, and I think we're setting a pretty good pace today. Thank you, everybody. Again, there's all the links.
And we want that overtime.
Yes. Oh, and Dario Delfino says, and the chemo treatments for your friend, of course. Well, yeah, beloved Chada is who needed that money. Let's learn a little bit about this Michigan State thing. I don't want to spend too much time on it because between the Asian guy and now this scam story and the trans lady with the periods,
we've had fun.
We're having a lot of fun this morning, and we do have Opie and Chad coming up in overtime, so it is going to be a very fun show. But I do want to I really haven't leaned in to what's going on with this Michigan State shooting. The suspect last night that killed 3 people and wounded 5 others was found dead last night. Police say he shot himself. The shelter-in-place advisory was lifted, the whole deal. Authorities said there are several crime scenes being processed by local and federal law enforcement. The identity of the suspect is yet to have been determined. Police said he was a 43-year-old man with no known connection with Michigan State University. A motive is unknown. All campus activities are canceled for 48 hours, including athletics, classes, and all campus-related activities. The Spartans were expected to host Minnesota Wednesday for basketball, but the game has been canceled. Students and staff are urged not to go to campus on Tuesday. Man, it's kind of nice. You know, I'm a big Gopher basketball fan. And it's really nice to know that this guy saved us an ass whooping. I mean, I'm upset about the loss of life. He shouldn't have shot those people. That was not very nice.
Look, are people dead? Yes, but our score has...
Right. Look, he may have shot others, but he did stop the bleeding for the U of M men's basketball team. We are having a terrible season.
Lives were lost, but our season wasn't murdered.
Exactly. Brian says it was a black dude. Yeah, anytime they don't have a description right away, you kind of start to think, okay, well, the media would move heaven and earth to let you know who this was if it was, a guy named Brad Wilson. I feel like by the time we woke up this morning, his face would have been all over the news. We would have had a manifesto, and we would have known about all his relatives and what kind of childhood he had.
Netflix would already be buying the rights to the documentary biopic.
Yeah. Now they're just like, hey, he's 40-something-ish.
He's a person. We don't understand motives. What are those?
No. And you guys, you're so obsessed with the identity of the shooter. Can't we just focus more on...
All right, well, can you give us any sort of description? Like, what ethnicity? Why would we care about race?
Yeah, why are you guys so obsessed with it?
Race doesn't matter.
Race, racity, race. We should all be colorblind.
I don't see race. I just saw dead people.
Brad Wilson was Lana Lang's baby daddy in Superman 3. He gets sloshed with Pryor. Oh, thank you, Dario Delfino. Your autism is yielding results for us. Nicki Minaj writing in the chat, weed is gay.
I'll go fuck yourself.
Oh, show, like the video, subscribe to the channel. I don't feel like you're going to be around very long. Riz Digga says, as a weed smoker, calling yourself Nicki Minaj and not being Nicki Minaj is gay. Both of those things can be true. A lot of people feeling that way these days. Mad Joe writes, if you give money, expect nothing back unless you're buying something. And if you're buying something from someone, they don't have to be your friend. Right. If I didn't have autism, I'd be SC. Oh, what was he trying to write? Skirped? He'd be skirped if that wasn't the case.
Let me tell you, Skip.
Listen, Skip. I've been to Michigan State, Skip. And I can tell you right now that this is a tragedy, Skip. All right? This is a tragedy of the highest magnitude. Okay? And Skip. I don't want to talk about where it ranks all time with the all-time biggest college shooting. Skip, that's not what we're here to do. We're here to talk about the tragedy that is this shooting, Skip, and whether or not the Michigan State Spartans should be playing basketball tomorrow. Skip, you know they should play the game. Now I used to really like talking like Stephen A. Smith. Now I just want to talk like Shannon Sharp all day. Listen, Skip, you know as well as I do, Skip, that this basketball game is important.
Skip,
it's important,
flip the Skip.
That's right, Skip. We got this shooting going on right now. It's a terrible thing. It's a tragedy, Skip. You know that. I know that. But this basketball game was going to flip the skirt on the entire thing, Skip. That's why you got to have these games, Skip, is to make sure that things get back to normal, Skip. You know that as well as I do. Skip. Now, 1, 2, Skip to Malou. Oh, man. Hyperdermic says, I don't catch many morning shows, but damn, April looks rough before she puts on her makeup.
I know.
I get it.
It's tough being a beard.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know that when she had her makeup off, she got so honest also. That's a bit of a bummer. All right, let's get into the 7 o'clock hour stories here. Midland Armory in downtown Foley, midlandarmory.com. Of course, our friends at Midland Armory have a great selection of firearms, optics, knives, tactical gear, and so much more. Do your ordering at midlandarmory.com. That's midlandarmory.com for our friends at Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Use the promo code SteelToe, and you'll get a nice little discount. Also, All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. If you go in the ditch, you get in an accident here in central Minnesota, nobody quicker than All Care Towing. That's All Care Towing at 320-253-5203. And Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville. Great place to go this weekend. Live music, great place to party. The best Bloody Marys there are. I don't know, maybe he'll turn on the XFL games for you at Stoney's. That is Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. Oh, man, I am dry.
Parched.
Yeah. D. Gouleg says, I'm checking out the subreddit to the show. It's pretty lame. Yeah, it is. It's pretty bad. But they're having fun, you know? They're having fun over there, just monitoring the show and whatnot. And
just sitting in the tub, farting, laughing your ass off.
Like a moron. To be moronical. Like the dumbest motherfucker who ever lived. There you go. That should be the channel trailer for the Steel Toe Hater subreddit. It's just to be a moron. To be moronical. To be the dumbest motherfucker who ever lived. Jack. Stupid ass Jack. You was farting in the bathtub and laughing your ass off. The chemical spill that's Chernobyling Ohio is causing woke Zoomers to take the red pill. Yeah, no. Look, I understand that when it comes to Citizen M says, heads up, never start a Reddit sub, ironically. Yeah, don't try to be, look, Citizen M, we're not going to fix these people. I don't even think it's worth delving into. Just, again, they seem like they're having a blast. Like Johnny said, they're farting in the bathtub. They're
Just
laughing
let them
their
have
ass
a
off.
good time.
Let them have a good time. And then every time we bring them up, they'll go, well, look, he's coping. Yes.
Right.
We're calling you retarded and saying that you're doing the equivalent of farting in a bathtub.
We're
You're
coping
right.
so hard.
We're having a really hard time with it, guys. I hope you hit the goal.
Skirpto.
Crusher calling us Skirpto. Oh, no. All right.
You check the Skirpto, Skip.
Skip. He has a show on YouTube, Skip.
I've been stuck. You played
And
that montage.
They was reading racism, Skip. and it was called the Steel Toe, Skip. I don't like those guys. Skip, it's important that we don't let that kind of shit fester in this country, Skip. I know, I kind of turned into Cedric the Entertainer from Barbershop.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
Now, the thing is, you need to know, Skip, is that ain't there nothing about no Kansas City Chiefs, nothing about no Atlanta Brave, no Washington Redskins, nothing like that, Skip. He's Eddie from fucking Barbershop now. Now, the thing you got to know, Skip, is that Rosa Parks ain't do nothing but sit her black ass down. That's what you need to know, Skip. Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, all of them, they dead, Skip. And Rosa Parks ain't do nothing but sit her black ass down. OJ did it, Skip. I want fucking Eddie. Underrated character in movie history. Eddie from the Barbershop movies. Because that racist black guy exists in every fucking neighborhood. That is one of the realest human beings in movie history. Is Cedric the Entertainer in Barbershop. And by the way, I will sit down and enjoy all 3 of the Barbershop movies.
Only seen the first one.
Oh, man. Second one's good. Third one's a little less than. But I think Common tries to fuck Nicki Minaj, so that's kind of fun to check out. You know? Common trying to get some pussy. I'll watch it. But let me tell you something right now, Skip. I'm going to tell you one thing only. That Super Bowl was fixed. You can't tell me that Super Bowl wasn't fixed, Skip. They called that holding penalty because they wanted Patrick Mahomes to get that Super Bowl because he's a half-breed, Skip. Jesus, Eddie, that is not okay to say.
I was waiting to see when you did the turn. I didn't expect Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, man. Well, at any rate, I think we've gone off the beaten path here.
Yeah, just a touch.
All right. Sorry, guys.
We were talking about some person who's coming to terms with life. What?
Anyway, so this Ohio thing. This winter there's a derailment. Fish dead in Ohio. So they leaked vinyl chloride into the air, and then the authorities there thought it would be brilliant to just set it all on fire and release it all at once.
Yeah.
And now fish are turning up dead. Chickens are turning up dead. They've evacuated the city for miles around. People are coughing and tearing up. What's funny about this, April and I were watching the coverage of this last night, and they were saying people are going outside, and they're reporting that they're tearing up, and they smell a weird smell in the air from miles and miles around. And the authorities are telling them that they're not dangerous. The fumes that they're breathing in are not bad for them. But everyone should stay inside and not go anywhere. Now, wait. Now, hold on a tick.
Sounds a bit contradictory.
If the fumes are fine and they're not actually dangerous to you, why are you strongly suggesting that I stay inside? Those two things don't seem to be jiving. Tim P says, what is this chemical used for normally? It's usually used for like PVC piping and things like that. They make car parts out of it, PVC pipe. It's vinyl chloride. It's terrible. It's really bad for you. It can cause cancer. People are saying Ohio derailment equals Chad Zumock. Oh, poor Chad. Guys, come on. He's got a new show called Kumia's Cucks. Watch it if you hate laughing. If you have a condition where you cannot stop laughing, watch all of Chad Zumock's broadcasting.
It will turn it off immediately.
It'll fix you right away. Yeah, this is not good. And I guess a bunch of Zoomers on TikTok, like young people are starting to see it, and they're like, oh, man, the government's covering this up. This is crazy. And then stupid Jack Posobiec and like conservatives on the internet are like, yeah, this is going to be the moment that 19 and 20-year-olds are red-pilled. No, it's not. Nobody watches these things and connects the dots. Like, nobody goes, oh, Ohio derailment, they're covering that up. Well, what else would the government cover up? Do they hide the official story on everything? I mean, look, their stories changed on COVID 900 times. I wonder if maybe there was something going on. No, they don't do that. They see it one time and they go, wow, that's crazy. They see a government cover-up and they go, wow, this must be one of those rare times where the government dropped the ball.
Thank God I'm here to expose this really weird rarity that never happens.
Yeah. I love when this is why we always say on this show, picking sides is so stupid politically. Because then you spend most of your time not even arguing what you believe in. You spend your time defending your side or attacking the other side. it becomes this really stupid video game you're playing.
And then you're willing to betray your own values to defend your side because now
Right.
you got to.
Like, conservatives love cancel culture. As long as they can cancel somebody they don't like or ban a word or ban a comedian. Like, they want to
just don't like it how much they've been on the receiving end.
Right, exactly. See, like me, I don't like cancel culture, period. I don't think Roseanne should have been fired from her show. I don't think Kathy Griffin should have been canceled from all her shit. I actually believe in it.
I just think both of those broads are horribly unfunny.
I think Jack Posobiec is a shithead. I think he's a dummy who attracts very low IQ people. And while a bunch of Gen Z people may go, wow, this Ohio thing is crazy. First of all, you'd have to be a vegetable not to think it's crazy. That doesn't mean you're turning red-pilled. Let's check it out. Let's see the video that Jack Posobiec put up that he thought was made a former Zoomer go wide awake. Now, first of all, the motherfucker's got green hair and a septum piercing. I don't care if this does turn him red-pilled. You don't want this on your side.
I don't think it's him.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm just saying.
That's a chick?
Mm-hmm.
You really can't tell anymore, can you? Oof. Could they tell me what the interest rate is? No, I sorry to tickle.
Oh, I thought you meant on the piercings.
I had tickle in my throat.
I see so many people talking about the train derailment at East Palestine, Ohio.
It's Palestine.
And all I'm going to ask is that if
Israel
you do
stops.
this, you get your facts right. I literally grew up right down the road from East Palestine.
Well, then you clearly know everything about vinyl chloride.
And the Middle Eastern relationships.
My old childhood best friend lives in the fucking town. My current...
Oh, well, now I'm going to take it seriously. I mean, you didn't tell me that this person had really good friends there. Well, shit, now it's serious.
Best friend literally lives right next to the town.
Yeah, go ahead.
It is so much worse than what the media is telling any of us. I'm getting reports from people that are down there right now that they're literally seeing schools of fish floating down streams, rivers, fucking dead. I got a video from my friend.
Okay, I know you guys are like, wow, this kid's finally realizing that it's a cover. Again, they're not going to connect it to like medicine. They're not going to connect it to public health. They're not going to connect it to anything else. They're just going to go, oh, this is a wild cover-up that they did this one time.
Again, yeah, like you said, that's happening. This person isn't going to go, oh, hey, so what the government is telling is so much worse than what they're telling us. Nobody's sitting there behind them going, duh.
Yeah.
That's like case in point. Welcome to the world, ass. This is a shock to this person. So,
right. Well, not only that, it's like, stop. Republicans have to stop doing this thing where they think young people are about to turn any minute now. No. Young people belong to the idealists who don't make any sense. That's who they gravitate towards. They get older, they just kind of naturally turn. Stop thinking that there's going to be this day where the younger generation is going to side with the conservative squares. They're never going to. You're always going to have a slight percentage of them, but most of them are going to go, yeah, free college for me, and you just tax rich people more, and like, it's just...
Why can't you just give me everything I want? You have stuff.
Okay? And she's like walking, dude. It's all fucking dead. All fucking dead. And on the top of the water is a really pretty chemical rainbow sheen.
Oh, that's nice. I like colors.
So what you're saying is that the flag has no problem representing its gay pride.
Yes, it's a very proud one. Yeah, see now, and then like even not the B is like, oh yeah, they're taking the red pill and they're this and that, and you know, oh, are you ready? These Gen Z, they're gonna break the matrix. No, they're not. They said that about my generation. When like George W. Bush, like after 9/11, they're like, oh yeah, there's gonna be all these millennial children who are gonna grow up in the post 9/11 world, and they're gonna be Republican. And
Staunchly Republican.
They elected Barack Obama. Like I'm sorry, it's just I've seen it too many times, guys.
The chemicals.
Let's fast forward a little because this person's obnoxious. I don't want these people on any side that I might be close to.
Meaning all of the fucking firefighters that were working get no food, have nothing to help them.
Oh, she's
nothing.
talking about FEMA
Okay,
and them
all the
not being
people that
here.
were displaced have no food, water, a place to stay. None of that shit. It is so much worse than what they're telling you. And TikTok probably won't even let me post this video. But if this video gets posted, please save it and repost it everywhere you fucking can. Because I'm telling y'all, they are...
Could you have done your hair first? I mean... showered, put on something nice. I mean, that's the hardest part about, like, to take people seriously when they start waking up and shit, is they film videos like this, and you're like, oh, you look like a crazy person.
And it doesn't really help that, like, I get it. You're coming onto my side, like, hey, they're covering this up and not telling you the truth. But yeah, I'm really sad you didn't figure that out before now. Like, just,
It is one of those things, like Patrice O'Neal used to say on Opie and Anthony. He's like, I watch Alex Jones, he would say. He goes, but the problem with Alex is, like, he'll tell you 2 + 2 = 4, but he's shoving marbles up his ass while he's doing it. Like, this person will tell you, like, oh, it's way worse than what they're telling you, but you're looking at him and, like, this is the physical embodiment of shoving marbles up your ass.
Yeah, you're way too high strung here.
Yeah. It's like when that Occupy Wall Street shit was going on, like, the government and the banks are too close together, man. And they were right, but they were all dressed in fucking bear costumes and, like, looking like lizards, and they had piercings all over their face.
What was that movement called again?
Occupy Wall Street?
Yeah, that wasn't really what you said.
What did I say?
You said Occupy Wall Street.
Oh. Well, thanks for flipping the script on me.
It's what I do, Skip.
Listen, Skip, the script says that we got to target these young kids, Skip. And I know that the young kid now ain't gonna know nothing about no trains. They ain't gonna know about no love train, no peace train, no crazy train. They gonna know about the train derailment, and they got that vinyl chloride up in the sky, poisoning your lung, giving you cancer.
Covering this shit up.
Who made the vinyl chloride? White people.
Who owned the slave ships, though? Jesus, Eddie.
Covering this shit up because they don't want to get out how bad it actually was. This was not good. This was the worst
Hot take. The train derailment in Ohio, not good.
Burning hazardous chemicals, adding to them to the air. Bad.
You sounded a little bit like Dana Carvey doing George H.W. Bush there. Burning chemicals, lighting them into the air. Bad.
1,000 points of light.
Vinyl chloride being put into the drinking water. Not good.
I'm going to tell you right now, though. No new taxes.
I mean, we were there. We saw it. There could have been an explosion. And I said, not going to happen. I said, you light it on fire. The vinyl chloride goes into the air. Bad. Scary.
Fucking thing that's happened probably in the past 8 years.
Put your eyebrows down.
That entire town is basically unlivable now because of the fucking chemicals.
First of all, it was East Palestine, Ohio. It was pretty unlivable to begin with.
You said state wrong.
The only non-tragedy of this train derailment is that at least it happened in Ohio, and there wasn't much left to destroy.
We didn't lose much.
Right. The crushed soul of the American spirit lives there.
Lives. Yeah. Pretty sure it's the dead horse we've been beating.
And they're lying, telling civilians that it's safe, knowing damn well because I took chemistry and I know chemicals and I have this.
And you've got them in your hair. You know what the fuck you're talking about.
Because I am a druggie and I take chemicals.
Awesome fucking supercomputer in my hand. The side effects from breathing in those chemicals, they're covering shit up. They're covering shit up. They're covering shit up.
All right. Now do COVID. By the way, Ryan Katsu Rivera looks terrible. I don't know. He must just be having a bad couple of days. That's all. Yeah, I'm sorry to be all black-pilled on you here, guys. I just don't see this day coming where, like, young people are, oh, man, I'm finally waking up and I'm based as shit. No, they're going to notice it in this instance here. And then after that, they're going to go back to, all right, I think we can believe these people.
No, they wouldn't lie to us.
Yeah. Forrest says vinyl chloride becomes HCl and CO2 after combustion. Burning was the right call, even though that's also bad. Yeah, and also they said if it would have blown up, it would have sent shrapnel for miles. Like, you just would have had metal flying through the air, cutting off. You think your chickens were dead from the chemicals. Wait until they catch like a hunk of a fucking oil tanker right through the head. Poor little animals. 205 away from today's goal. Guys, let's see if we can get in the 100 area before 9 o'clock today. We got about an hour and a half before we rattle the cans. 205 away from today's goal. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal. If you'd like to contribute to the show, we really do appreciate that. Oh, 262 thumbs up as well.
Beautiful.
Guys, let's do this. Let's get to 300. Before we go to our next story here, which we got a lot of good stuff coming up today still. Again, if we hit overtime, Opie, Chad, melded together, meshed together for overtime. 262 likes. Everybody take a second right now. Hit the thumbs up button. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't done that already because we're pushing 9,000. I think we're going to be at 10 before March is over. Go ahead and hit like, and then you guys in the chat, the really committed ones, go ahead and keep me updated on the like counter. Let's see if we can get to 300 before we go to our next story here. Also, about 30 subs away from 9,000. Very, very cool. All right, 280 already? Oh, shit. Keep hitting refresh. Keep hitting the like button. Let's see where it goes to. 280, so 20 away from 300. And then by the end of today's show, we'll get up to 400. And thank you to everybody over on Rumble today as well. Couple hundred people on Rumble.
Thank you.
500 or 600 on YouTube. You're talking about 800-900 people watching Steel Toe at a time. That
Beautiful.
suspension ended up growing our audience bigger than anything else. Thanks, everybody. All right, where are we at? We were at 280. Oh, we're at 290. All right, there we go. 10 more thumbs up and we're at 300. What do you say? Hit that thumbs up button. Don't be stingy with it. Perfect. Happy Days says, I'm glad the young twats are learning something about life. See, that's a lot of the reason they also probably won't go to your side. When they start going to your side,
You call them young twats.
you start calling them young twats.
But in his defense,
they are young twats.
she's a twat.
Ginormous Uber driver says, thumbs up, grifters. Yes, no, we're not grifters. We're e-beggars. Get it right. We rattle a little tin can, we have a little black guy dance, and we collect money to do our show, Ginormous Uber driver.
So
Come
wait,
on.
we're profiting off the backs of a black man?
It's the American way.
Well, at least the...
Yeah. Right. So, Ginormous Uber driver, you got to get it right. Grifting equals lying. We're very honest e-beggars.
Yeah.
Totally different.
We're just dirty pieces of shit telling jokes on the internet going,
Yeah.
hey, how about a few bucks, for the effort?
You gonna throw something in the can? Come on. I'll say something funny and then you throw a couple bucks in there.
You part with maybe a shekel?
Ginormous Uber driver with a laughing face emoji says, I can respect that. And that's how this show gains fans.
That's what you call an honest exchange.
When you're honest, people will respect it, even if they came in here to shit on you. Brian says, Steel Toe on track to break 9K subs within the next week. Congrats. Fuck that. I want to break it today. And thanks for getting us to 300 likes. Appreciate that.
Beautiful.
Coach Kevin says, okay, Mr. Internet Guy, you've convinced me you care. Where should I send those gift cards you need? Oh, Streamlabs and PayPal. Or Super Chats. Perfect.
I was just going to say Johnny.
Oh, I see. Veldrain says, if I unsub and then sub again, does that count as a sub for the third? No, of course not. Of course it doesn't. And you know this, man. Oh, April, if you got something hot you can give me to drink, that would be appreciated. My voice.
I'm going to go start my car. That's
My voice is taking a deep shit right about now. There they are. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to drop a Halls, and then we're going to talk about a sex teacher. That's right. We got another sex teacher, this time in Florida. Couldn't keep his hands off the 15-year-old. This time it was a male teacher. Yeah, see? Everybody always waits on the sex teacher stories. They're like, oh, man, a sex teacher? Shit. I don't know if I'm supposed to hate them or love them. I'm not sure. It was a 31-year-old female who fucked a 17-year-old male. Oh, get it, son. Attaboy. There you go. Woo! It was a 35-year-old, 40-year-old chemistry teacher having sex with a 15-year-old girl. Let's string him up by his dick and rip off his balls with a dog's mouth. Whoa. Let's see what happened here in Florida. A teacher and coach at a Volusia County High School was arrested after police said he had sexual contact with a 15-year-old student. We're like one lawsuit away from only the coaches only being able to be the gender of the team they're coaching. Like you're not going to allow got male coaches in softball or female coaches in boys basketball, as if they ever would. But it's just going to be, that's what always happens in schools. It's going to be one lawsuit, and then they're like, look, we got to change everything. We don't want to go through this shit again. There's a school in New Hampshire where the students are all pissed off now because they blocked off all the urinals. And the reason they blocked off all the urinals is because the school board's trying to get them all to like be, you have to go to the bathroom in the gender you were born as, not the one you identify as. And then a bunch of kids were all pissy about it. No pun intended. So then the school went, all right, we'll just block off the urinals. Basically what the school did is went, we can't be mature enough to just go to the bathroom that our genitals require. So now we're just going to take the toy away. No more urinals. They're all just, what do you call it? Unisex bathrooms now. Let's go ahead and hit play and I'll give my voice a rest. Sorry, guys.
News since 4:30 now. Some students say they're not surprised by the arrest of a former teacher and high school football coach.
Wait a minute.
They're not surprised?
That's the first thing I caught, too, as I was like, why? He was always finger popping broads after practice. None of you thought to tell us anything about this? Well, bro, I'm not going to ruin it. She seemed like she was enjoying herself, and everybody knows Kayla was a slut. No, wait a minute.
Well, they're called cheerleaders for a reason.
42-year-old Aaron Hankard is accused of having a
looks
relationship
like a country
with a
like musician photo. Like I picture you could see that on like a.
He looks like a douche.
Yeah, like I said, country musician photo.
Yeah, I think the thing the parents should be most upset about is that she fucked such a loser. A school teacher, honey. Do you know how little money they make?
I just gotta say too. I don't know. I feel like as a guy, if you're a school teacher. You're aiming for them 15-year-old chicks. Like, I mean, how hard do you got to say, I just can't really make it work with people my own age.
Right.
I need them to be young and dumb so I can trick them into allowing my penis inside.
Year-old girl. Hankard worked at Atlantic High School in Port Orange. News 6's Molly Reed found out this is not the first time he's faced allegations.
Uh-oh. He's a serial finger popper.
He was just trying to get under that skirt, Skip.
Now, here's the deal with all these teachers. You know that these teachers is in there fingering the girl because they're dressing like Beyonce and they're dressing like all these celebrities, and you know that the teachers is finger fucking them and putting their wiener in them. I don't think Eddie would say wiener.
All right, sir, are you Aaron Hankard?
Yes.
42-year-old Aaron Hankard officially resigned from his job at Atlantic High School this morning. And by this afternoon...
I'm sure they really had to twist his arm.
All right, that's it. I officially resigned. Thank God.
That's it. I always said when it stopped being fun to come to work to get pussy, I would leave. And damn it, it's not fun anymore. So you won't have old Aaron Tankard to kick around.
He was facing a Volusia County judge in jail.
He is traveling to meet a minor by an authority figure.
Hankard, the former PE teacher and football coach, is accused of having a relationship with a 15-year-old student.
Were you not to have any contact with the alleged victim in the case, initially? You know who I'm referring to?
Your Honor, does this mean I have to delete my Snapchat? Because those tit pics are rocking. No, wait a minute, Your Honor. The pictures I have of her tits and pussy already. Can I keep... Sir, are you saying that you possess pictures from an underage child? And the lawyer's like, shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
It's called a spank bank, Your Honor. Quite frankly, I feel like you should know.
I don't... That is the worst client I've ever had.
The Port Orange police report shows last week the victim's mother went to police after reading her daughter's journal, which detailed the relationship. Investigators say
she's just writing about his dick in a journal? I feel like you should have to have some kind of like naming rights negotiated. You can't just talk about my dick when I'm not around.
I didn't sign off on that.
Oh, man.
I didn't give you permission to use my likeness.
How about this? Who's keeping a journal anymore? What do? Fuck the last nerd alive? Ugh.
Sometimes that could be hot, though. Like the glasses and the little mousy face thing. Like,
she's 15, you fucking creep.
Starting in early January, the two met in Hankard's portable and the gym storage closet on multiple occasions. It says they would kiss and touch each other and regularly message each other on Instagram, with Hankard sending nude videos. At one point...
Oh, yuck. Women don't want nude pictures of men. Women don't want pictures of dicks. I mean, unless you're a giant whore. Dicks are utilitarian. Guys would love to see your pussy. They'd love to see your tits. They'd love to see your ass. It's all great. It's all very voluptuous and nice. Nobody wants to see a fucking dick pic. Ugh.
In January, the victim told police she was even questioned by school administrators after other students became suspicious, but she denied the allegations. Hankard is now facing 4 charges in this.
She's talking to the school. They're like, there's allegations that you've been hooking up with Mr. Tankard. Is that true? She's like, why, do I have something on my chin? What? No, nothing. Never mind. No, we're not fucking.
This case. Now, before he was a teacher here at Atlantic High School, he was a teacher at Mainland High School in Daytona Beach. And the reports show that the police were contacted about him at least twice when he was there, too.
Twice? So this dude's just got, like, at
They're
what
Catholic
point,
Church in it.
At what point do we just go, all right, so this guy's kind of, a predator?
Now. I think we do it now. I think they decided now.
Could we have done it before now, though?
Because it could have been the school last time, Could have just been a weird, horny school. They moved him to a less horny school, and he still did it. Clearly, he's the problem.
Because they put all these ultraviolet fucklight bulbs in here.
Reported him to Daytona Beach police for touching them inappropriately. In one of the cases, no criminal action was taken, and in the other, the case was closed.
It was just like, wow, finally something's being done.
Jennifer Von Heim was one of more than a dozen former students of Hankard's to take to the comments on Port Orange Police's Facebook post about his arrest. She says she reported his behavior to administrators about 10 years ago when.
They're going to have some explaining to do.
There might be a lawsuit coming.
Yeah. Like I said, you got to be careful. If there's any allegations of like inappropriate touching or anything, at the very least, you got to put them on paid leave, investigate the thing. If the kid's lying, we'll give you everything back. You're good. But if not, we got to get you the fuck out of here.
More importantly, if you're this guy and you've learned that you aren't pulling this off very well, sorry about the pun. You're pulling this off very well.
It's not a skirt.
Gotta get into that skirt, Skip.
Skip.
But yeah, if you're not pulling this off, maybe stop doing. Like, I feel like you're gonna get caught. Like, you almost get caught. You almost get caught again. Maybe just don't do it anymore.
Can't keep his hands off 15-year-old ass.
She was his student, but he stayed on the job.
Making us feel uncomfortable, making us sit at like desks right in front of his, right next to his.
News 6 has.
Wearing short gym shorts and then uncrossing his legs and spreading and one of his balls popping out the leg. He was being very subtle, but we thought it was creepy.
You'd hear this sound like wet lunch meat hitting a cold, hard floor. It was just his dick.
Requested Hankard's personnel file from the school district, but has not received it yet.
Dude, Crowder's in rough shape.
Now it makes sense, man.
Oh, I got caught fucking a 15-year-old.
Hey, but at least this time it was a chick.
He's looking at his lawyer right now. I should have taken that $50 million from Daily Wire.
Should have never stepped outside of my team.
Do you think I can make a Kiss parody song about this?
You know what everyone will love in prison? Change my mind bits.
Sodomizing your cellmate is gay. Change my mind.
Oh.
Taking yard is for the blacks. Change my mind.
Your daughter loved it. Change my mind.
Oh, man. Oh, getting shanked by the Black Panthers is how this ends for me. Change my mind.
What do you mean I can't wear my gun in prison? Seems like a good place.
What are you, a bunch of leftists?
In Port Orange, Volusia County, I'm Molly Reed getting results, News 6.
Now, Port Orange police are asking anyone with information or concerns about Hankard to give them a call. We've posted the number.
I think it's pretty much done now.
I feel like you're not going to get anything helpful.
Yeah, time to call about concerns is over with. I mean, the kids were trying to tell you about their concerns, and you told them to shut the fuck up and go back to class, and you sent them to another school. I mean,
yeah, I feel like earlier we discussed how bringing it to your attention was the problem.
Yeah. John Rio says, going Nazi will keep me safe in prison. Change my mind. He does look. I can't believe it took me that long to realize that guy totally does look like Crowder. Oh,
well,
shit.
I mean, you said it right away. He looked like a douche.
That's true. I did say he looked like a douche right away. Oh, thank you to April for grabbing me some tea. I can now burn a little hole in my throat.
Okay.
There we go. It doesn't taste half bad.
That's why you got to start spitting.
What?
Swallowing. That's where it gets you.
Oh, that is.
All the jizz gets stuck in the
I always
throat.
thought it was a good throat coat.
Nope.
That's my fault. All right, guys. 2:05 away from this morning's goal. Excuse me.
Well, it is a good throat coat. I mean, it coats your whole throat. That's why I always suck a dick before eating spicy food.
205 away from today's goal. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal. We started at 250 today, so we haven't gotten very far, but I think we can still knock this out. We've got Opie and, not Crowder,
Zumock.
Opie and Zumock coverage coming in the overtime today if we hit it. So 205 away from this morning's goal. If you'd like to contribute, there is the Streamlabs and PayPal. Thank you guys very much. I want to do this homeless person story, but I want to do a really good job with it.
So you got to pee.
I'm going to pee. You're going to talk to them about your show and
Yeah.
what you got coming up. Have a little fun with the chat.
Indeed.
Let's keep hitting that like button and everything else. And then we're going to talk about homeless people.
There you go. All right, so 205 away from the goal. If we can clear that out, it'll be awesome. I really want to do that Zumock stuff. I've got coming up on my show, I'm still rearranging my studio. That's what I was doing all weekend. The egg chair Humpty has returned. I have restored, repaired, and now really rearranged my whole life around an egg chair in my studio. So you can catch me on YouTube and on Twitch. We start at 2. It's kind of the same thing as this show. We talk about different stuff. We goof around. We have fun. Everybody makes fun of me because that's fun. You get different sound drops and audio clips to play. Some of it's for free, using channel points and stuff. It's not all about having money or anything. So it's a good time. And we're growing the Rumble. We're like 5 or 6 subscribers away from going live on Rumble. And when that happens, we're bringing on a Sunday-only show exclusive to Rumble. If you moved the Gundams, then I'm unsubscribing. Well, technically, I didn't move the Gundams. I moved the whole studio. The Gundams are still where they were before. They're just not on screen.
Oh, boy. All right. I got my drain going on from Super Bowl Sunday. I'm sorry.
No money means not well. What the fuck are you talking about? Half the interactions is channel points, man.
Thank you very much to Camo Girl with $5 and even $200 away from knocking it out today and doing overtime. Thank you very, very much. And thank you to everybody who's watching us on any platform they can, whether it's YouTube, Rumble, whatever. We thank you for that. No matter what you're doing, hit the thumbs up button and subscribe to the channel. Let's see if we're any closer. This could be a letdown. Let's see if we're any closer to hitting that 9,000 number. 30 away. 30 away from 9,000. We're going to get there very, very soon. All right. Wouldn't you know it? We have another story about, this is New Mexico this time.
New Mexico.
We have another story about homeless people. And wouldn't you know it, they're causing problems.
When does that ever happen?
The Albuquerque, New Mexico has allowed homeless people to kind of just, camp out, do their thing, whatever it is. And surprise, surprise, it's not going well, not only for the living, but for the dead. They're even fucking
We're getting
things up.
complaints from corpses. What are you guys doing?
Homeless people have even now started screwing things up for the people who don't even have to be alive and walking around for their horse shit anymore. Let's check this out.
Memorial Park, a place where friends and family come to visit the ones they love and miss. But lately, the cemetery says they've had to deal with homeless crowding, and they say it's taking a toll.
These are just poor people who just need a hand up. It's not that they're inconsiderate, mentally ill, drug-addicted, drunken louts who don't have respect for fucking anything. They're just they're all nice people. The reason they're letting them camp out in all these cities is because they're nice, decent people who just need a hand up. It's not that they're filthy junkies who are just running wild and roughshod over the countryside.
Why would you get that idea?
Well, let's see.
I've been with Sunset a year and a half. It's been an ongoing issue the entire time that I've been here.
Joshua Glass, the executive director of Sunset Memorial Park, says some of the homeless population are holding up near the cemetery. Glass says it's already...
I thought it was people experiencing homelessness.
I mean...
This is really inconsiderate.
Are you really homeless if you're at a grave site? You got somewhere to live. It'll be the last house you ever need.
Jump in.
already gotten out of hand.
They will leave their fentanyl scraps. They will leave their needles. They will leave human waste behind. They will leave urine.
He says.
So wait a minute. You're telling me these guys don't pick up after their dogs? I mean.
So we're leaving fentanyl, piss, and shit all over people's graves. Well, thank God. It's the one place you can leave fentanyl where you're not going to accidentally kill a baby. The baby's already dead.
How is your your regular annual trip to see your mom. Fucking horrible. I stepped on a shitty fucking fentanyl needle.
How was the trip to visit your mom? Oh, well, I touched her headstone, and all of a sudden I had a seizure and was foaming at the mouth. I don't understand what the hell happened. Then on my way out, I stepped in shit, slipped, and fell in a face-first puddle of piss. It was... I feel like the neighborhood's starting to go downhill a little bit.
I just, I think if my mom could see her headstone and all of the feces and cum that is collected on it, she would be disappointed.
I thought it was bird shit at first, but
it was white and brown.
I didn't get it.
How did they mix them together?
They put their tents up, but at least they're courteous enough to put the last name of the grave they're pitching their tent over, the footstone that they're actually living on. They actually put it on their tarp, so that's kind of nice.
I went to pour one out for my dad, and I got mugged for the bottle.
Went to pour out some Hennessy, and I got gang raped and beaten.
Groundskeepers have had to double as patrol officers, and they've had to hire their own security to patrol the area.
Jesus Christ. At what point do you just start locking these people up for vagrancy? You know what we need? We need Sheriff Will Teasel from Rambo. He would clear this shit up. He's not going to run into any special forces guys out in Albuquerque. Just send him to the gravesite and have him kicking vagrants out left and right.
Actually, he might run into special forces guys in Albuquerque. We've been sending the military to help deal with all of the border stuff. I mean, they could.
Okay, then just the ones pissing and shitting on graves. Let's
we
start
can
with
get
them.
with them.
Yeah.
This is a place Glass tells me friends and family come to visit their loved ones who have died and passed on. He also says people have had to patrol this area because they've seen homeless people camp here. For folks like Robert Daniels, who lives on the street, he says he hasn't seen much.
Not one of these homeless people.
Of course he hasn't.
I ain't saying shit.
I ain't seen nothing. You got any money?
Seen much.
Not one of these homeless people, at least in this general area here. No.
After
oh, you can trust that guy. He's got his shit together. He's got his eye out.
Not only did he not say that they don't do it, he shook his head.
Look at this. Look at what they call him. He's Robert Daniels. What is he doing?
Camping in the park.
No, he's not. Like he's on a fucking trip. Oh, sorry to interrupt your marshmallow roasting and s'mores making, but I'm sorry to interrupt your camping. Can you tell us about the bums that are pissing and shitting and leaving fentanyl in front of the graves?
I'm just so sick of walking past these homeless people, just seeing a bunch of them around a fire, just going, "Kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya."
Getting tired of all these homeless people having cornhole tournaments. It's fucking obnoxious.
Actually, they do have cornhole tournaments.
Yeah, but the prize is heroin.
Oh, and the gameplay is shitty.
A park shut down and weather became a problem. Daniel says this spot filled the hole.
Me and some friends who was on about 12th Street. There's an area there.
He says for him personally, he's trying to make it day by day. Glass says precautions are still being made because he says it's starting to get frustrating.
Within this next year, we're going to be absorbing nearly $400,000 for fencing. We're putting in night vision cameras in our buildings, and we've upped our security patrols.
I'm Julian Parras.
Isn't it a lot cheaper to just lock people up? Or like put them in a mental institution or something like that? It's got to be cheaper than putting in night vision lighting and shit like that. Oh, why would you ever want to move there? I can't imagine anyone moving there and being happy with their decision. Oh, find land. That's it. They're not camping out on the farms yet.
But I mean, that's if... Well, actually, no, it wouldn't work. That wouldn't work.
What?
I was just going to say they'd start moving out onto farmland if they thought they could get away with it. But then who would give them food and stuff?
Well, not only
they'd
that...
have to survive entirely on their own.
Farmers would follow the 3 S's if it came to that area. Shoot, shovel, and shut up. Who's going to miss them? They would ask. Who's going to miss them? All right, guys, we are pushing the last hour of the program here. We're $200 away from our goal. Let's see if everybody can chip in just a little bit and knock that thing down with very low amounts. Let's just get a big army of low amounts in there. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. There's the Streamlabs. There's the PayPal. $200 away from hitting today's goal. And if we hit today's goal, we do an extra half hour of show, and it is Opie and Zumock coverage for the end of the program. Again, there's the links in the chat. They're also pinned to the top of the page and in the description for the video. So your call. Something happened with New Mexico State University's men's basketball program. They've suspended the entire thing.
Well, that breaking news, the New Mexico State University
like
men's basketball team suspended indefinitely because of hazing allegations.
Uh-oh. Somebody shoved something up somebody's ass, and now nobody can play basketball.
He was able to keep the pickle in after only 2 bites.
Ain't that the way they say it goes? They've been cracking down on hazing lately because, over the years, some people have died from their hazing shit. And so now schools are like, look, I don't want to be reporting. They don't give a shit about the actual students. They're like, look, if these dipshit jocks are dumb enough to kill themselves as part of a hazing ritual, we don't really give a shit. But it's kind of a black eye on the school. We don't want the press out there. So now I guess there's hazing allegations. And in my opinion, April with more water. Thank you, sweetie. Happy Valentine's Day. Look at me with all my fluids over here. I'm like a regular gay. So these hazing allegations, whenever I see a hazing allegation bad enough to actually stop play, there's only one thing I'm thinking.
Somebody died?
Somebody got something in their asshole.
Oh.
Because I was, when I worked in Litchfield.
You haven't been hazed a lot, have you?
When I worked in Litchfield, they had to punish some kids at Eden Valley Watkins High School, and the rumor was there were broken broomsticks being shoved in people's assholes, which doesn't seem like it should be part of the admission for playing football.
Yeah, and don't use a broken broomstick. That's going to splinter and tear. You want to use a whole, natural broomstick, and then maybe lube the end. I'm saying for the giver and the receiver.
You could catch splinters no matter what. I mean, that shit breaks off, those old-timey ones especially. I think you use a fiberglass one or, that's a little more friendly maybe.
If that cracks on you, though.
Well, you don't want it to crack. You're going to have the itchiest, most painful asshole in the world.
Tonight, we're hearing from NMSU leadership for the first time. It comes after 2 players announcing they're leaving the team. We have team coverage tonight. Julian.
Definitely sodomized.
Oh, no.
They're not even hanging around after the suspension's over.
They're
like,
leaving the team? Come on, guys. Have some balls.
Look, I got a bowling pin shoved in my asshole. I think I'm going to go to UNLV.
They stuck a ping pong paddle up my ass.
In Las Cruces with the response from students and fans. And Bethany Miller is here in studio with a statement we've just received from the NMSU chancellor. Bethany.
Wait, was that just the guy? Yeah, that was the guy reporting on the homeless people, too.
Well, Sasha, the virtually unheard of move came last night. Now, Chancellor Dan Arvizu says the suspension is over reports of alleged hazing. Arvizu saying, quote, I was so heartbroken and sickened to hear about these hazing allegations.
Yeah, here's another sign that it was sodomy. They're not telling you what the hazing was.
Oh, come on.
If they're not telling you, that means somebody got butt fucked by something or someone or something.
Hazing is a despicable act. NMSU policy strictly prohibits hazing in all forms, and it's something we simply
I'm going to open my fly, and you're going to swallow what I give you to swallow.
Will not tolerate. The Aggies were set to play California Baptist today. That game, of course, canceled. Arvizu says the players were interviewed when they returned.
Who would have thought that between a Baptist school and a public state college, that it would be the state college that would have the accusations of sodomy?
Yeah.
Wow.
Normally it'd be the Baptist school.
Yeah.
The Lord comes again.
Yes.
To Las Cruces today, the coaching staff put on paid administrative leave. And while Arvizu is the only NMSU official we've heard from so far, KOAT did speak to a former member of the NMSU Board of Regents earlier today. Bob Gallagher calling the suspension of the Aggies program, quote, gut-wrenching. He cites an epic fall from grace for NMSU. Just last year, the Aggies won the WAC title, went on to stun 5th-ranked UConn in the NCAA tournament before bowing out in the round of 32.
So they had a pretty decent program going. They had made the tournament the year before, not doing too bad, and then just got to start.
You had to cornhole one of your friends,
yeah.
And it's all over.
Yeah, I don't think that's what they meant when they said, hey, we should all get together for some cornhole. I think they meant something different.
Look, I've often heard the phrase "take one for the team." I didn't think that's what they meant.
Yeah, they asked for too much. Chevrolet JB says they said on Good Morning America this morning someone was held down, undressed, and sexually touched with an object. See, I'm telling you, I know my hazing stories.
They tickled your butt.
It's always something going in somebody's asshole. There's some kind of weird thing where once an object goes into a player's ass, basketball has to stop being played.
Look, somebody tickled a cornhole. We can't have anyone touching any balls.
How terrible if, not only are they shoving things up your asshole, but Waka Flocka's Hard in the Paint is playing while it's... to me, that just seems like insult to injury. But, again, I've never been a college basketball player, so I look, man, I don't know what the price of admission is. Dario Delfino calling it touched by an Aggie. One person's good time is another person's violation. Right, exactly. Leave you stankin'. What the fuck you thinking? The words really do fit. I go hard in his motherfucking tank. Leave you stankin'. What the fuck you thinking? Oh, man. Gives a new meaning to palm the ball.
Oh, no.
Gives a new meaning to finding him in the on the back door.
When he reported the allegations of what happened, they said that the semen in his ass was traveling.
Oh, man. You just hear the guys whisper, I go hard in the motherfucking taint. And they're like, uh-oh, somebody's getting fucked in the butt. This is not good. It's a pick and roll. Oh, no, they twisted it when they put it in there.
The assailant was aiming for a three-pointer, ended up only making a slam dunk.
Oh, man. They called it a backdoor screen, which it seems insensitive now that we know the truth of the matter. Dario Delfino says, this is why the internet was invented. This conversation right here. Dead Jester says, not culture related at all. It's not. As far as I know, in Minnesota, this is a white boy thing.
Yeah.
So for like a college basketball team to have this happen, this is some white farm boy shit.
I would agree with that. Just I played with a lot of white people in the hockey teams I was on.
Yeah.
Hockey's a white sport for some reason.
And a gay one.
Well, I mean,
you guys are pretty gay.
What's gay about hockey?
You got just the camaraderie. Kind of gay.
We just like, I don't know. We just like sucking each other's dick once in a while. Big deal. You don't have to make it gay.
Sorry, Jesus. Why don't you figure
What's
skate?
a knuckle puck between friends?
Why don't you figure skate some more, you homos? Scooby Jooby Jew says it's an alley-oop.
Oh, he said alley-poop.
Alley-poop. Oh, yes, of course. Alley-poop would make more sense.
Like poop alley.
MSO says, oh, no goal today. See, the gauntlet has been laid down by MSO. He says we're an hour away from the end of the show. We're not hitting the goal today. Well, there's the PayPal and the Streamlabs. We'll see if he's right. 200 away. Prove him wrong. I like MSO. But we got to keep kayfabe up.
Okay.
So that we don't ruin the bit. Go to the hole and dominate, says Triple N. Yeah, see, a lot of these players were taking things off the court that were supposed to be used on the court. Jackassery is a true white boy pastime, and we made a show and several movies out of it. Yeah. Every time in Minnesota that a football season gets cut early or a baseball season gets cut early, it's because white boys were jamming things in each other's poopers.
Everybody was always saying, hey, man, that's weird. That Jackass show seems racist. They never have people of color on there. Like, hey, it's our pastime.
Yeah.
Right? Let us have this.
Saw to me, saw to you. Chevrolet JB says, you would think you would see this more in wrestling. I agree. We can all agree that the wrestlers are psychotic and gay.
I think it happens more in wrestling. They just don't report it. What are you, a bitch?
Yeah, they like it. They don't want to see, like, hey, man, don't ruin the gimmick.
Hey, man, if you'd had better ground game, he wouldn't have polished your rusty sheriff's badge.
That's true. Yeah, that's like how they spar. It's like winner takes the ass. It's supposed to keep you really fighting, so like you're indomitable on the mat.
Look, man, it's like science says, you got to build your fight or fuck response.
I don't think fight or fuck is a real thing. You calling Coach a liar? Fucking wrestling. Gary
It's
Crouch.
called by the fuck, Skip.
That's right. When I was in college football, Skip, they told me that either my digits are going in your asshole or you scoring 2 touchdowns today. And I said, Skip, I am scoring 2 touchdowns because I was raised in the inner city and we are homophobic. Gary Crouch with $9.99 says, here you go, you e-begging miscreants.
Thank
there you
you.
go. That adds fuel to our e-begging fire. So we don't have to do it so hard. Thank you, Gary. $195 away from knocking out the goal today and doing an extra half hour and making the Reddit people very happy when we hit the goal. And MSO said, we're not hitting it today. MSO said, not happening. So we will see. All right, let's move on to something else. This might be more cringe than having cumbersome objects shoved in your asshole as a means of torture. This may be worse. Fox Nation gave Roseanne a new comedy special.
Oh, yeah, that.
And Roseanne's new comedy special, first of all, it's not all her fault how terrible this is about to look.
Someone edited it.
Fox is a news station, and you can tell that Fox is not in the editing comedy, like stand-up comedy specials business. Because for a trailer for a comedy show, it's supposed to be a lot of bang, bang, bang.
A lot of funny.
You know? It's not supposed to be long setups, dragged out, like nothing like that. Let's watch the trailer. It's a 3-minute trailer. It's an exclusive preview of Roseanne Barr's stand-up comedy comeback. Now, you know how we talk about like 2016, the Trump election, and COVID broke a lot of people?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think it just broke left-wing people.
Oh, no.
I think it broke left and right-wing people. And to me, Roseanne is one of those people on the right who got broken by 2016, race, cancel culture, all of that shit. And to be honest with you,
I mean, I can't blame her for getting broken by cancel culture.
But I'll tell you, she didn't get her funny back.
Oh, really?
Well, here, you know what? Let's check it out. This is Roseanne's new comedy special that's going to be airing on Fox Nation. Again, try to get over the terrible editing.
I'm about to go on. I'm praying to God that he lets my brains work for once. And he protects me from myself.
That's creepy.
It's good that she's not medicated.
Can we get her thing back? Oh, wait, no.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Roseanne Barr.
She's by the way, she's not like comedian funny crazy. She's
nuts.
all the way lost her mind.
Yeah, she needs a conservatorship.
Yeah, yes. If Roseanne has any living relatives left.
Anyone who does a comedy special in a Canadian tuxedo is mentally damaged.
For Fox News.
For fun.
How pissed are you if your gut felt that she got one before you did? You're the fucking king of late night.
Yeah.
And Roseanne gets a comedy special.
And hers was sponsored by Levi's Denim 501.
Very particular kind of crowd there to watch Roseanne tonight.
Did anyone notice the boomers? I saw some boomers.
You know what else I saw? Something Vice would be very upset with.
Oh, look. Is that static? I see snow on the screen.
Thank you very much. Hi, thank you.
Again, like to me, like the cuts are too slow for a comedy special.
The cuts are too slow, and what we're seeing is like no one's talking, no one's reacting. I need to be seeing the audience losing their shit or her hitting me with some punchlines.
We're a minute in, and we haven't seen one thing of how this comedy special is going to go.
A joke would be good.
Oh, is that what you're looking for?
Yeah, why? It's a comedy special. There should be a couple of jokes in there, like one to look forward to.
Look. If you do me a favor, I'll try to do you a favor.
What's that?
You lower your expectations for me. I can maybe find you something chuckle-worthy. All right? Let's go.
What a privilege it is for you to have me here this evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, great. We're doing vaudeville. Bob Hope coming? Again, this is all just too slow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess they thought they shut me up, but guess what? Anyway.
You aren't talking.
I guess they shut me up. I mean, you're doing a comedy special for Fox Nation. I mean, if you're not shut up, you're definitely stifled.
I guess they shut me up. I'm just going to sit here for a minute and silently stroke my chin.
But you know what? Good for her, because she has a shitload of boomers in that audience that'll eat stuff like that up. Like if she just says, "You can't cancel me," they'll give her a standing ovation. So, I mean, she knows her audience.
Where are my peeps that are going to get really offended if I do not offend everybody? Where are my peeps at?
You're too old to be using the term peeps.
I know, and also the offended thing, like, yeah, Roseanne. When I think edgy in 2023, I think Roseanne. Like, it's just such boomer humor. Like, oh, yeah, well, guess what? There's only 2 genders. Wow, holy shit. On a Fox special? That's fucking dangerous.
Oh, boy, good. There you are. There you are. Don't worry, I'm going to get them all tonight.
K words and words. She like goes off. You're like, holy shit, you know what? She proved me wrong.
That's right. Anyways, anybody else been fired recently?
Don't tell me that was the chuckle word.
That was supposed to be one of their lines that they put in that make you go, oh, I'm excited to see Roseanne. God.
No.
It's just, like, at some point you look at stuff like this and you go, you don't need the money. You've made a good amount in your day.
Yeah, but this isn't about the money. This is about being in the spotlight and staying in front.
I came back because something's wrong with me or something. Something's in me. I just cannot let assholes win. I'm not going to. Now I moved to Texas.
I have bad news for you. So far from what I've seen from this special, the assholes are winning.
I mean, they just have to sit down, shut up, and let you do this work yourself.
Oh my God, is she Zumocking?
Oh, she's chatting.
She just has to do it. She just talks, and then the opponents win.
Texas, and it's just beautiful. Like, I look out my bedroom window, I can't believe it. I see all these gorgeous little tiny baby deer in my yard eating the grass around my
This
pool.
sounds like your grandma telling you how her day's been going.
And it
it's so
kind of looks like it, too.
you know, because I can pull out my AR-15 and blow them just to smithereens.
Actually, you can't.
Actually, you can't do that.
That's actually illegal to hunt.
Remarkably illegal. And get it? AR-15s, right? We're based? Oh, God. Like I said, dude, boomers are going to eat this up.
This is seeming less and less like a comedy special and more like a political ad.
It makes Jeff Dunham look like Lenny Bruce.
Well, he did have his hand up his ass.
Legally! So fantastic. Open carry, bitches. Hell yeah.
So she just did a political rally and called it a comedy special?
Apparently, because only thing she's been saying and only thing she's getting reaction are just political trigger.
Yeah. You know what's funny about that is, like, the Amy Schumer specials, like, they were really bad, right?
Yeah.
They were terrible. And why were they terrible? People are like, why is she throwing in her political shit into her stand-up? This is what I mean when I say there are no lefties and righties. All this side shit is horseshit. Because if Amy Schumer talks about guns or something in her special, then all of a sudden, oh, Amy Schumer's not funny. And she's not. She's fucking terrible. She's cringe. Right. She's awful. But if Roseanne goes in there, yeah, open carry, bitches, that's equally as unfunny and cringe in a comedy special.
Just as bad, actually, yeah.
Yeah. Toon says the driving catch says, speaking to the sub-70 IQ crowd. Yeah, like it's like you said, it's easy boomer clap material. Oh, man.
And they'll laugh at it. Because, see, it's funny. She's really triggering the libs. And,
She's triggering the libtards, though. You guys got to admit that. Those libtards are definitely as triggered. $9.99 from Chuck Lawden says, first chick on Fox that isn't hot. That's true. She's also breaking that mold as well. Oh, boy. Well, guys, we are... so the Roseanne Barr special is upon us. She gets to shoot deer with her AR-15 and open carry, bitches. Adam, the man, 69, says, boomer comedy is worse than woke comedy. It is hard for me to put one over the other because in my mind, they both slam right into the floor.
There's just a level of cringe, and they're both just at it. At that point, differentiating is pointless.
Yes, exactly. You know what? We don't need to pick a winner in this. You know who loses? The people who hear it. 185 away from this morning's goal. I think we can do this thing, guys.
Yes, we can.
I think we can do it. We got about 45 minutes before we stop and rattle the cans and really beg at you. Veldrain with $5 says, if I want funny and political, I will watch more Vince Dow like you were showing earlier in the show. What?
Who's Vince Dow?
Who's Vince Dow? I don't know who Vince Dow is. And now I'm worried that I did something that I didn't mean to do. Johnny is funnier than Amy Schumer. Well,
that's a fucking low bar. Thanks. Even I can step over that.
Hardly a compliment. Oh, I'm sorry. I fucked that up. We're 180 away from today's goal. Sorry, guys.
Doodles.
I got that showing up in the chat a bunch because my fat fucking fingers don't work. Thank you, Veldrain. Appreciate the $5. 180 away from knocking it out today and doing a half hour of overtime. Dow was the Asian Shapiro. Oh, yeah. Give that guy a special before Roseanne. Are you kidding me? The guy was hilarious.
I'd just like to see him talk to other people that don't agree with him. I just like watching him just make them freaking lose their shit.
Right. I like it because he's not sensitive to what they think.
And then as soon as he says his opinion, you just watch people go, I gotta, no. They can't figure it out.
Yeah, I don't think that Roseanne Barr special is going to go very well. I mean, no, don't get me wrong. It'll go well to the Fox audience that watches it. I should say that. It'll go really well for the crowd it's intended for.
It's the Republican Chelsea Handler special. That's what it is.
Exactly. That's exactly what it'll be. An upscale New Jersey restaurant has adopted a controversial new policy that may strike some as either heartlessly stuffy or just common sense. No kids under 10 will be allowed in the dining room. Thoughts?
I'm okay with it.
I think if you have a restaurant that has a history of just your clientele are shitbag parents and they let their kids run amok while they're in the restaurant, fuck it, ban them. And plus, you're going to gain a lot of customers.
Yeah, from people who don't want to be around fucking kids while they're eating.
Yeah, because you're going to gain some parents, but you're also going to gain those people who can't stand going to restaurants where kids are around. It's actually probably going to work out pretty well.
There are plenty of people who don't have children and simply hate being anywhere they are.
Yeah. Nettie's House of Spaghetti.
He's vomiting on his sweater already. Nettie's House of Spaghetti.
Do you know how shitty your kids have to be that they've banned children from a spaghetti restaurant? What nightmare children were running around that restaurant that they went, all right, fuck it. The kids aren't getting sketty now.
Because, yeah, you think that's like your target audience.
Yes. I'm going to look up Nettie's House of Spaghetti. Here we go.
It's an Italian restaurant. Oh, this looks bougie.
You know what? This doesn't look... Nettie's will not be open on Valentine's Day?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
We're not going to serve some red sauce on Valentine's Day. Why would we do that?
Dickbags. God. Yeah, $27 spaghetti. Pretty nice place. Appetizers. Yeah, this is a pretty, I would say, upper mid price range kind of a place. Not like the most, not like a, white cloth, top of the line prices, but, up from, maybe around Olive Garden or a step up, kind of like that mid range kind of a deal.
I'm fine with the no kids thing. I mean,
yeah.
I feel like, again, spaghetti restaurant should be kid oriented, but if you're going to keep them out, then fine.
Yeah, Nettie's House of Spaghetti in Tinton Falls, New Jersey, recently announced the new rule on Facebook and Instagram, acknowledging that the ban on young children was likely to upset some patrons while saying it needed to take control of the situation. In fairness, this place doesn't sound like it has a lot of fun to begin with. I mean, they're banning kids, shutting down an Italian restaurant on Valentine's Day.
That just seems like a stupid decision.
They just don't want cum on the carpets. I get it. We love kids. We really, truly do, the restaurant stated. But lately, it's been extremely challenging to accommodate children at Nettie's. Yeah, you'll lose a few parents, but you'll gain more people than you'll lose.
Plus, the kids don't have wallets anyway. Fuck them.
Yeah. What do they eat off the kids' menu? What's the profit margin there, really? Nettie's cited high noise levels, insufficient space for high chairs, and servers cleaning up crazy messes as some of the reasons for instituting the ban, which takes effect in March when the restaurant reopens after a winter break.
Oh, that's why they're closed.
It also says that children running around the restaurant created a legal liability, putting servers carrying trays of food and drinks at risk. Yeah, so it sounds like people couldn't keep control of their little shithead kids. And so now this place had to go, look, you're going to knock somebody over and there's going to be red sauce all over the carpets and I'm going to have my servers tearing ACLs. You got to get your fucking kids out
Someone's
of here.
going to get a butter knife in their boob because you can't fucking...
Right. Because you couldn't keep your little goblin under control. Yeah, I agree with Union Jack. I think they'll gain more than they lose. And it's not Brian's right too. It's not the kid's fault. It's the shitty parents.
Yeah, and I feel like those are the people that, because there are going to be people who come, this is bullshit and this is whatever, prejudice against children. I don't know what you want to call it. But those people are like, yeah, just look at their parents. Those are the ones to blame.
Right. Yeah, don't look at the kids. The kids are just doing what kids do. The kids will do that. It's like, gravity. An object in motion stays in motion until it, meets a opposite force. Yeah. The kids will do. the kids will do kids shit until you tell them to cut the shit. And apparently nobody at this restaurant was telling them to cut the shit, so the restaurant went, they have to go. I'm sorry. You got to get them out of here. I mean, if you don't like the rule that they made, you might have to look in the mirror to see why this was a problem to begin with, I think. All right, guys, we are getting close. We are about 40 minutes away from rattling the cans and firing up, as they call it, the Super Chat music. 180 away from this morning's goal. Let's get a lot of small ones in there. There's the PayPal. There's the Streamlabs. Super Chats and memberships count as well. Let's knock that out and do a half hour of overtime today. I think we missed last Tuesday as well, so let's not make it multiple Tuesdays in a row. Johnny will feel like shit.
Yeah.
He'll just feel like he's a giant failure and shouldn't be here anymore, and he should probably just go through a header off the curb.
That's right. The Deadpool is active, and the smart money's on 5 minutes from now.
See, just like I told you. Honest e-beggars. 180 away from today's goal. If you feel like chipping in, please do. If you're new to the show, like the show, subscribe, and after a couple of months, you find out we're pretty good, throw in a couple, $2-3 if you feel like it. Also, 340 likes, according to Fettuccine El Pupu. By the end of the show, let's get that number to 400. So everybody hit the like button. Subscribe to the channel. We are pushing 9,000 subs. Thank you very, very much. At what point should a man become skeptical of getting into a relationship with a woman?
As soon as she says yes.
What I mean by that is, how many of her ex-partners does she have to kill before you say, I think I'm going to keep my distance?
I don't know. See, that's the problem for me. If I find out she's been killing her ex-lovers, I'm like, ooh, what if I'm the one that turns her?
Guys turning into chicks.
It's
Exactly.
not. It's just super hot because like you're doing it and everything, and she's on top. You're like, any moment now, she could pull a knife out from under the pillow and murder me.
Yeah, I think if she murders one, you can maybe blame that guy. If she murders a couple, you got to think that there might be something going on with her. A woman who was just indicted in Texas for the murder of her fifth husband may soon have to answer further questions about the shooting death of her ex-fiancé in Minnesota several years ago. So we might be dealing with somebody who just finds men.
Local loon.
Yeah, gets bored of them and then whacks them. She's like a spider.
She's a Black Widow.
Yeah, she fucks them and then she eats them. On January 7th, Sarah Hartsfield, 48 of Beach City, Texas, called 911 and said that her husband was in medical distress. She didn't say that she put him there. Joseph Hartsfield, 46, was soon rushed to a hospital in Houston, where he remained in a coma until his death 8 days later. But police soon afterwards began to consider his illness suspicious and claimed that Sarah Hartsfield's statements to them did not match up with the evidence. Joseph suffered from diabetes, and his insulin levels had been extremely high for at least 4 hours before Sarah ever called for help. It is kind of funny. Like, if you have a husband who's diabetic and you want to kill him, you could just, like, force feed him a cake. Nobody would think a thing of it.
I switched out your stevia with extra strength sugar.
Yeah, exactly. There's so many ways you can kill the guy and leave people, absolutely none the wiser for it. You're just like, what happened? Well, sir, we tested the salt shaker at the house. Turns out 100% pure cane sugar. I think you might want to go find that lady and bring her in for questioning.
But honestly, that reminds me of like the whole scam thing, though. If you're eating food and the salt shaker is sugar, aren't you asking for it then?
Yeah, I mean,
come on.
At what point is this on you? They added that she must have ignored Joseph's glucose monitor, which had likely sounded the alarm about his insulin levels for hours. Okay, but again, like, isn't that his job to kind of keep track of that as well?
And in fact, she wasn't ignoring it. She was like, we're going the right direction.
She was well aware of it. She just had a different objective. His objective was stay alive and keep all my toes. Her objective was sugar him to death. Chambers County District Attorney Cheryl Lyack said that while Joseph was in the hospital, Sarah would not allow his family to see him while he was in a vegetative state to say goodbye, and that things just started progressing rapidly in our investigation, where a lot of information wasn't adding up. See, like, everybody who kills a spouse or kills a partner, they always have this idea, like, they're always the ones who are going to get away with it. And it's always something, they always make it like 1 foot out the door before the cops like, hold on a second. This shit isn't adding up. Like, they think they're going to have a wig and credit cards, and they're going to be traversing the country until they can cross the border. Meanwhile, they're sitting there in the hospital bed before the guy's even fully dead, and the cops are like, hey, when he
Something
finally
here seems fishy.
When he finally croaks, you want to come over out into the hallway because we got to talk to you. You got to answer a few questions for us. Now, on February 3rd, Sarah Hartsfield was indicted for Joseph's murder. Reports indicate that Sarah remains in custody on $5 million bond. So now police 1,300 miles away in Garfield, Minnesota, have announced that they have since opened an investigation into a 2018 shooting death of her ex-fiance, David Bragg. At that time, Sarah Hartsfield was known as Sarah Donahue and was engaged to Bragg. Sometime in 2018, she had called police to report that she had shot Bragg to death because he had discharged a handgun at her during a domestic violence incident. When police examined the scene, they claimed that the trajectory of a bullet that struck a wall in the residence indicated that Bragg had been shooting at Sarah. A report claimed that the shooting had been done in self-defense and the case was closed. Sarah was never charged. However, now they find out that she poisoned the next guy she was with, her fifth husband. And they're like, you know what? Why don't we double back on this other guy and see if maybe she didn't kill him and then turn back and
shoot something.
squeeze a couple off at the wall. She has still not been charged in connection to that shooting. And they did not confirm that the case has been reopened on account of Sarah's recent murder indictment. Instead, the spokesperson only said the investigation is considered active again and they are following up on information that the sheriff's office received.
Yeah, mostly that she murdered somebody else.
Look, I know nobody likes to talk about, like, you know, past relationships and shit like that, you know, when they're just starting to get to know somebody. But I don't know, maybe go over it a couple of times, you know, maybe talk to each other about previous relationships, see if you can, you know, sniff out any red flags that might exist. Like, I don't know, she's murdered multiple partners before, because it might mean that you might be headed down a similar road no matter what you do.
Well, like I said, maybe you're the one that changes her. Let love have a chance.
Just exactly.
This is just the lady just trying to find the man to make life make sense.
Precisely. All right, guys, 180 away from today's goal. We are a ways away, and we are about a half hour away from firing up the music and rattling the cans and knocking today's goal out. Streamlabs, PayPal, Super Chats, memberships. It's all there. If you feel like chipping in, we just put it in the chat. It's also pinned to the top of the page. 180 away. We can hook her up with Chad, someone said. I wouldn't want to put her through that. She deserves better. Look, everybody makes mistakes.
I don't know. I saw that mugshot.
Yeah.
I'll give it a go.
Skeezy says she's just watched too much investigative murder porn. I wonder how many women like are going to be poisoning and killing people now because of the craze in like true crime dramas and documentaries and podcasts and shit like that. How many women are like, I feel inspired.
I feel inspired to murder my husband.
If April didn't also drink the tea, it might be poison. Uh-oh. I might be poisoned.
She put herpes in the water.
Oh, God. Well, guess what? I'm immune now. My tea's gone cold. I'm wondering why I got out of bed at all. My voice is better. So.
How about if you...
That's good. Look at me. I'm just full of fluids over here. I got waters and teas and cough drops and all kinds of shit. Yeah, everything a fella could
Poisoned with Rogaine.
Yeah. Oh, no, don't poison me with Rogaine. My hair might grow back. Shit. All right, 180 away. Let's knock that out, guys, and have a great day today. I really want to do the Opie Chad stuff for overtime. Hopefully you do, too. Photos of a Black History Month celebration at a Florida preschool has outraged parents. Okay, now, wait. Before I even tell you why the parents are outraged, giant mistake to do anything Black History Month related at a preschool for multiple reasons. One, there's so many things that could go wrong by accident because kids just don't get the gravity of the situation. And number two, the kids don't understand what you're doing anyway. They don't get Black History Month and what it means and what the importance is. So I know you're really anxious to kind of groom these kids. I know you're really anxious to fill their heads with all sorts of social shit. But I think we can wait for, a little bit later than preschool before we start going down the Black History Month road. And you know what? This one in Miami, I feel like this one's getting what it deserved.
What'd you do in preschool today, Timmy? We practiced a lynching.
All right. Ethan Mersch, I got to let you go, buddy. You're not writing anything useful, and we get it. We heard you. We understand. Sorry, bud. I hope whatever account you create next time, you feel like being a fan, and you just kind of chill a little bit. Just kind of take it easy. Photos of a Black History Month celebration at a Florida preschool has outraged parents, as students apparently had their faces painted black. Okay, look.
If I can't paint her face black, neither can you.
Right. Dad comes in to claim the kid, and he's like, oh, hi, everybody. I was just trying. Oh, shit. I thought we were doing a thing. He's sitting there wiping it with a towel. I feel really bad about this. I'm embarrassed.
All right, can I get any of the photos you guys might have? No reason, just...
Oh, Lordy, these kids are so disrespectful. Coming in, trying to dress all like Shaka, be all like Shaka. These white devils need to be punished, and they need to be punished on the Lord's month, Black History Month. That's right, you white devils. God is a black man, and he will smite the non-believers as well as those who paint their faces black when we're trying to honor our brothers and sisters. You see, in February, Shaka's more activist.
Yeah.
He's a little more radical this time of year. Alcata with $20 says, here you go, you filthy e-beggars. Oh, thank you, buddy. Appreciate that. Now we're 160 away from today's goal. Remember, MSO said that not hitting the goal today. Says not doing it. So there you go. The gauntlet has been laid down. 160 away from today's goal if you feel like contributing to the program. Thank you to Rumble for showing up. Thank you, Alcata, watching over there on the other platform. So the kids apparently painted their faces black. I don't know how that happens in a preschool. Like, you have teachers, you have like people, just staff who work there. You didn't see one of the kids painting their face black. Go, no. This is gonna end up all over the place.
No, I gotta believe this was the teachers doing it. I mean, the kids don't just up and decide to paint their faces black.
Oh no! Do we have a video of this story?
Yeah, one of them
yes,
said,
we
Mammy.
do. Yeah. Well, the sun shines bright in my old Kentucky home. All right, kids, now we're going to sing Wade in the Water.
And I'm like, oh my God, all the children in the class painted with blackface.
You can see it blurred out a little bit. Oh, no.
So wait, are we living out our current situation where that cop is just going to, assault that black person for being black?
I don't know. Either that or they were having a watch-along of Big Money Rustlers. One of the two.
We've blurred their little faces, but through the
Which you
blur,
shouldn't have.
can still see the black.
Hold these little bastards accountable.
Nice
Holy
pause.
shit.
I've seen the mountaintop. All right, at least the side. I'm close.
I've seen the mountainous peaks.
And I was like, there's no way this is real. I was like, this can't be real.
Holy shit.
I mean,
nice pool, nice tits, nice
way to
house.
class it up for the interview.
I mean, shit. Somebody's a single mom. How many people watch?
Fuck, if she's a single mom, are you available? Damn.
How many people watch your newscast? I need to attract some men folk.
Courtney Politis received these pictures last Friday from another parent.
And she told me that they painted everyone's face in blackface and said Happy Black History Month.
The pictures taken inside Studio Kids Little River Daycare.
Look, man, even myself as a parent would pull the teachers aside and I'm like, look, am I personally offended? No. But what the fuck was going through your head when you had the kids paint their goddamn faces black?
Yeah, I don't think I could be quite like that. I just walk up like, look, this is not appropriate at all. It is hilarious, and I need all evidence and video of this.
They're on Northeast First Avenue in Miami. Politis says her children's...
Quick, have that kid stand up on a chair and make it look like I'm controlling him like a ventriloquist. You're not helping, sir.
Stayed home that day, but the other kids dressed up to represent different professions.
Oh,
These
boy.
two appear to be a construction worker and a police officer.
There's a twist.
Okay, so which one of them was playing the vagrant?
Both of their faces painted black.
And then, of course, the anger and just disbelief and like the heartbreak that comes from all of this. And I immediately text the owner. I'm like,
this is racist. I have a party of 100 plus at my house tomorrow. Let's talk Monday. And then I think this is the teacher or the preschool who just wrote, I'm sorry, ? No, you're right. that was correct. I'm sorry is the proper response. Fuck. How could you have screwed this up so... Again, You don't even need to do anything for Black History Month for preschoolers. You just give them coloring books and just tell them to be nice to each other and teach them how to tie their shoes, and you're good.
They don't see race. They just see nap time.
Like, this is racist. And her first response is, I'm sorry, ?
The director of the daycare sending a message to parents the same day explaining.
That would be funny if the teacher was like, no, let me walk you through it so you understand. You see, it's Black History Month, and I thought I would paint the kids' faces black to honor Black History Month. And the mom's like, yes, that's what I'm saying. Right, so what's the problem? It's really racist. Well, no, I didn't put tap shoes on them, and I didn't give them a funny wig to wear, and I didn't make them speak in those funny accents. So I feel like I held back a little. Why?
I didn't make any of the guys leave halfway through to go get some cigarettes.
Look, I'm from Tulsa. Oh, okay, all right. Well, okay, big misunderstanding.
We have not intended to offend anyone, and we are very sorry about any inconvenience. Monday, she let the parents know that she met with teachers and staff and went over several ethical and multicultural education points.
So now what we're going to do next week is instead we're going to get off the race subject. We're going to teach proper skincare. We're going to show the kids how to put on a charcoal mask and remove all of their blackheads and blemishes. We'll take pictures. We'll send them to the school, to the parents. It should be great.
All right, look, we've learned our lesson. This is a preschool. We should not be talking to these kids about race. So, sexual identity, children. Let's talk about...
This is a pride flag.
She closed with an apology and this. Rest assured, this will never happen again.
The kid's been violated and they don't even know it.
Politis has pulled...
I mean, kind of like you're asking to be violated with your titty shirt. What, are we having a titty off here in the front yard?
Why am I never invited to boob downs?
It's a news boob down in the, the backyard.
Boob down in the backyard?
Boob down in the backyard. You two gals want to go for a swim after this? What do you say?
Her kids from the daycare. She says she simply doesn't feel comfortable sending them back, knowing someone at this facility thought this was an appropriate way to celebrate.
In fairness, what is that cop doing with a mop in his hand other than about to sodomize that child in blackface?
Black history.
Just blackface? I mean, we've done more to the society than being black. Like, it's blatant and pure ignorance, or you just did it on purpose and you're playing stupid, in my opinion.
Oh boy, gee, none of those really sound like good options to me. Can you give me a couple days to think about this and see which side I fall on?
I'd like to point out that I had all the children in blackface just because I thought it was funny.
You're not helping. Not helping.
Yeah, but it was hilarious.
Thank you, Dice Man, for the $20 super chat. We are now 145 away from today's goal. Veldrain with $5. We're 140 away. He said it's fine. It balances out. It's blackface and work uniforms. Totally not as bad. That is true.
Yeah, they were black and employed.
I mean, come on. This is kind of a glass half full kind of a thing, right? Come on, guys. Matthew Jenkins says, dance Shaka. All right, here's a couple of Shaka dances for everybody. There you go. Dario Delfino says, the comments on this story are all thirsting over the MILF. I mean...
It's hard not to when that's how she presented herself.
She did...
That boob almost came out and touched me, and God, I wish it would have.
She dressed like she was auditioning. April's probably touching herself, for Christ's sake. There was so much tit out.
She wanted to smell her.
Oh, April likes smelling black people. She wanted to smell where them titties come from. 125 away from today's goal. We're getting there now. 20 minutes away. 20 minutes away from rattling the cans. And 125 away from today's goal. Everybody chips in a little bit, and we're going to knock this thing out in no time. I'm telling you right now. Nicholas with $20 over on PayPal.
Holy shit, thank you.
Thank you very much. And now all of a sudden, just like that, 105 away from overtime today. Thanks, boys and girls. Also, be sure to subscribe. Be sure to hit the like button, as we want to be at 400 likes before the end of the show. And it looked like we were well on our way. Let's see how that subscriber number is doing. Very nice. 29 away from knocking out today's goal, or from knocking out, to getting to 9,000 subs. I'm sorry, I got like 3 numbers in my head, and I'm fucking them all up. Trucker 18 Wheeler says, I'm with MSO. You will not meet the goal today. You hear that?
Okay.
Now there's 2 of them. 2 of them saying 105, way too far to make it in a half hour. We're not hitting the goal today. I love you guys. Veldrain says, Double D is a horrible report card, but a great pair of something to look at. There you go. There you go. That is the most brazen outfit I've ever seen worn for a news interview, is it not?
For someone who's so offended and feels so violated, I feel like you would maybe dress as if you were a little more vulnerable.
Yes. Not very vulnerable at all. Climate alarmist Greta Thunberg warns, our leaders have left it too late for us to avoid major lifestyle and systemic changes. Whew. Okay, good. We don't have to do anything. Solid. All right. Moving on. Greta Thunberg says it's too late. Well, then fuck it. That argument's going to backfire on you, like trying to shame us. Like, it's too late, and we're going to have irreversible changes. Well, then all right. Well, if you don't mind, I'm going to go.
It's already fucked. Hey, we're all going to get laid.
I'm going to go get another SUV and just drive it around town for a while aimlessly with really nowhere to go.
I'm going to buy 3 cars, fill them all up, and then just have them idle. I won't even be in one. Just going to let them run.
Exactly. Thank you to everybody over on Rumble as well. Hit the thumbs up buttons. Follow us on Rumble too, if you're enjoying the show over there today. All right, moving on to our next story. California is going to do something very progressive. And like everything else they've done that's very progressive, it's going to yield great positive results and in no way have an unintended consequence that anyone could have seen coming. Of course, I'm being sarcastic. California may bar schools from suspending unruly students because doing so is allegedly discriminatory.
Wait a minute, what?
You see, if you suspend kids, it's racist. Forget that the reason you're suspending more black kids than white kids is because the black kids seem to be just getting in trouble a little more than the white kids do. It's not okay. We got to suspend the same amount of white kids in it. Dude, you know how many Asian kids you're going to have to frame if you're trying to get those numbers up? I'm sorry. It's not going to happen.
As many as you think.
Indian kids, Asian kids.
You just have to start holding them accountable for all the other tests they're taking that aren't theirs.
Just graded on a curve. All the cheating. The California Senate is considering a bill that would prohibit schools from suspending disruptive and defiant students. The rationale behind the bill is that such suspensions disproportionately affect black male students. I mean, they are trying to be progressive. I get that. But
they sound incredibly racist.
Right. They're also being like, we can't suspend students anymore for bad behavior. Why? Because black people are going to be affected. It's like, well, yeah, but isn't it just misbehaving black people who are going to be impacted?
That's all of them.
Right. That's what
they can't control themselves.
That's what I'm saying. It's like in your rush to do well for minorities, you're kind of treating them like they're infants not capable of behaving. You're treating them like they're zoo animals. Well, we obviously have to put in an enclosure. Otherwise, these things will go nuts like monkeys and be flying all over the place.
Guys, the monkeys are attacking us.
Oh, yeah. Chevrolet JB says it perfectly. This is going to work out great. It's just going to be kids. Like, we already see videos of kids beating the shit out of their teachers, and that's when they get suspended and, like, charged with crimes. Now imagine you can beat the living shit out of your teacher and nothing can happen to you because California thinks it's racist to punish people.
Yeah, I'm sure the people that aren't behaving are totally going to fall in line now.
Jesus, the bill would prevent students in grades 1 through 12 from being suspended. Dude, when you get suspended in second grade and they have to call your parents, that's the thing that scares the shit out of you to make you behave the rest of the way.
Or the thing that makes you learn that very, very valuable lesson. Don't get caught.
Right, yes. For disrupting school activities or otherwise willfully defying the valid authority of supervisors, teachers, administrators, school officials, or other school personnel engaged in performance of their duties. This reminds me of like when LA and New York last year were really ashamed of their murder rate, so they just didn't turn it into the FBI. And the FBI is like, look, murder's down a little bit. And we're like, no, it's not. You just didn't have the top 2 markets in the country reporting.
They held out their numbers. That's all.
So now California can pass this law, and then they're going to go, hey, look, we did a thing that, look, the black kids aren't getting suspended anymore. Right. Now just all the kids get to beat the shit out of whoever they want, and nobody gets punished. Oh, this is a terrible idea. I wonder if it has a chance of passing. In addition to giving a pass to disruptive and unruly students set on interrupting classes and making it difficult for other students to learn, Skinner's bill also prohibits the suspension or expulsion of students who are truant, tardy, or otherwise absent from school activities.
Look, we don't want to kick them out of school. They need to come here to learn. The whole reason we're going to kick them out is they don't come here. Yeah, but that seems wrong.
Oh, my God.
I really feel like you should absolutely give an expulsion to someone who's being true. They're already not coming.
Oh, get ready. Skinner's bill suggests that non-heterosexual and non-white students are more likely to be suspended for behavior deemed to be a willfully defiant offense, even when harmless. Please tell me what harmless is. Mouthing off to the teacher? Because that's been against the rules since we were all kids. You mouth off to the teacher, you get kicked out of the class because the whole point is you're disrupting the learning process for everybody else. Everyone else is now not able to pay attention in class, is not able to do the work they're supposed to do because you're sitting there being a cunt. Oh, this is going to backfire so badly. I hope they honestly, I hope they pass it. I want to see, like, to me, California is like when you played SimCity for regular Nintendo and you unleashed Bowsers and tornadoes and earthquakes on everything. That's where I'm at with California. I want to see how bad it can get.
I just feel like this law is going to get a whole bunch of, and according to these, the people that wrote the law, young black men, the idea that they can just speak up to people of authority without any regard for consequences whatsoever. I can't imagine where that could later in life come back to bite you in the ass, where you might think, hey, I can talk shit to anybody. Can't nobody do nothing? And then all of a sudden, oh, wait, no.
Oh, man. So they're saying non-hetero students are more, so they're saying gay kids are more likely to be punished for what?
Because they lip off.
Are they being fabulous too much? I didn't know that was against the rules. What they're trying to do is they're trying to not just make it about black people. So they're throwing gay people in there. It's like, I don't know. When I went to school, gay people never got in trouble.
Yeah, because they didn't want anyone to know they were there. They were like, hey, keep your head under the radar.
It's true. It was 2005.
Now they're all out in their class flying their flag going, we're ready for war. So
yeah. Painting their faces like Braveheart. It's getting really weird all of a sudden.
Which I keep saying, you guys, blue is a great color, but have you tried black? Paint your face.
But now, if you're sitting there going, we can't suspend them and we can't expel them, and they're already willing, the students are already willing to do the things they're willing to do now with the threat of punishment. Imagine how much worse. This is like when they said no bail in New York and don't call the cops for shoplifting and stuff like that. And then we just watched it get terrible and unbelievably bad. And then they were like, well, who could have saw this coming? And you're like, yeah.
Anybody who thought about it.
Yeah, everybody kind of saw this one coming, no offense. It's going to be the same thing. I hope they pass it. This is my Bowser fucking SimCity alien invasion scenario.
See, every time you say SimCity, I just think The Sims, because I know a person who used to literally like create Sims, and then because there never used to be a ability to have graveyards. So to make a graveyard, they'd create Sims, and then they'd just wall them in a square and let them walk around and just piss and shit themselves till they die.
Jesus.
Yeah. And that's where I found out one of the funniest things about Sims. You do that 3 or 4 times, and you get a warning going, The Sims is a life simulator, not a death simulator.
I think if the government in California was being really honest, they would just make this law only apply to black people and not to white people, because that's all they're thinking about.
Right. Those are the people we're affecting.
So just make it so you can still suspend and expel white people for doing stuff, and then you can't do it for black people, and then let's keep track of the stats as to who does more of what behavior.
Also, let's see how many white people we get expelled in that time.
So people, Lemmy says, I do that in The Sims, LOL, specifically to make graveyards.
Yeah.
People do that, huh?
Yeah, you build a little, wherever you want your graveyard to be, you make your sim, you send them over there, and then you just you hedge them off with a bush, and they just spin in circles until they die.
I tell you what, like I said earlier, I am draining from the Super Bowl on Sunday. I am very sorry.
I am draining.
Johnny, hang out with the chat for a little bit. When I come back, we got 2 more stories left. Then we're going to rattle the cans and knock out that $105 goal. Then we're going to get to Opie and Zumock for overtime.
And I want that Zumock.
It's going to be a great time. There's the Streamlabs and PayPal in the chat. Johnny, go ahead and talk to these fucking animals for a little bit, and I'm going to try and stop my wiener from leaking.
Good luck with that. I'm not going to hold it for him. Anyways, I'm going to be at Silly Beaver Comedy this weekend for all you guys that are local in the area and want to come out and see me doing comedy. I'm going to be at Beaver Island Brewing. Every Saturday, they do a comedy show called Silly Beaver Comedy, and you can go to sillybeavercomedy.com/shows to get your tickets to that show if you want to get a couple. They'll definitely be selling out. They've been kind of selling out regularly for the last couple of weeks, so you don't want to wait to get them at the door. There's a couple different drinks and things. They've just remodeled, so I'm excited to see what things look like. The headliner is Karen Pickering, who does a Day Drinking with Mom, I think a podcast or something like that. She's a very funny comedian from the cities, so it'll be cool to have her down there. Muslims don't fuck goats because they're desperate. They fuck goats because they look and feel like Granny. Brown Candy, that's a weird statement. That sounds like someone who's done research, and I quite frankly don't know if I want to know.
Oh, Citizen.
Thank you.
Citizen M says everyone local. So rusty grammar. There you go.
Yeah, pretty much.
There you go. Atomic Ray says, is he counting Rumble donos? Yes, I am. We've got Alcada, and I thought there was one other earlier that we counted as well. Thank you guys very much for that. Speaking of local, I am going to, April and I will put the tickets to the anniversary show up for sale this week because we have confirmed Gino Bisconti and Keanu C. Thompson will be here for the anniversary show and will be performing. It'll be a lot of fun. Johnny, I've also, Corey and I confirmed that he will be there. You know, Corey and I were toying with the idea of a 2-day kind of event and maybe starting that for the 10th one because we've got so many fans now that are not in this area.
Yeah.
And you got to draw them to something fun.
Right.
And like a 2-day, get-together con kind of a thing.
Yeah, that'd be way more fun.
Would get a lot more of the further away folks.
People get to meet people.
Over here, yeah. They're saying 353 on the like count. All
Thank
right.
you.
Hit the thumbs up button. Jericho says invite Patrick. He's not really part of our universe anymore, unfortunately, after we left Twitch. So, sorry, bud. $100 away from today's goal. Thank you, gentleman bystander, for becoming a member. Very, very cool of you, sir. We appreciate that level of monthly support. It's very awesome. And it looks like we've got, I always forget Reaper. Is that the Mood with $5 and Brett with $10? So that's going to knock us down by another 15.
Beautiful.
That's going to make it 85 away before we rattle the cans in 10 minutes. So we're getting close. Remember, guys, MSO and Trucker 18-Wheeler said we're not hitting that goal today.
Corey knows Chad Zumock?
Yeah.
Huh.
He said he seems like he's gone insane. And now Chad's unfollowed him from everything and everything else. So nobody even needs to do anything. You know, the Mood with $5 says it's my birthday and I will donate if I want to donate. If I want to, you would donate too. If you want overtime too. Oh, well, that's very nice of you. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that, Mood. All right, so $85 away from today's goal. Thank you guys very, very much. All right, let's continue on here. We've got a couple of stories we can sneak in. Here's a fella who had a rough day in Cape Coral, Florida.
Ooh,
that doesn't look good. If you're the cops, like the first thing you do when you bring this guy in is like, he was like that when we found him. I swear to God, like back in the old days, you could tune a guy up and he could look like shit and you'd be like, hey, he's fucking street urchin, fuck him. But now you bring him in and he's got bruises and shit. You're like, look, man, we took pictures before we arrested him. He looked just like this. He's a pig pen. We had nothing to do with it. Well, sometimes the situation just calls for a cold one. Just before midnight on February 8th, Lee County Sheriff's deputies drove north on Chiquita Boulevard as they approached Gleason Parkway. Chiquita Boulevard sounds racist.
Only if you're buying bananas.
I suppose. And it really racist if you're only buying bananas for a black friend.
From a lady that's wearing them as a hat.
Yes. As they approached Gleason Parkway, something caught their eye. A black Mercedes-Benz parked in the opposite lane. I mean, that'll draw some eyeballs.
We didn't expect to find a white man in there.
The vehicle was just sitting there, lights on, with no traffic, causing the stoppage. The deputies crept behind the car, flicked on their flashing lights, and tried to determine if the vehicle might have been abandoned. As they approached the vehicle, they found 40-year-old Michael Sarita sitting alone in the passenger seat. Beer cans littered the vehicle's floor and lined the front cup holders. 24 packs of Michelob Ultra and Bud Light were torn in two and drained as casualties were visibly scattered at Sarita's feet. So this guy's just pounding cases in the passenger seat.
Oh, dude, that fluid's got to go somewhere, as you well know.
Oh, he's pissing himself for
sure.
sure.
Jesus.
Deputies attempted to begin a line of dialogue, but according to the arrest report, Sarita was unable to speak due to his level of intoxication. In fairness, at least he didn't try to keep driving.
All right, I'll say this. At least he's not dead. Like, Jesus Christ, how much beer can you drink?
Yeah, I mean, look, he made it. He's alive. He stopped his vehicle. I mean, this is not totally an L. There are some positives to take out of this.
Jimmy's had such a hard time since Monster Rain. It just didn't land.
Thank you, Denise, for the $2. Appreciate that very, very much.
Thank you.
So apparently he couldn't speak. Now in need of support, Cape Coral Police's assistance was requested, and the deputy waited for backup. Then came the unmistakable sound of a beer can opening.
What?
In plain view of the deputies, Sarita reached into the pile of fallen aluminum soldiers and pulled out a hidden treasure, an unopened beer. Deputies, deciding Sarita had clearly reached his limit, declared it was last call and reached out to remove the beverage. At the risk of spilling his beer, Sarita began fighting back until deputies were able to remove him from the vehicle. Why do I not get to see this video?
Yeah, dude, I want body cam footage.
Why is there no link of this arrest?
This looks like an arrest we should see.
The guy, I want to see him opening the beer. I want to see them trying to take it away from him. I want to see everything about this story.
I love somebody who's like, you know what? I'm going to go to the drunk tank. I'm going to get me a Dewey. What harm is it going to do?
Right. That's a guy who's, he's not one of these assholes who gets pulled over for DUI.
And what did I do?
I only had 2. This guy's like, no, I know I'm fucked, but I can have the last one here. Offer the officers a beer, see if they want one.
Swimming in a seat puddle of my own piss. I know where I'm going.
Look, officer, I can already tell you I'm not going to be the most cooperative guy in the world. It's going to be a rough night for you. Have a beer.
There you go. He's just trying to get him.
Now, wait a minute. Now catch me. He takes off running across, like into traffic. And you're like, where are we going to find him? Well, they've got a Chinese restaurant, a hardware store, and a liquor store. I'll let you guys choose which door he might be behind. Little did you know he was being responsible, and he went to the Chinese restaurant to get a base in him. Soak some of that shit up.
Plus the best part, to clear out in a half hour, you can do it again.
Look, I'm going to need some fuel, all right? With the situation under control. Oh, wait, hold on. So even the security of handcuffs did little to dispel Sarita's growing aggressions. At one point, deputies used their taser to subdue the agitated opponent, but it had zero effect when striking Sarita's back. So fucked up, you can't feel the taser shot. I'm a little jealous.
Yeah, that's pretty goddamn drunk.
Deputies resorted to physically restraining Sarita until their support came. All right, let me ask you a question. Who's he really hurting? He was hammered.
Mm-hmm.
He stopped his car. He parked it. He grabbed the beer, cracked it open, started drinking it, got out of the car, tried to get away. I mean, if you're asking me, this guy's railroaded. He's being victimized.
I don't know. Maybe don't park in the street.
Okay, well,
I will say at least, yeah, you got out of your car and you got out of the driver's seat. You sat in the passenger side. Good. Hooray.
If women can drive, so can he. That's what I say. With the situation under control, Sarita...
You're right.
Sarita was taken to a Lee County hospital after sustaining scratches and scrapes during the altercation. He was then taken into custody and brought to the Lee County jail. He faces charges of DUI and resisting an officer.
I bet this has never happened before.
No, this sounds like a first offense if I've ever seen one.
Just a straight-laced dude who decided to make up for all the drinking I haven't done.
He's just... Look, man, he was just trying to catch up. That's all. All right, he was railroaded on the Chad Express. No, Chad would have passed out in the car and then rolled into a tree. That's the difference. See, this guy was responsible.
Plus,
he threw her in park.
My authority, he doesn't really dive down into the beer realm. He's more of a bottle kind of guy.
Yeah.
Right, he likes to pull.
Definitely more of a bottle guy. He likes to get aggressive with it. All right, let's do this real quick. Let's fire up the music.
Okay.
Let's take 5 minutes. Let's knock it might not even take 5 minutes. Although MSO says and Trucker 18 Wheeler says we're not hitting the goal today. We're missing it. We're going to wrap up this show in 5 minutes. They don't think we're adding a half hour onto today's show because they think we're coming up that $85 short. Let's see if they're right. Boys and girls, there's the links in the chat. Streamlabs, PayPal. There's also Super Chats, memberships, and Rumble Rants. Let's fire up the music and let's see if we knock out that last $85. For overtime today, we've got Opie and Zumock. We've been sitting on this one all morning long. We're excited to bring it to you. Let's see if your contributions keep us afloat today. Firing up the music and off we go. Super Chats, memberships, PayPal, and Streamlabs. Those are the ways to contribute to this program/product. We are honest e-beggars shaking our tin cans at you. Dario says, we shall make the goal. Zumock smiles upon us. Denise says, give a shout to Alex Stein. I think we're still having Alex on Thursday.
Nice.
I think Alex will be on the show. He's got a new show on the Blaze he wants to promote. And I think we're going to have Alex back on. $80 away from our goal. Steve, thank you very much for that $5. Got to get inside of that 50 no matter what. And see if we can knock this thing out. 80 away. Nothing doing. Turtle with $5 says every dollar makes Chad eat more of his face. See, even I didn't know that part. Thank you, guys. 75 away. Now 70 away after Brian becomes a Yeehaw Club member. Thank you very much, pal. 70 away. Denise with 5. This is how I like to see it knocked out. $5 at a time. Little denominations from multiple people. This is a great way to do it. 65 away from today's goal. Again, adding 30 minutes. This is how you make Reddit cry. Is you knock that out and you do 30 minutes of overtime. All right, 65 away. I think we're all caught up. There we go. Let's keep her going. Not much further to go until we knock this thing out for the morning. Line. By the way, I think tomorrow we should have a really big announcement for you.
Bigger than most.
Yeah,
I
think we should have a pretty decent announcement for you coming tomorrow. I'll check in on that. $5 from Thick Cheney says, Inshallah, we shall break this goal, my brothers. $60 away. And it is getting there. Getting mighty, mighty close. All right, how much time do we have left? About 2 minutes left to go. There's Denise with 20.
Holy,
Union
thank you, Denise.
Jack with 5. $40 away from the goal. There's 20 from Need Trump.
Thank you, Trump.
25 away from knocking it out today. Bo Archer becoming a member. 20 away. Oh, we are knocking it down.
Damn.
It is going bye-bye is that goal. A half hour of overtime looks like it's a-coming.
Lucky overtime.
The filthy, honest e-beggars look like they're going to knock it out again. Oh, boy. 20 away. 1 minute left to go in the Super Chat music. Black Ornament says, if we donate enough, can you tell is today or evening show? I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what that means. Write it back. I can't understand what you're writing in. Daniel with $10 says, if I could turn in Chad's empties, I would give you more. 15 away.
They don't give you much for recycling glass.
No, not that much anymore, especially with inflation. We're knocking on the door. 15 away. We'll see if we get it before overtime starts here. Phage Lives renewing his membership. Thank you very much. Denise says, any friend of Alex is a friend of mine. Very cool. Is that last 15 coming in before overtime starts? Let's check. PayPal, Streamlabs, Super Chats, memberships. There it is. Gentleman Bystander
Thank
with
you.
$20. And that's going to knock it out for today. Thank you guys very much. MSO, it took down to the wire, but we made it. And now everything else that comes in goes towards tonight. All right, let's remove the goal from the chat. Glad Gino and Compound turned me on to you guys, says Gentleman Bystander. Thank you, buddy. And thank you for that being multiple people.
I'm just really glad that you let Gino, affect your thought process, because I don't know if you've heard. Gino's gay!
He doesn't do clubs. All right, there we go. 240 away from tonight's goal. That would be Tuesday evening. We're 240 away from. We're $10 into that. Thank you, Denise, for becoming a member. Very, very nice of you. All right, let's make sure we clean up all the Streamlabs and whatnot, and the PayPal stuff. Brett with another $20, and that's going to knock us down to 220 for tonight. Thank you. Look at the big wallet on Brett. All right, now
it's the one that says "bad motherfucker" on it.
It's the one that says "bad motherfucker" on it. Black Ornament says, I meant, can you tell us the announcement today if we donate a ton or the evening show? Look, it has nothing to do with contributions. It has everything to do with us getting the permission to make the announcement. That's all it is. It's just us getting permission to make the announcement. I'm fingers crossed for tomorrow. Maybe tonight. Who knows? We'll see. But we're very, very excited for it. All right, guys, thank you very much for everybody knocking that down today. I think we did it with all 20 and unders today.
Yeah, I can't think of a
That's awesome.
Large one.
That's awesome. All 20 and unders. That's how we do it. All right, let's watch the Opie Chad stuff, shall we?
Mm-hmm.
Let's open it up. I feel like I'm opening up like a weapons case right now. I've got. Do you want to start with Opie or do you want to start with Chad and go into? I think it would be better to go into Chad and then that kind of dovetails into Opie.
All right. Well, we've got two for Opie for sure. So then, yeah, let's do it.
So Chad started this thing, and I can't watch it. I mean, I could. I guess people have sent me clips. It's really not worth watching, but he always sets everything to private.
Mm-hmm.
So Chad decided after months of getting his brains beat in, and not even brains beat in like yelling at him and being shitty, like just making fun. One thing Chad doesn't understand about podcasting is you have to be funny. Like you can't just be an angry cunt. People will be like, well, who's this angry cunt?
Sorry, Kevin.
No offense. But he doesn't do anything funny. We make fun of him. We all laugh. We have a good time. And instead of having a good time back and making fun of people, he goes, they're Kumia cucks, and they suck, and I fucking hate them, and they're terrible. It's like, yeah, dude, that's still us winning. Because the whole thing we're doing when we make fun of you is hoping you see it, and then you lose your shit. So you losing your shit is kind of all part of the process.
That's a victory for us.
So now Chad made this show, and he's calling it, it's very original, Kumia's Cucks. Which sounds like a promotion you'd run at a baseball stadium for a minor league team.
Or a video you'd find on OnlyFans. But yes, continue.
But look, he didn't put a lot of time and effort into the naming or the branding. It's more about the content.
Oh, so he spent all his time on the content.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah. Well, the reports I got from everybody who watched it is that, and here's Citizen M, who loves busting our balls, but he said he had some fair points about Compound, but 90% of it was fucking embarrassing. I had hopes for Chad, even just as a temporary anti-hero, but he let me down so fucking bad. You see, Chad, that was a guy who's a fan of ours who wants you to say funny things
and
about us sucking and shit on us, and even he's saying fucking embarrassing.
It was fucking embarrassing.
It's terrible. Worst thing he's ever seen. So, Chad, it's kind of one of those deals where playing the Kumia's Cucks clips kind of just reinforces everything we've been saying about you and leads to further victory on our end.
Yeah, we just have to sit back. You're winning for us.
Yes. And I feel bad for Kevin Brennan because now Kevin Brennan has to go on his show and he's like, oh yeah, Chad annihilated Steel Toe on his show. Kevin, you don't believe that, buddy. Stop. You're embarrassing yourself even further. And number two, it shows me you didn't watch it because it was once again him watching us do a funny thing about Kevin and his head exploding while he's watching it. Chad, if you're going to make fun of people, they have to be doing something embarrassing that you can laugh at. You can't watch them be funny and then lose your shit. That's you just videotaping yourself losing the battle. I hate that I have to explain to the people that hate me how to properly attack me. I hate that I have such retards for opponents that I have to go, no, stupid.
Let me help you.
Here, let me look right here. And then you got to squeeze. There you go, buddy.
No. Too high, stupid. It's down here where the base meets the neck. Oh, like this? Yeah.
Oh, man. So it was really fucking bad. Well, now Chad is even having a worse time because this guy is a Carl guy. He's one of Carl's buffoons that Carl makes fun of. They call him Patty C. Cups. I think his name is Patrick Michaels.
Okay.
And he hosts a show. He's just this weird autistic guy who does a show, and it's usually remarkably terrible. And he's got awful takes. But even he can see Chad Zumock for what he is. We have maybe Chad's lowest point. I can't take credit for Chad's lowest point. It used to be me forcing him to spin around in circles in a cul-de-sac, yelling about us, and saying the same 50 things over and over was like rock bottom for him.
Begging to be on MLC while you're on it.
And I put him there. But now the bottom of that bag has fallen through, out. And there's a new bottom, and it is Patty C. Cups of the Free Water podcast. It's 20 minutes long, so I'm going to play a little bit of Patty C. Cups shitting on Chad Zumock.
Now, the truth is, guys, I could have sat here and just put together a 10, 12-minute long video where I go through some of my favorite Chad moments. But I figured, fuck that, guys. We're going all the way in. And by
a fucking hack who sucks
has favorite Chad moments.
Is doing a show about how Chad sucks. Do you know how low on the totem pole you have to be for Patty C. Cups to go, oh, this guy's cringe and embarrassing?
By all the way in, I mean, we're starting with the first thing that I ever really saw Chad do stand-up on, if you consider it stand-up, okay?
Oh, no.
And, of course, it could only be at the roast of Kevin Brennan.
Oh, we watched this on this show. This was really bad. It wasn't even people laughing because he was bombing. It was people groaning and being uncomfortable. He was so fucking bad. And I think he wore the douchey captain's hat, too.
I don't remember.
All right. And Kevin Brennan himself uploaded Chad's part of the roast.
Your buddy
he clipped
Kevin.
Chad out of the roast and made a separate video for just Chad. For people like me to come and find where Chad Zumock attempts to be funny. Okay? Now remember, there's a lot of really shitty comics at the Kevin Brennan roast. It was hosted by Aaron Berg. Okay, Mike Bichetti's there, one of the fucking girls from Two Guys We Fucked or whatever, the guys we hump. Karen Feehan, Barry Ribbs, just a bunch of shitheads. Gino Bisconti, just not good comics. And truth be told, when it came to the roast, Gino Bisconti actually did better by leaps and bounds in comparison to Chad.
And by the way, Chad, you cannot call this like a Carl dick sucker or a Kumia dick sucker or anything like that.
He's not one of those people.
This guy hates me, hates Carl, probably hates Kumia, hates all of them. But real recognize real, and he can see, oof, this guy's a fucking train wreck. You know how bad it hurts Chad to hear someone impartial say, oh, Gino Bisconti was leaps and bounds funnier than this asshole.
These will be literal jokes from Ohio native Chad Zumock about not just Kevin Brennan, but all the other people around him. Let's see what Chad has to say. Let's see how he gets after Kevin Brennan.
This next guy.
All right, we've done the Chad Zumock roast segment before. We don't want to go over old ground with you guys. We'll give you just new stuff. So it has not what Chad thought was going to be the big comeback and the big,
own.
I'm going to hit him high and hard here. Has turned out to be a very shitty week for him. He debuted Kumia's Cucks. It went poorly. Even using Steel Toe's name, he still only did 100 live viewers. And not only that, he further raged at Steel Toe being funny. We were shitting on the show he's on, and he was shouting at it, which is the desired effect you want to have when you're making fun of that show. Then he gets made fun of by Patrick Michaels.
Uh-oh.
That is brutal. Well, now, Opie is about to expose Chad Zumock as a giant phony.
Oh, no, not the Opster.
Not only that, after Opie tells his story, I have a story.
Okay.
That sounds similar to the Opie story. So Chad Zumock loves Anthony, loves him. And the fact that Anthony doesn't love him back hurts Chad's soul. Chad makes fun of Carl because he wants to be Carl. He wants to hang out with Anthony. Chad makes fun of Anthony's crew, quote unquote, because he's fucking 16 years old.
Because he's not in it.
Because he's not in it. He doesn't want to be hanging out with Kevin Brennan. Kevin Brennan's no fun. He wants to be hanging out with Cumia. But Cumia sees him for what he is. E-Rock sees him for what he is. And by the way, E-Rock was nice to the fucking guy and tried to get him booked on shit, but nobody wanted him. And then Chad turns on him because everyone on Team Cumia has to suck now because Chad's frustrated that they all saw through to what he is. Well, he would always bag on Opie and talk shit about Opie and trash Opie because, right, Anthony, right?
Yeah, because Opie sucks.
He likes to call people Cumia's cucks, but there was no bigger cuck than Chad, but he's the worst kind of cuck. He's a rejected cuck. He's the guy who hits on the chick in the bar, and when she tells him to fuck off, he starts calling her lesbian. That's Chad Zumock.
Yeah, that's going to get you that sweet V.
So Opie reveals his thoughts on Chad, but also reveals little tuck-tail Chad sent him an email.
Oh, I was hoping he was going to say, I'm a fan of Chad.
So Chad, he's a comic. I was introduced to him from Jim
You're supposed
Florentine,
to do air quotes. When you
and every time I saw Chad, he was very, very respectful, very, very cool, very nice. And we absolutely got along.
Okay.
And then because you have to buy into bullshit on the internet, Chad.
Look, Lemmy's in Opie's chat. Oh, you guys are fun.
Out of nowhere started hating on me, or Chad started hating on me. And I even went on the live stream like, this is really confusing because every time I saw the guy, he was nothing but very, very cool to me and respectful.
He was trying to kiss up to Anthony. See, at least when I shit on Opie, it's because Opie treated me like a piece of shit. I had a personal story of Opie going, I'll do your show. Actually, one time you said something that wasn't totally the way I'd want you to say it, so I'm going to pass for now and revisit you in the fall. Good luck with your little show. All right, fuck you, you asshole.
He just really enjoyed feeling superior for once.
Chad actually is trying to form an alliance with Opie because we're desperate to make fun of these people. Chad's like got this Game of Thrones thing where he's like, I'm going to take them down. All right, Popeye, take it easy. So now he's going to try and recruit Opie to his side for the great war that none of us are fighting.
And I was confused by that. So I talked about that on the live stream because we tried to talk about some of this stuff. And fast forward a couple weeks, I think it was last week, I got a nice little note from Chad.
Ready?
And he actually apologized.
I thought we were the cucks. You don't see us going with our hat in hand and our tail between our legs to fucking Opie, do you? I mean, Chad, if you don't think you're being beaten, if you don't think these people are getting the better of you, why do you need to go recruit Opie to your side? What are you, 71-year-old Michael Keaton in The Flash?
Because he knows that's what'll scare Cumia. Is like, oh, yeah, buddy. Well, guess what? I went and got the Opster.
Go watch our interview with Anthony. You will see that one thing that Anthony fears talking about and doesn't like to divulge into in length is Opie talk. So
it's not like you can't get him off the subject once it starts, and it just keeps curtailing back into it.
So Chad tucks his tail between his legs and goes to Opie.
Mm-hmm.
And Opie feels very high and mighty about this. So now he feels above Chad.
Okay.
For buying into the bullshit. And he apologized for all the things he said about me. And I said, I really appreciate that, Chad. I said, I'm not going to lie to you. I was very, very confused because
I bet you that email contained the word narrative improperly used at least twice. Probably.
Like I just said, you were always very, very nice and respectful to me every time I saw you out and about. And he goes, I don't expect a response, but I just want to say I'm sorry. And I was stupid to buy in all the nonsense out there. I'm like,
oh, God. You know what? I don't expect a response or anything.
I don't want you to forgive me for cheating on you, but if we could stay together. Like, do you really hear yourself right now, buddy?
Beta! Opie, this is Chad Zumock. I'm really, really sorry, and I don't expect you to forgive me.
Beta!
Aaron's a meathead, and I need
What a
help.
bitch.
And it just, there's a lot of these cucks who are changing the narrative, and I just think that you can help me with the narrative, Opie.
Beta male.
He apologized to Opie. Oh, he doesn't mean a word of it either. He's a little sociopath. And it's just whatever suits him at the time. He didn't mean it when he shit on him. He just wanted to seem cool. And he didn't mean it when he apologized, but he feels like he needs people on his side. Oh, what are you, playing the gayest version of Survivor ever, Chad? Stop it. You're embarrassing yourself. Not only that, now I get to tell my fun little Chad email story.
Okay.
Before I blocked his email because he's an idiot, Chad Zumock, remember when he thought that he was really crushing Steel Toe and he went out in the courtyard or the cul-de-sac that one day and started screaming about all the terrible things he was going to do?
Right.
He emailed me immediately after that, apologizing. I don't think I've told this story yet.
No, you haven't.
He reached out and apologized. After all that shit he said and posted all the pictures and everything else, Chad sent me an email and said, if I went too far in talking about your family and everything else, then I'm really sorry. It's just that you guys have been, picking on me and everything else. And it's just, I just had to be, I was just really upset. And he came out and he tried to apologize. And I think if you go back in my Twitter, I tweeted out the screenshot of the whole thing. It's actually there on Twitter, as come to think of it. And I told him, I said, no, you're fucking done, dude. I go, I was having a little fun with you. I was busting your balls. I was making fun of you. You acted like a retarded child. And now I'm done with you. I'm done. There's no we're having fun. This is a bit or whatever. Now I'm going to make fun of you because you're silly. You're going to continue to rage and get mad. I'm going to do all of it with a smile on my face. And everyone will see who's better at this. I'm better at making fun of you because you can't make fun. You can only be rage-filled.
I would go off of the video evidence that I've seen personally. You're probably better at comedy, too.
Yeah, I think, honestly, he's like, dude, he's so obsessed with, getting a hold of our comedy. He's like, $200 to anyone who gets me video of Steel Toe doing comedy. I'm
hey, can I have that thumb drive back? I gotta make some money.
He is so desperate to watch me do stand-up. I mean, Chad, if you can afford it, you can buy a ticket.
That would be very surprising to see him come to Stoney's.
Oh, man. He's just like, hey, I'm really sorry. No, I'm sorry, Chad. You're done. We make fun of you. You rage. That seems to be the pattern we're in. You convince yourself you're doing well so we can make fun of you more. It's a nice little system that we have going here. Daniel says, Aaron should have said, thanks for the apology. I'll revisit you in the fall. Dario says, Aaron is 100% right. It's like watching a young lion eating an old lion with cancer and AIDS. Wow. Objectively, Steel Toe greater than Opie. Well, I don't even like the comparison.
I'm ashamed you think we're in the same fucking orbit.
I'm actually really upset about that. So let's let that Opie clip dovetail away from Chad and into the Opster. Of course, Chad said he wasn't going to drink anymore in 2023. He showed up to an episode of MLC last week late, and he was completely fucked up. Completely fell off the wagon. He's drinking again. So that explains the Kumia's cucks thing and the shouting and everything else. He's just a rage pig alcoholic. Well, he admitted to drinking again.
Okay.
So he's having the whole getting back into that. He said he wasn't going to do the drinking in 2023. He barely made it a month. Well, remember what Opie said he wasn't going to do in 2023. Do you recall?
Yeah, he wasn't going to talk about the O&A stuff anymore. He's done with Anthony. He's done with all of it.
Done with all of it. Well,
all over. Go watch it. He's got videos.
Here's the problem. After a couple weeks of doing stuff that was not Opie and Anthony related, Opie realized something. Nobody gives a flying fuck about Opie. And nobody gives a flying fuck about anything Opie has to say about just about anything.
So he has finally reached self-awareness.
No, I think he's just backpedaling. I don't think there was any reflection or self-awareness. I think it was just grabbing the pedals and spinning them backwards. Here is Opie's video titled, "Would Be Very Easy to Make Fun of Anthony." You know,
bold claim.
I got to tell you, I think this Opie and Chad tag team should happen.
Mm-hmm.
And they should add Stuttering John into the mix because they're all very much alike. But I think they should make that Opie and Chad tag team happen because they both do shit the same way. They fail at stuff. They don't draw an audience. And they go, well, I'm not trying. If I tried, it's like, well, then why don't you try? Yeah, but if I try, then I'm probably going to fail. And then I have to admit that I tried. So I'll just not try.
It's a lot easier just kind of phone it in under the wire and go, it's what it is.
And then when you get made fun of by all of us and we're getting laughs and you're just getting angry, you sit there and go, it would be so easy to make fun of them. It would be too easy. Well, then fucking do it. Who doesn't love an easy win, right? Give it a shot. Well, here's Opie saying it would be very easy to make fun of Anthony. Now, if you haven't taken passive-aggressive bitch language 101, saying it would be very easy to do something is doing the thing you say you're not doing. So when he says, I'm not talking about O&A in 2023, I'm not talking about Jimmy, I'm not talking about Anthony. Saying that if you did make fun of him, it would be easy is talking about the person.
And it's also kind of like, you just said it'd be easy, so why don't you do it?
Yeah, just fucking do it. That's what I don't get. Why wouldn't you take an easy one? Those are the best.
I'll hear some jokes. Let's go. Make them about me. I don't give a shit.
Want to check him out?
Yeah.
Let's see what he's got.
Hey, yo, with the recent comments on Joe Rogan Experience, would you consider going on with Jimmy or Anthony? God, no.
What do I want? Viewers and followers and people paying attention to me?
What do I want to go back to the only thing people ever gave a shit about that I did? What the fuck are you talking about?
No. Someone sent me a tweet that Anthony put out, I don't know, probably last night when he was old.
Here's another thing Opie and Chad do that they just can't admit. You read it.
You looked for it.
You saw it.
Someone sent me a thing.
They always say, someone sent me a thing. Someone sent me a thing. Someone sent me a thing. You know, if you say that every time, you're lying. Now, I always say, hey, I came across this thing, or I say, hey, someone sent me this thing.
I try to always name the person who sent it to me.
That's a big one. Name the person.
your source.
Like Citizen M sent me the Kumia's Cucks thing, along with this, I think this girl, Jenny on Twitter, sent me the Kumia's Cucks thing, and I wrote to them, I go, how bad is it? And they go, it's so fucking embarrassing. Don't even watch it.
So you have to be like Patreon to see it?
I'm not sure. I think people have clipped it a little bit. I think it might be out on Twitter, but it's hard to find.
Send them to me.
Drunk and stupid. I can't believe I ever had a relationship with the guy. I can't even repeat it on my live stream. He's absolutely lost his effing mind. The race crap is really eating away his damn brain.
I mean, the race crap has been there for a while, Ope. But number two, you can't believe you ever worked with the guy. I want you to turn around, Opie. Do me a favor. Turn around. Look at that beautiful view you have in that beautiful home of yours and that beautiful family you've got. And then when you look out there, I want you to say, thank you, Anthony. Thank you. Because the guy you can't imagine ever working with, if you hadn't worked with him, you don't have the wife, you don't have the house, you don't have the platform. You got none of it. You're an overnight jock in Long Island.
And if you need proof of that, just think about how long you lasted after he left.
Right. Didn't go well. I mean, Opie, I hate to say it, but do you think if you were an overnight jock in Long Island, any of this stuff happens? And you are not delusional enough. I know you'll say it, you'll deny it publicly, but in your private moments, you know that you did not have the talent to get to where you got to on your own. Anthony will say it. Jimmy will say it. He's the only one who won't say it. That on your own, you never could have done it. So thank you, Anthony. Thank you, Jimmy. Those two will always say, you know, thanks to Opie, I've got a good life.
Mm-hmm.
Opie will go, I can't believe I worked with the guy. Well, everything you've got, you kind of owe to those people, Opester.
The race stuff is undeniably over the top now. It used to be tongue-in-cheek and delivered with plausible deniability. Now it seems like an obsession. It's crazy. Someone sent me, I'll be honest, a couple people sent me a tweet and did recently. I'm like, I don't know that guy.
Really? I've been hearing that rant since the Opie and Anthony days.
Yeah.
It's the rant that he got fired for, dude. I'm sorry. It was actually milder than the one he got fired for from Sirius XM. I don't like this, what do you call this, virtue signaling Opie. where he's like, I don't know that guy. I'm like, he's pretty much always that guy. If you go back and listen to old Opie and Anthony shows, the race stuff was always there. It's once he started getting comfortable with it that
Then we had a problem.
kind of came out a little more and more.
Literally don't know that guy. People make fun of me because Anthony pushed the agenda, which I find incredibly, incredibly pathetic. I guarantee
people make fun of
Push
you
the agenda. Now, I'll be honest. As an Opie and Anthony fan, when the show was on the air, the majority of the fans thought Opie was worthless. They thought Jimmy and Anthony were the driving force behind
whole
the
show.
program, and they didn't think Opie had much chops. I kind of defended him because I was a radio guy, and he was a radio guy. I'm like, well, you need somebody to make sure the conversation goes this way, and somebody's got to be there to push the buttons, and he didn't like that. He didn't like that he was the guy pushing the buttons or steering the conversation. He wanted to be one of the comedians. Well, dude, you're not funny. Just be happy that you got to be in the room when all these comedic geniuses got together and started talking shit.
And if you want to be one of those people, you were there.
Yeah.
Just do it.
I can listen to like literally 5 minutes of Anthony's show and make a lot of fun out of it. But I chose a long time ago just simply not to do that.
Oh.
Why? It's fun.
Oh, so you don't want to be successful on the internet?
Yeah. Are you just against fun? Watching people make an ass of themselves and making fun of them is fucking hilarious.
We're all having a great time, even maybe making a little bit of scratch, making fun of you. Join in.
Yeah. People get to make whole subreddits based off of clipping us and commenting that we suck and we're terrible. I'm glad we can provide that entertainment for people.
We're just helping however we can, even if it's to be the straw man you burn down.
We're spreading joy.
But all my hate, most of my hate comes from the guy that I yanked from obscurity and showed him a good life. Yes, was he talented and deserved the opportunity? And did he make the best of it? Of course.
Wow. You plucked him from obscurity and then you jumped on his shoulders. I think that would be a more apropos analogy.
Yeah, you plucked him from obscurity. Okay, crane operator, where were you sitting when you did that?
Yeah.
Where were you sitting when you plucked him from obscurity?
He's acting like he was Howard Stern. He was doing overnights on WBAB in Long Island. I'm sorry, mornings on Rockin' 101 in St. Cloud is more prestigious than that.
You were a glorified janitor who just got to pick the music he listened to while he worked.
And by the way, Anthony got on your show because he wrote a funny song parody. It's not like you just went, and I bless thee and name thee my partner.
It was as soon as I saw him on the street and I was like, you deserve a career.
Right.
But it's that guy who now pushes all or most of the hate I get.
I'll be honest. He does push a lot of the hate you get. I think that's a fair point that Opie makes. But the only reason he's pushing the hate your way is because he does a comedy show. And it's really funny to talk shit about you. I know. Ever since you were shitty to me,
we've learned the joy.
I've been doing it, and it's fun. Are you kidding? Oh, Frank Pellegrino with $10 says, what if you did a dedicated live stream using YouTube fundraiser giving function and EFAP your own stand-up with Gino, Chrissy, whoever, and make fun of yourself? That would be really funny. That's what's on that zip drive, right?
Pretty much.
Is my last set.
Your last set, me, Tom, and you are on there. Jonah didn't want his stuff on the internet. So
it's like Johnny will attest to this. I don't really do sets when I go up there.
No, you just kind of fuck around.
I'm emceeing the show, and I just kind of do crowd work for 10 minutes and then bring the next person up, and then that 10 minutes turns into 20, 25 minutes.
And it's all a bunch of fun. And the one weird thing is you just constantly hear people laughing during what's going on. It's almost like it's a comedy show.
I think, you know what? I really like
that idea.
Frank's idea on that one. I do like the take. It's pretty good. And thank you very much. 210 away from tonight. Black Ornament says, I like this show, but Aaron pretending that anyone brings up the violent tweets is an SJW. Just dumb, bro. Kumia is a wacko. I didn't say they're an SJW. I think I acknowledged the Kumia tweets, and I said, yeah, they're pretty rough.
fucked up.
They're pretty fucked up. But, I mean, if you listen to their show, like, you don't get to act surprised. That's all I've been saying. No, Black Ornament, I don't think you're an SJ. I don't say SJW, first of all. Super gay. MSO says, funny how Opie runs off the air in the morning as soon as Steel Toe comes on. You know, I've noticed it a couple of times. I didn't want to say anything. because I don't want to be that guy who's like, oh, yeah, he's running away from me. But it is becoming less and less of a coincidence lately.
It does seem almost ironic, like he's following us, and as soon as he gets that notification, well, it's time for me to go.
Yeah. That's too bad. Speaking of time for us to go, it's time for us to go.
Oh, shit.
Johnny, how many do you need on Rumble?
I'm like 5 or 6 away on Rumble.
Rumble.com/
I think it's, oh, fuck. How do you link the show? Because I have me, and then I have the shows that I make. So it's weird. I don't know how to link the account.
What's the name of the channel you broadcast on?
Game Over Podcast?
Game Over Podcast. There you go. Go find
Hopefully
that
that's
on...
it.
Go find that on Rumble and subscribe to it so Johnny can start live streaming there.
And then we had a Sunday show.
Citizen M says, just because I'm allegedly a leftist who watches interracial cuckolding porn, that doesn't make me an SJW. Exactly. We welcome all kinds over here. All right. Twitch.tv/JustKiddingLLC.
Also on YouTube. We're everywhere.
And YouTube as well. Go follow Johnny on everything. Thank you guys not only for knocking out that goal at the last minute today with a lot of small contributions. I love that. Everybody getting in on the act, but also a nice head start on this evening. Yeah. Thanks, guys. It means a lot. Johnny, thank you very much.
Thank you.
We will talk to the rest of you tonight at 7 p.m. April and I with a Valentine's special. We're going to have a nice Valentine's date today.
Oh, you're going to do like a date on... You're going to live stream what? You're
No.
Like
we're
dinner?
We're going to do a nice little date. Then we're going to do a show.
Then you're going to carry it to Ovi fans. And fuck.
We're going to finish our date after the show's over. So we're going to maybe we'll put some roses in here tonight. Do it real nice and gay. All right, guys.
Following. Nice.
We could go Corn Bomb Chad. He's live. Okay, hold on a second.
Wait. Nope.
I
need
will
to know this.
I will check it out for you guys real quick. I will leave in just a second.
Mm-hmm. I'm kind of hoping you don't because it'll take me too long to get home.
If he is live. Okay, he's got 15 people watching him. He's walking through a neighborhood. Guys, I'm going to give you the link here, and then we're going to take off.
Aww.
And then you guys can go ahead and...
sit down.
Here we go. Go send him corn. There you go, guys. He's got 15 people. Let's go get him some more people. There's the link in the chat. Go send corn. Send him some corn emojis and let him know that we're thinking of him and we want to get his numbers up. Johnny, thank you again.
You're very welcome.
To the rest of you, take it easy. We'll talk to you tonight.